Previously on
Mr. Short, I'm in possession of your motion limit, which you did remind me of yesterday, or initially say yesterday. But how long have you had this particular tape or knowledge of these particular instances? That's my first question to you. You got them in discovery, correct?
Sir,
Did you get them in discovery?
yes, the prior.
Okay, then why are you just now, yesterday, telling me orally and not doing what you did in your motion so I could kind of take it up?
What I did do it in my motion.
No, you filed a motion, but you could have filed this thing months ago.
Your Honor, out of court statements are not admissible at trial.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Okay, if you believed it was going to be an issue, you could have filed the same motion 3, 4, 5 months ago, correct?
It's not.
Yes or no?
If you want me to say yes, yes. Sure.
Okay, that's my point. That's my point about being a forewarned judge is a happy judge, okay? Because we are now taking time out and I'm putting the jury in the back on something that you told me yesterday about, but you could have memorialized this in a motion more than 3 months ago, probably last year. And I could have taken it up and I could have ruled on this. I don't have any problem with that, but this is an example of something. If you want to do something like this, go ahead and file the motion. You should have filed it months ago. That's what I'm annoyed with.
Okay, in your Honor, the state.
And that's what it means to be prepared as an advocate.
Okay.
The state's giving you this, okay? You knew about these.
Honor, the state.
You knew about this issue, right?
Perhaps the state, knowing that it's an issue, would not want to admit evidence of an individual being a prosecutor
I get
and
it.
a defense attorney on the same
I get it,
time.
but
so
you know.
perhaps it's not on me. Perhaps the state should not be.
Oh, it's on you,
Okay,
and it's on them. It's on
me.
You know why? It's on you because you could have filed this thing months and months ago, and you could have also had a conversation with the state.
I have.
Okay, and are they going to use this particular information?
You'd have to ask them.
Well, that's not what I asked you. Are they going to use that particular information?
I cannot speak for the state, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you see the problem or the issue that you filing this untimely motion has caused? Yes or no?
You're not going to like my answer, so I'm just going to remain silent.
That's not being an advocate, because if you can give me a reason as to why you waited months and months, because you probably, when did the state give this interviews? The first interview or note that you were going to, about the proffer agreement with Mr. Chada Jimenez.
The proffer agreement was in the first round of discovery in July of 2022.
Okay. When was the other interviews that were made from 2015 turned over?
July 2022.
Okay. So arguably, Mr. Sharp, this could have been filed sometime in 2022 or early 2023 when we started having these particular motions. Your colleagues, you filed several motions, several preliminary issues I've had to take up. So that's what I'm telling you in terms of just having to stall the proceedings so I can go ahead and take this up.
I'm not trying to stall anything, Your Honor.
No. And I don't mean you. Listen. I don't mean you like just filing this to stall it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. But
the state has.
But you filed it. But my angst with you. I don't have any angst with you filing a motion. I don't. I'm just annoyed that you didn't file it in 2023.
The state has been fully aware that their colleague, who was a gang prosecutor, was serving as a defense attorney on this case. And
okay, but that's
understand why it's my job to flag that issue. But I have flagged the issue.
Okay.
And so if I'm going to take
now you flagged the issue now on the 10th of April of 2024. Have a seat, sir.
Okay, thank you.
State, are you going to be using this recording involving, I'm going to mark Mr. Sharp's motion in limine as the next court exhibit, but are you going to really use this motion? I mean, use the proffer agreement or proffer that was held on or about February 16th of 2016, February 16th, 2016.
Yes, and Mr. Murphy continues to go down this line of questioning. And
I'm going to tell you, that's a very ethical, problematic thing for you all.
Your Honor, and this is what I'll say. Mr. Suri Chata Jimenez waived his conflict and decided to take a defense attorney in this case when he knew he was a prosecutor in 2016.
No, but it's you all's use of that. I think that his waiving is another separate issue, okay, which we didn't have to get into because of that particular issue. But utilizing his particular proffer that he was involved in might be a problem.
But it's a proper of the state of it's a prior inconsistent statement.
But he's a counsel that was involved in this case.
Right, but Your Honor, there's no legal basis, there's no ethical basis for this ruling. He was a state's attorney, like anyone else can get jobs and move on and do whatever they want.
I know that, but
there's a prior inconsistent statement. Whoever the state's representative is doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is it's a prior inconsistent statement.
Well, I think it may confuse the jury because the jury's seen Mr. Jimenez as a defense counsel for another prior accused who is now no longer in this case. So yes, there is the possibility and the probability that they are going to be confused about that.
So can we not just instruct the jury that he was previously with the state of Georgia and left and got a new job? Like what? There's a remedy for that. The state is not going to harp on the fact that Mr. Jimenez was a prosecutor then, but this is the prior inconsistent statement. He had a previous job, and like anyone else in the world, in the country, they can leave their position and go on to another case. When this case started, Mr. Jimenez knew that this proffer existed. He chose to represent a client in this case. He's no longer representing any of these individuals in the courtroom, Your Honor. So Mr. Jimenez, as a defense attorney or a prosecutor in this case, is of no consequence because he's not even present in these proceedings. His work with this case is completed, Your Honor. The sole reason why we're bringing this in has nothing to do with Mr. Jimenez. It has solely to do with the prior inconsistent statement, and the state should be able to confront this witness with any prior inconsistent statement that he plans on clearly giving during the course of his testimony in court.
You'd agree that Mr. Chata Jimenez is, if the tape or anything would be utilized, it would have to be redacted.
I don't agree with that, Your Honor, because he does not, and a few things about the proffer, Your Honor.
But you see, here's the problem, and here's what I'm going to get on you all about. You all knew this was going to be an issue.
We did not.
And you put this in discovery.
But we did not think
one of your former colleagues who took a proffer, who then you made it as part of your discovery. So how could you know it wasn't an issue?
Because, Your Honor, we put the proffer because that's the prior consistent statement. It had nothing to do with Mr.
I know, but
we did not think this was going to be an issue.
But the employment issue may be something that the court wanted to take up.
Your Honor, but the state did not believe that to be an issue until Mr. Sharp brought it to our attention yesterday. The state did not believe it to be an issue because. All right,
I guess you all will be working this weekend then, because this is exactly what I told you was going to be a problem. You bring this stuff up, I got a jury sitting in the box, and you got a witness that you're probably going to have days of examination with. So let me go ahead and decide. I'm going to recess for about 10 minutes. We'll make a decision on that. And you, Mr. Sharp, no law in your motion or motion in limine for me to consider. You probably need to supplement it with some law. So I'll let you all think about that. I'll be back in 10 minutes. We're in recess.
Hit that like for Deal Christian. Yo,
good morning. I wanted to get on here early this morning. First of all, to say good morning, grace and peace to everybody. Thank you so much for jumping in. This trial is going to be a wild one, so I wanted to jump in real quick, and I want to talk about a couple of housekeeping things. But before I get too far afield, thank you all, everybody. It looks like almost 110 of y'all already in the chat. Thank you so much. My name is Jason. Dear World Christian is the channel, and what I do here is do social and political commentary from a Christian male perspective. And I want to thank you all for tapping in with me today. I want to real quick, I wanted to jump on this morning because there's been some things going on in the YouTube space, and if you drill it down into the LawTube space, and if you drill it down even more into this YSL case, that I just want to take a hot second to address. And is a fellow YouTuber I consider her a mentor. I consider her a friend of this channel as well as myself, and that is the infamous Sylvia. She has been under a great deal of attack, let's just say it like that, from people that don't like her. And sadly, last week, I believe it was, her channel was demonetized. And even worse, yesterday, she was no longer allowed to stream from the courtroom. And trust me, let me tell you this real quick. Sylvia has been a beast as it relates to getting the knowledge and the information that a lot of us use. Let me tell you, there are a lot of us who've been talking about this YSL trial that would be as blind as bats if it were not for the infamous Sylvia. So I wanted to take my hat off to the infamous Sylvia today. Regretfully, yesterday she was removed from the courtroom and she's not able to participate in the case. So I just want to take a second to give a shout out to her. She's been a fantastic content creator to me. I don't know all the ins and outs of everything that she's done. I don't know about her third grade spelling test. I don't know if she was valedictorian in high school. What I do know is that every time I've reached out to her, she's been extremely kind, very gracious to me, as well as to this channel. So I wanted to just take the time this morning. I wanted to tap in a little early to give a shout out to the infamous Sylvia. I did ask the moderators if you could just drop her link, her Cash App link in the chat. Because she's demonetized, she's not able to collect super chats or super thanks or AdSense of that nature. So if you get an opportunity, if it's in your budget, if you have the availability to just shoot her a little love offering and just say, hey, you know, we appreciate you. We appreciate the work and the effort that she's been putting in this LawTube space, to sit in the courtroom for almost 123 days, to know the ins and outs of different situations that you don't see behind the camera. And let me just tell you this again. The fact that she sits in there the entire day is noteworthy. Let me tell you, your boy can't do it. Have y'all noticed? Every time I've gone, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's too cold. I'm gonna get caught up on contempt for falling asleep snoring. But Sylvia be roughing it out. So I just want to say shout out to infamous Sylvia. I see tons of people putting the purple heart in the chat. And if you get an opportunity, I believe the moderators dropped your Cash App in the chat. Thank you so much, Kiana. If it's in your budget, if you have an opportunity, you don't have to be now or later, whatever. Just, you know, send her a little love offer. Let her know we really appreciate her. I appreciate her. And I'm going to be putting my money where my mouth is as well. That I just want to give a little shout out, because I know it's rough out here. It's tough out here. You're passionate about this topic and you're trying to do your best to be a good steward of it. And you ruffle feathers, you develop enemies, you have people that don't like you, don't like what you're doing. And again, some of the stuff that she's put up with is pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. But she's been toughing it out like a soldier. Sad to say that she's not going to be there today in the courtroom. I don't know if she's going back the rest of the week. Well, wait, today's Thursday. So tomorrow, I don't know. But I just want to just take a second to start the stream off this morning by giving a shout out to the infamous Sylvia, because she's been a beast. Again, to me, as a content creator, I'm new to this LawTube thing, right? I don't know what I'm doing. I've gleaned a ton from her. I know tons of YouTubers who know more than me that have been picking and gleaning from Sylvia, and she willingly shares. So it's not like they're doing something wrong. But again, I just want to say shout out to her and shout out to anybody that wants to tap in. You're welcome over here. Y'all are family. All I ask you to do is hit that like button. If you don't like this content, hit the like button 3 times. That's all I ask that you do. And jump into the best live chat on the planet. Now, this is still the best live chat on the planet. This is just the bester live chat now that we got the beautiful and wonderful, infamous Sylvia people jumping in. It's just the bester. That's all. Still the bester on this side of the universe. So good morning, everybody. Today is probably going to be, I don't know, yesterday was pretty wild. I had to say, Munkutunk, that name is crazy. Munkutunk was a little bit more entertaining than I anticipated. I thought he was just going to be kind of like a pushover, but it was pretty good. A couple things I noticed. I kind of wish, and feel free to chime in on this in the chat as well. I kind of wish he had not conceded that YSL was a gang. I don't know when, I have to go back through and watch, but in the beginning, YSL's a record label. And somewhere the wording changed and he started using gang. And of course, ADA Love, she's been pushing the word gang through the whole thing. And he just eventually capitulated and went along with the gang narrative. Now, granted, as I said before, I'm under no delusion that these gentlemen were choir boys. I'm under no delusion that they were Vacation Bible School graduates, okay? I'm pretty sure they've done some bad things. That being the case, I don't think that because they're people maybe that I don't agree with, maybe they're people that I wouldn't have rolled with, that means that they're automatically guilty of all these crimes. That's not the case. I don't think that Love proved, first of all, what a gang is. That's why yesterday we were having a good time talking about all these things that are gangs, like my job and my HOA. Well, actually, my HOA is a gang. It's the mob, but don't tell nobody I said that. All these different entities are gangs, following the logic that they used. Everybody's a gang, from sororities and fraternities to alumni associations to everything. I mean, everything's a gang, following the logic that Adrian Love used. I wish that YOUNG THUG had not capitulated that and said, no, it's a record label. No, it's a bunch of people that hang together, they kick it, they call themselves YSL. I don't know where you're getting gang from. I think he should have stayed with that, in my opinion. But I realized that on his plea agreement, he made some statements about gangs, and he started to push back that, hey, this is not something that I wrote. I didn't agree to this. I wanted this changed, so on and so forth, which was okay. That was admirable. I just kind of wish he had stayed right there and said, nah, I should never agree to that. It was not a gang. This is a bunch of people that get together. We get together, we go smoke cigars and go play poker. We sit around and we make music. I mean, I think he should have done that. I think it would have worked, but that's just my little 2 cents. But I'd love to hear and see what you all are talking about. I see lots of people jumping in. Good conversation already, jumping in the chat. Welcome to everybody. If you are, why this is a gang. Hey, mango gelato. Let me tell you something real quick. I have been trying to find this mango gelato. I told you I was gonna go find some. I have not found it. I have been looking high and low. I probably need to go just buy it at the store. I was trying to go like Brewster's and Baskin Robbins and some places. I have not found it. So I'll probably just go to the grocery store this weekend and get it. But I did try. I want you to know I did try. So thank you so much. DWC is a gang. Yeah, this is a gang for sure. No question about it. Zero shame. This is a gang and I'm in it. But so that was one of the things I noticed from yesterday, but there've been some really good. I think today's going to be kind of interesting. It was yesterday was better than I anticipated. I'm pulling my notes up. I know y'all looking like, what's this dude doing over here? I got my little notes. I usually put it on my screen, but I didn't want to do it today. So I actually literally wrote it out and my handwriting's looking pretty good. So that's one thing. I do want to say real quick, for all the members, I am going to be doing a members only voice chat on our Discord tonight. Every Thursday at 8:00. I'm going to just get on here. We're going to just chop it up, talk about what's going on the channel. We can talk about random stuff, all that kind of jazz like that. It'll be tonight at 8:00. Please check the community post on the page. Make sure you're in the Discord. And that is that. I am getting ready. I got the news feed up. Current moment, it is not ready. Well, it is only 8:30, so I'm gonna give them a little bit of time. Maybe they getting situated over there. They're getting situated. Let me double check one more time. All right, so they're still getting situated. They're getting their coffee just like we getting our coffee. But I do want to say thank you so much to everybody. If you could do me a favor, quick thing. If you like this content, hit the like button. If I've earned it, if I've shown you enough, definitely an attempt to give you good high quality. If you do subscribe, I really would appreciate it. And hit the like button no matter what. If you don't like this content, you don't have to subscribe. I got you. Just hit the like button 3 times. That'll be kind of cool. Yeah, see, I'm right here with B. Stalton. Hit the like button. There you go. I'll put my glasses on in a minute, I promise you, so I can see. Yeah, I mean, mango gelato, according to Adrian Love, is a group of 3 people. So now we got Filipino girl, Dear Woke Christian, mango gelato. We got 3 people. They have a hand. They got a signal The signal is the, I don't know, however you say gelato in sign language, and the colors is mango. So we're a gang. There you go, man. We going Rico, man. Now I guess we gotta do some crime stuff. So we'll start throwing gerbils or something, or putting your Amazon packages in the mailbox. Because you're not supposed to put Amazon packages inside your mailbox, right? You're not supposed to do that. It's only supposed to be for U.S. Postal Service uses only. I found it out when they sent a package back, and I got the package finally back to my house like 4 months later. Good morning, Pink. Good morning. Good to see you. So glad to see you. Thanks so much, Lisa, in the building. No matter what the state does, the judge lets them get away with it. It's hard to argue with that. It's hard to argue. She been letting them get away with some pure, unadulterated shenanigans. So no, it's hard to argue with that. And I just wish that she would not. If Judge Whitaker would just stay out of the way and only referee, call balls and strikes, blow the whistle, call balls and strikes. You realize how terrible the state would be getting drugged right now? But the other thing is, sadly, the state is the one that actually determines the speed of the trial. Now, I think Judge Whitaker should set some time limits. Doug Weinstein yesterday said, "Hey, can we put some limits on this?" I think she should set some limits. A shot clock, I think, would be kind of gross, but hey, you got exactly 5 hours with this witness. That's it. 5. Apart from there being some catastrophic technological error, you got 5 hours. And then that's it. So Monktoon should have been done yesterday, following that logic. And then the defense should have Adam, and then same thing. But see, I don't think that the defense would keep them that long. So I think the state needs to have a shot clock, but maybe the defense too. You got 3 hours to cross-examine, and then you got 1 hour to recross, and then you got 1 hour to, re-examine, and 1 hour to recross. There you go. So 5, 3, 1, and 1. There you go. And we're gonna get this going. Let's go. Let's move. Because they have no motivation to move. No motivation to move. All right, let's see what we got. What is going on? I see some good conversation here. Oh, so I was there yesterday, Ghetto Folly says, and he was saying it was a record label up until after he asked to speak to his lawyer, and then he had no choice. Okay. I still think I'm looking at it a couple ways. A gang can, a gang can be exactly the nefarious, evil organization that they paint it out to be. I got you. But again, following the same logic, me and a couple of my Morehouse alumni brothers that get together, again, smoke cigars and play poker every Friday, that could be a gang if we get like some t-shirts made. I used to be a part of a meal prep group, and we would do meal swaps every Sunday. We had t-shirts. We had a regular scheduled meeting time. You could follow this logic, and we could play the silly game and make anything a gang. Your church could be a gang following this logic. So, and just adding the criminal element to it, well, shoot, the way that y'all making it sound like some of the things you say could become criminal. So yeah, everything could be a gang. But, and maybe his attorney did say Ghetto Follies. Thank you so much for the comment. Maybe his attorney said, yo, just go ahead and concede that it's a gang and keep it moving. Maybe so. I don't like it because I don't think Adrian Love, and this is not just against Adrian Love, but the prosecution is betting on one thing. We have enough ability to drag this out without facts, without proof, without evidence. We'll drag it out longer than your money is. That's what I think they're doing. They're saying, hey, you know what? We got a really dumb case here. Again, Paul Howard agreed that this case should never come to court. So the previous DA didn't want any piece of it. So why is this DA doing it? I digress. But I'll come back to it. They knew that I think they know that they can drag this out because again, they have no motivation and they have almost unlimited money. That's a recipe for disaster. And the only reason this case is really this far and we know this much about it is because Young Thug had money. If Young Thug was like me, broke DWC, I'd be under the jail. Already been under the jail. Yeah, Hells Angels is a gang. Yeah, that's fair. It's a gang for sure. You can have a gang of people that are not doing anything wrong, though. Sometimes they call it a mob. I mean, but following this logic, many of the people that were protesting during the Summer of Love 2020, they're a gang. Okay, where's the RICO on them? I'm just saying. Right, a gang versus criminal gang. I don't know if she established clearly that this is a gang that did criminal activities or individuals that did criminal that were a part of a gang. So just because I'm with my siblings, I got 9 brothers, and that will qualify as a gang. I'm over here doing crime stuff. Does that mean all my brothers are guilty of crime stuff in a RICO because we have the same name? We got special hand sign. We love color. Does that make us all a gang? I don't know. And I don't think they proved that case yesterday. But because he said he was in a gang in his plea agreement, maybe his attorney just said, let it go, guy. Just accept it because you did say it. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Man, I hope not. No, we don't actually, I don't actually smoke cigars. However, somebody wants me to invest in a cigar brand. I said, I don't even smoke cigars. I don't even, but they want me to invest in it. So who knows? This podcast brought to you by, I don't know the name of the cigar brand. Interesting, because I'm going to Chicago in 12 days. If it's near Midway, because I'm going straight to go see my dad, check out a couple of my colleagues, and then I'm back on the plane. I'm only going to be there for 36 hours. So if it's near Midway, maybe we'll make it happen. What is happening? Good to see everybody. Thank y'all so much. Everybody that's tapping in, thank you so much for stopping by. I'm looking over here. The live stream has not started yet. And it looks like, eh, let me look at our other favorite place, Atlanta News First. They are moving up. They got the stream up at least. At least they got the stream up, unlike the other ones. Here, let me put this in. At least it's there. Here, I'm gonna make it big just in case. So I'll keep my eye on it. Oh, thank you so much for joining, Aaron. Thank you so much for becoming a new member. I'm sorry, Aaron. There you go. Thank you so much, Aaron, for becoming a new member. I appreciate you. Looking forward. Hopefully, you can join us for our town hall on this evening. Yeah, we just throwing Ricos on everybody, man. Zipper. I mean, anybody that has double consonants in their name, you getting Rico because that's a symbol, like the double P in Zipper. Rico, my guy. Welcome to the Rico party. All right, let's see what we got. In the know with Miss LJ Hood. What is she saying here? I was there yesterday and it was saying that it was a record label up until, oh, y'all saying the same thing. Interesting. What's going on, Kristen? Good to see you. Good to see you. Grace and peace to you this morning. Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to use possums. Gerbils are a lot more easy to throw, though. Possums, I mean, that's gonna be like, I gotta warm up to throw a possum. Yo, The judge be giving Love the homework, the whole homework key. I mean, she getting a whole thing. Like, man, come on. It is pretty bad though. All right, so good commentary in the chat. Lots of good conversation jumping in. Welcome to everybody. If you're coming in from another live stream and such like that, thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome you. You're welcome here. Absolutely. I appreciate you. I love it. Lots of good commentary back and forth. And I'm just looking real quick to make sure I didn't miss anything. Shari says, good morning to everybody. Glad to have you. Thank you so much for rolling on through this early in the morning. That's not how court works. What happened? Uh-oh. How's court working? Are you talking about my shot clock methodology? It just seems like there's no motivation. And I was only throwing out some options. There's no motivation for the state to move this case forward quickly. There's nothing there to motivate them or de-incentivize them or incentivize them to move quicker. Because again, they got unlimited money. So they know they're going to have the same money at the beginning of the trial as they have on day 123. That should be a problem. Man, Filipino girl says she ain't even feeling Judge Whitaker. She said, I truly don't even want to use the noun before Whitaker because the respect is no longer there. It's rough, man. She's definitely made it a rough pill to swallow. Now I can see that she's getting kind of agitated, irritated with the state, but do something about it. Don't be upset. Don't be sitting there stewing in your own juices. Make them do something. Penalize them. That's all you gotta do. I thought the rebuke yesterday was a little bit surprising. I was like, "Whoa, I didn't expect that." But okay, do that 10x. Okay, every time they just sit around and waste time, they get up to the podium and they don't have all this stuff together. Do something. Whatever you can do should probably be done. Matter of fact, what can a judge do for an unprepared, unprofessional attorney? Is there any like standard? If anybody's in the law field, and I know Monica is taps in quite a bit. If anybody's in the law field, let me know. Is there a rule? Like, oh, you can do this. Then do it. You can slap their wrist. Then do it. Stop playing with them. Just there need to be some penalties. There needs to be some kind of consequences for this. Yo, you commit 100 crimes before you get out of bed? Yo, you are some criminal activities, Q. Look, no gerbil is safe around you. Yes, no gerbils were harmed in the formation of DWC's analogies. Absolutely. Okay, yeah, don't say that. Don't say it. Keep it quiet. I love it. Hey, JC, good morning. Good morning. JC be crushing it on Twitter, by the way. I see you on Twitter. I see you. Oh, man, frats and sororities are absolutely gangs. No matter where you land about them, I think frats and sororities definitely will fall under your gang, following this logic that they use. Absolutely. Let me real quick check. Nope, nothing popping off. Look over on Atlanta Live. Okay, everybody's good. All right. I thought they were going to start at 8:45. So sports teams are gangs. Absolutely. Atlanta wish they had better gangs in that regard. Then I know lots of major cities wish they had better gangs on the baseball field, basketball field, and football field. Did I say basketball field? Lord have mercy. Basketball court. Oh, for sure. Biker gangs. There we go. The house. Class of 99. Huh. That's a good question. I don't know who finessed her best, Woody or Montunk. Okay, the only person that Woody and Montun both interacted with is Judge Whitaker. Because remember, Woody had Simone Hilton was doing his examination, and of course, Montun has Adrian Love. I think, all things being considered, apples to apples comparison, I think Montun has a better command of his own personal being and such like that. He's not emotional. He's not getting very agitated. I think Woody had the fact that at the current moment, apart from racing Hellcats down Peachtree Street or whatever, or four-wheelers down Mechanicsville, he's trying to do, in my opinion, he's trying to do the right thing and stay out of jail. Now, is he doing everything right? No. Is he doing what Jason would tell him to do? Absolutely not. He's doing what he thinks is right to keep himself out of jail. So Woody had a little bit of pressure to the fact that he's free. He's like, look, I'm free and y'all ain't got nothing on me. Versus Montun, who had a plea agreement and he's got that, razor hanging over his head. So I think Montun was much more poised and such like that. But I think Woody was a little bit more emotional because he had this hanging over his head. Like, y'all could throw me in jail. And, 10 minutes ago, I was free. So I think it's kind of it's hard to compare them both apples to apples. But I think Montun has a better command in the booth. He's not insulting Adrian Love or taking snipes at her. I mean, he's setting her straight, but nothing like Woody was doing. Because I would have paid money to watch Adrian Love and Woody mix it up. I would have paid money to watch that. That would have been worth going to the courtroom every day. If that had happened, they could have been outside collecting money. I'd have been paying it because that would have been worth it. Filipino girl says this. DWC, I worry about Sledge's testimony more than everyone else's. However, I believe Whitaker should have thrown out his whole testimony for punishment instead of mistrial. Hey, I don't know what the punishments are. I just wish that we would know. We would know the punishments if Judge Whitaker and Judge Glanville had been meeting these out to the state instead of trying to spread them everywhere. It's like that parent that everybody gets in trouble because the little one was doing something wrong. Everybody get in trouble. Everybody got to go to bed. Everybody doesn't get dessert. Everybody going to get Mrs. Spanky, whatever. Like, no, deal with the one that did the wrong thing. That's what you do. Get that one. And let us see how you do it. Let's see if you really mean business. So, thank you so very much. Aaron has become a new member. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Aaron is on here twice. I appreciate it, friend. As well, I thank you, Queen Pretty. Thank you so much. Love belongs to a sorority that uses hand signals and calls. Is that a part of a gang? I'm going to say that if they haze people, that's criminal. Bada boom. She's in a gang. Rico. I think she's an AKA. Rico to all of them. Chess clock. Oh, if you make a movement. Oh, I forgot about the chess clock. Now that would be wild. But is it like a chess clock? Like, don't quote me on this. Is it a chess clock like 60 seconds? That almost would be too fast. Some of their questions take a minute to read. I don't know about that one, but thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Queen Pretty, for the $4.99 super chat. I think that a chess clock would look any kind of clock. Oh, fire in the hole. Let's go. They have not turned on the audio yet. Once you hear me, please give me a 5 in the chat when you can hear
All
it.
right, y'all were, I guess it was Mr. Weinstein that brought it up, but gonna look into whether there was something that you needed to bring to the court's attention about a juror issue. Anybody have any follow-up on that? Can you speak into the mic? You have to just kind of pick
It's
it
too
up,
early.
unfortunately. It's not an ideal
who's
setup,
this?
but there you go.
Hello. Good morning, Judge. My understanding from Mr. Weinstein was that there was some question about a juror potentially having seen some information on Instagram where they were being given nicknames or seating charts were being discussed. And so I'm trying to find out some more information from my co-counsels about that now. About whether it was Miss Sylvie, is that correct?
Yeah, so I don't know that a juror saw it, but one of the deputies brought that to my attention yesterday afternoon. And yes, it is the woman whose name's Sylvia, who had a Rule 22. And she, I guess, in her, whatever you call those things, where they, I don't know what you call them, where they sit and they talk endlessly online. I guess, I don't know. Yes, was giving all of the jurors nicknames, and, it was derogatory. She does not appear in the clip that I watched that the deputy brought to my attention. She doesn't appear to have really provided any kind of personal identifying information, but it was like, oh, in the first row, we've got, and then smart alecky names for all of the jurors. And in row 2, we'll call them blah, blah, blah. My understanding is that the deputy has escorted her out when he found that out. And I'm thinking that when we've got Rule 22 hearing scheduled for Friday lunch anyway, that maybe we speak to her about that at that point in time. But that's what I know about it.
I understand, Your Honor. My only question was, he had gotten some information that perhaps Ingram had told her the judge that the jurors have been complaining about it. So we just wanted to make sure that the jurors hadn't seen it, hadn't had exposure to that video.
I can voir dire them if you would like me to. What we knew before was that, the juror who we talked to a couple of times about a potential job change had people that she was close to call her and, say, hey, are you okay? Is everything okay? I heard something that sounded like it was you. So we know that, that occurred. I don't know about anything else. If y'all have got information, if you please share it.
Judge, if you would, this might be more instructive, if you can simply inquire of the deputies as to where they got the information
Okay,
from,
sure.
that might answer the question for us.
All right. I can do that.
Dang. Wow.
Is there anything else for the morning? Okay.
Don't jump to your screen. All right. So, yeah, this really went left. I don't think it's supposed to go this far at all. Yeah, wow. So, AB salute. There was just a question about, it seems like because one of the YouTube podcasters that has Rule 22 that's able to be in the courtroom was giving color commentary and giving names to people, nicknames. Apparently that went south, and they found out. I don't know how the jurors found out. That's kind of crazy. So apparently the jurors found out, and there's a big brouhaha about that. But yeah, this is definitely going in the wrong direction. Like, wow, this is
I
okay.
imagine the jury will be ready until 9. So yeah, we'll just recess in place until then.
Okay, so usually at 8:45 they're just doing this kind of stuff, horse trading, for about 15 minutes, and then they go to um, then the jury comes in and actually go to work at 9. So today they're just talking about that. Oh man, it's yeah, that was so yeah. She gonna drag this carcass dead. Yeah, she Judge Whitaker is going to get this thing to the end. I'm sorry. It short of like something major, Judge Whitaker is going to make this case is going to get to a jury decision. End of day. That's it. Um, yeah. I don't actually know. I've been there several times. I don't say anything about the jury because I don't want to know who they are. I can't actually see them. And not because I don't have my glasses on. Let me put my glasses on. I don't know how people are seeing the jury. I'm gonna be honest with you. The box that they're in, it has windows. They're kind of slightly frosted a little bit. I, I don't know how people are seeing it. I'm like, because people comment like, "Oh, the jury did this." Like, how did you see that? I mean, is it tinted windows? You can see that there's humans in there and that they're moving around and whatnot. But I'm not that invested in it. I'm trying not to get kicked out. I'm just here so I don't get fined. So y'all go put the deputy on stand. Oh my gosh. This case is such a circus. Oh my gosh, that would be crazy. Yeah, I don't get what the big kerfuffle is about nicknames, people. We got the what YSL Ponytail and Matthews and was it Man of Steel, YSL Steel. We all got nicknames. I don't get what the point is, but and matter of fact, some of the attorneys are aware that they have nicknames. So Miss Westmoreland, I call her little sis. They're aware of that. But okay, I guess it matters. I don't know. I hate it because I don't know. Again, here, I'll concede the giving of nicknames. Okay. That's fine. You're right. I'll concede that. What I also want you to consider, however, is a lot of what we're a lot of what we're learning about this trial has come from Miss Sylvia. So, like for example, right now, they're doing some kind of horse trading right now while that camera's off. I'm sorry, while the camera's on the seal. We don't know what it is. Maybe it's something really good, a bombshell piece of information that really would be useful to have, or it would really help shape how we are seeing this trial. We don't have it anymore. So I don't know. Uh, sure, I'll concede nicknames. Don't do it anymore. Hand, slap on the wrist. Let's keep it moving. Matter of fact, treat her the same way you treat Adrian Love when she does something wrong. There you go. That's it. I don't know. I don't. I don't personally. I don't want this to go much further. I think it's just going to turn into a great big old dumpster fire and waste time today. I don't really care where they got the information from. I'm not under any delusion that jurors have not been paying attention to the trial. I'm not going to pretend like that. I believe that because I don't. So, and because you did not poll the jury to ask them when they came back, then this is on you. There's jurors in the chat. Let me stop joking about that because people lose their minds. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Kiana is not a juror. She's juror number 7. All right. So I agree with this, Tyrese. Hit that like button. Thank you so much. Yo, we got 500 of y'all in here this morning. Thank you so much. And if you're just jumping in, you're just tapping in at the current moment, they're working in place. They had nothing else to work on today. So it seems like they're ready to get chomping at 9 o'clock. Harvey Weinstein, Doug Weinstein is not there. So somebody's in his stead. So they're just doing a little bit of horse trading. They're talking about the YouTuber that was in the court, that's been in the court for pretty much every day since this has started. Had a little bit of problem yesterday because she had given the jurors nicknames and such like that. So and so anyway, so they're talking about that, and now they are, hopefully they'll be back in a moment. It should be back on time. I don't, yeah, and I see a lot of people talking about identifying. I really wish is really not as crucial as, I don't understand, but I'm sure that they have nicknames. I'm 100% positive. I'm positive they do. So I wouldn't be surprised if they, I mean, because the prosecutors and the defense can see into the box, and the person in the witness stand and judge can see into the box. The gallery can't really see into it. I I'm not trying to look. Truth be told, I'm over here looking. I'm just here so I don't get fined. So I'm not invested in it, but there was no benefit to me, so I'm not worrying about it. The jury's watching their channel. The jury's, hey, you're welcome here, jurors. Oh yeah, for sure somebody snitched. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm hoping and again, we all do things, and I mean, again, I'm a former classroom teacher. I make lots of juvenile examples and analogies, example throwing gerbils. I do that because that's a holdover from me being a classroom teacher, and I don't choose not to change from that. So we all do things. And hey, come on, man. Like I don't think it really matters, in my opinion. I can't see why it's a big deal. I have no idea how they know about it, which I think is going to be interesting. They're going to poll the deputy. Man, I really don't want this. I do not want this to turn into some kind of dumpster fire check. I really don't. There's enough dumpster fire. There's enough clownery going on in this trial in 4K. We do not need to bring and start chucking Lysol cans into the fire. Just leave it alone. There's enough foolishness already. This trial is already bad enough. All right. This is a good question. How can a bailiff kick her out of court without judge knowing? I might be wrong. And my name is Jason. I'm a pre-K law student. I know nothing. I'm just telling you what I understand. I think the deputies run the court. So the actual where everybody sits, the deputies run that. So if there's any kind of like, if you ever go visit, you'll see like the deputies will make you sit in a certain place, even though there's tons of empty rows in front of you. You have to sit in a certain place, period, or you got to go. So I think the deputies literally run the court in that regard. So they're responsible, and you see it. You see them all lined up behind the defendants. If something goes left, they're there to take care of that. So I think they run it. So therefore, if the deputy says, "Hey, yo, I saw this. We're going to ask you to leave," I think they have the right to do that. I don't think it's on the judge, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think the judge has any. They might report to him and let her know, hey, by the way, we just kicked this person out, or hey, this, that, and the other happened. But like I said, I'm just there trying not to get fined. So I just want to see, understand it, and then keep it moving. All right. All right. Thank you so much, though, Wig and Wine. Wigs and Wine. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, thank you, Ani, for the £2 super chat all the way from the UK. Appreciate you. Great channel. Lovely community. Thank y'all so much. And Mesmery. Awesome content, DWC. Miss Sylvia should have kept it professional. Sometimes the nicknames can make a person more identifiable. It's a breach. Okay. I
Spoken
didn't.
with the
Oh, here we go.
deputy who let me know. Where'd Miss Hingerty go? Okay.
Okay, I don't know what happened, but oh, I like this, Sue. Yes. Finish the trial. We can save this for then. Chef Steele. Hey, don't be giving nicknames, and don't be using the snake. Now, what you doing with the snake? Bro, you're gonna get the whole thing brought up on Rico. And it sounds like they're bringing the jury in. Yeah, I don't know, Kat. I really don't. I'm with you on that, though. The only thing is, Connie, because I actually have my Rule 22 tomorrow. I have my Rule 22 interview tomorrow at lunch. I just comment about what's going on in
I've
the court.
spoken to the deputy who had brought that issue to my attention yesterday afternoon, and he doesn't know it from any of the jurors saying anything to him. He had just observed it himself from checking on her page.
Thank you.
All right, sure, no problem. Is the jury ready? Okay. And do we have Mr. Sledge?
Oh, here we go. Brother Sledge, not Sister Sledge, but Brother Sledge. I think that's the note was the whole thing about the video. I think, Danielle. Great question, though.
And what is the second one? And not the Garlington one. It's definitely not that one.
I ain't making up no names, Monica. I ain't gonna lie. I'm just sitting here trying not to get fined. That's all. I'm just trying to give y'all some in-court
Well, it definitely wasn't that.
dialogue.
So there's another question because, can I see my thing again? I mean, I don't know how to search for it, but it's, I mean, definitely Stevens is the first one and Kendrick is the third one. And it was what was in the middle.
Okay. All right. So I'm just scanning through lots of good commentary back and forth. Always good. I really appreciate the family reunion. going on in the chat. Thank you so much to the moderators for being respectful and hosting all these great new faces. If you're jumping in, my name is Jason, Dear World Christian. I give social and political commentary from a Christian male perspective. Everybody's welcome. Feel free to jump on in here. Just hit that like button. Jump into the bestest super chat on the planet. If you don't like this commentary, just hit the like button like 3 times. That'll kind of do the same thing. Anyway, I don't think they actually care. I'm gonna be honest with you, best mom ever. Says, isn't the problem more that the jurors saw the video than the nicknames? I don't think they actually care. I don't think they really care whether or not jurors know about this. Because like we were joking about everybody in this chat was putting their juror number in here at one time. Because we're like, everybody's a juror because they don't really care. They don't care if the jurors know what's going on. They can't. They were off for almost 2 months. And you want me to believe that all this happened and nothing good, I'm sorry, and nobody was exposed to any information? Okay, all right, that's okay, fine. So, but yeah, I don't know what the whole sum total of it is. I don't know why the whole big brouhaha with Sylvia's content is such a earth-shattering event, but it is what it is. The jurors, they got to have some kind of hand signal though, and they got to have a color. I don't think the jurors qualify as a gang, but I mean we can find a way, I'm sure.
All right. Y'all be seated.
Oh no. All right, here we go. Fire in the hole.
All right, Ms. Love, you can continue.
Good morning, Mr. Sledge.
Good morning.
Yesterday, while we were talking, you said that, rather, did you testify that YSL was a neighborhood gang?
Sustained.
All right, following up on that.
We
Did
already starting
Thug's
off.
music career give the gang YSL any national attention?
Overruled.
No, his music didn't get a game. I said no.
Now, when you joined YSL the gang in 2012, would you tell the jury what things you did with the gang?
You keep making it seem like it's a game, Miss Love. It's not a game. It's just a group of people that know each other. It wasn't like a game.
Are you saying that what you said yesterday regarding YSL starting out as a neighborhood gang is now something that you want to take
Basically,
back?
I missed the
You have to let me
Okay.
finish, okay? Are you saying that what you said yesterday regarding YSL starting out as a neighborhood gang is now something that you want to testify differently about?
No, what I really was saying yesterday, Miss Love, you know what I was saying yesterday, that we're not a gang. I explained to you yesterday why we couldn't be a gang, but we were some neighborhood people that hung together.
Is it fair to say that you considered yourselves a gang regardless of what the legal definition is back in 2012?
Overruled. Well, he overruled.
Repeat it.
Is it fair to say that back in 2012, regardless of what the legal definition of gang is, that you considered yourselves a gang, a neighborhood gang?
Not us.
When you spoke yesterday about YSL starting out as a neighborhood gang,
But
at that time, did you consider yourselves being YSL in 2012 a gang, regardless of the legal definition?
you can say, oh,
I'm going to object to they, regardless of a legal definition. I have no idea what the man's talking about, so I object to the question. That's before the
Overruled.
You may answer.
could you repeat it?
Yes. When you spoke yesterday of YSL starting out in 2012 as a neighborhood gang, did you consider yourselves, that is YSL, a gang, regardless of the legal definition of gang?
I don't know why she's adding that part. And frankly, he testified yesterday already. So
All right,
let's move on.
all right. What types of things did YSL do together back in 2012?
Barbecue, hung out together, played basketball.
Was everyone that you hung out with YSL?
No,
Just say
How
Bible
did you
study.
distinguish your friends who were YSL from the friends who were not?
like I told you yesterday, Ms. Love, anyone and anybody in the world can say they was YSL.
Back in 2012, how did you distinguish? Because just now, did you testify that all of your friends were not YSL?
I didn't distinguish because I didn't really understand in 2012 it was illegal to be a gang.
Mr. Sledge, do you understand that I'm not asking you about legal or legalities or legal definitions? I'm simply talking about your understanding. Do you understand that?
My understanding was just gang could be a group of people that hang around each other.
All right. And so how did you identify the friends of yours who were YSL as opposed to the friends who were not? How did you distinguish between those two groups of people?
I personally, that was something I never even worried about, ever thought about.
Then why did you just tell the jury that not all of your friends were YSL?
You asked the question, I answer your question.
Okay.
All of them wasn't YSL.
How did you
Some
wrap?
of them never even, can I finish? Some people that I hung around would never ever probably say YSL.
Okay.
They
How-
probably didn't know the group of people that I knew.
What group of people made up YSL that you knew back in 2012?
Well, I wasn't around when it was made up. Certain people were saying it and I started saying it.
What did you do to rep YSL in 2012?
You lost me because you saying rep is like broadcasting it.
Represent.
Yeah, nothing.
How did you identify yourself as a member of YSL back in 2012?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I'm be honest with you, I don't know.
How did your friends who were YSL back in 2012, how did they identify themselves as YSL that you were able to see?
Some people just say YSL.
Is that the only way?
Well, to be honest, I seen people do the little handshakes and stuff that ain't, but that's just a handshake. That's just something that we go by saying, basically, we love each other.
Did you use? the
Did it
word
go with
select?
love again?
Yes,
And what does that stand for?
I ain't never knew what it stand for, Miss Love.
As far back as 2012, you were using it.
I never knew what SLAC stand for.
How did you use it?
When I see my brother, I'm like, that's love, SLAC. And hug and keep going, however it go. I never used it like for the purpose of the harm and the thing or anything like that. I just SLAC. When I see my brother that I love, I say SLAC and keep going.
Did you ever understand it to mean slime love all the time?
No. I didn't come up with the word, so I didn't know it say that. I didn't know it mean that. I'm sorry.
Did you refer to yourselves or did you use the word slime in 2012 as a member of YSL?
I don't recall.
Uh-oh. I don't recall the end of the
Do
chat.
you use the word slime now?
Yes.
Okay. And
Appreciate
when
you,
you
Hawk.
use the word slime now, do you recall how long you've been using it?
No, I don't recall how long I've been using it, but I see people right now that's not YSL, and I said, "What's up, slime?" It's just a slang word for the streets too.
Is there any reason that you would not have been using it in 2012?
No, I just don't recall if I used it in 2012. That's so long ago, Ms. Law. That's what? How long that is? 12 years or something, whatever. That's a long time ago. To remember a word if you use it or not.
Okay,
It's a word.
all right. You said yesterday that Mondo claimed to have started YSL.
I see. Go ahead. I thought you was finished. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, there is an echo. I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is.
It's on this. It's echoing on the computer too. Yeah, it's this. I don't know.
Would Your Honor mind if I just muted it?
I think that computer has been on. I think it was on yesterday.
Hey, move that. Turn that around.
Oh my gosh.
Come around to where he is and do it.
Just close it. Just close it.
You're fine. You
Okay.
can stand. Is it muted?
Uh-uh.
Go ahead. Thank you. My apologies. You said yesterday that Mondo claimed to have started YSL. To your knowledge, did a person by the name of Walter Murphy, who also answers to DK, ever also claim to have founded YSL?
I don't know how I knew Mondo because it was on the internet, but DK never ever said to me he started or founded YSL.
How familiar are you with DK?
I never really hung around him like that, but I know of him. Like, me and him didn't have a personal relationship to where me and him hung together every day. Or I seen him every day.
Okay. Do you know DK to be YSL?
I heard him say it.
Do you consider him a member of YSL?
I can't answer that question for DK.
I'm not asking about DK. I'm
Well,
asking if you recognize him
no,
as a member of
no.
YSL.
No,
Have you ever recognized DK as a member of YSL?
I don't know if I could say what I wanted to say.
Say that again?
I said I don't know if the answer I want to give you, could I say it?
What, is it the truth?
Yeah, it's the truth. It's the
Okay.
truth.
So is it responsive to the question, have you ever considered DK to be a member of YSL? Is it?
No,
in
you
res-
said something different last time. You said something like, did I ever notice or know of something was DKYSL or something you said? You switched it up.
Okay. Can you answer whether you ever considered DK to be a
I
member
said
of
no to
YSL?
that answer already.
Okay. And what about Trontavious Stevens? Have you ever known him to be recognized as a founder of YSL?
I didn't know he was a founder, but I have heard him say YSL.
Is he one of the members of YSL that you recognized as YSL in 2012?
I think so.
Was that before a record label named YSL formed?
Well, by my knowledge, when I first heard of YSL, that's what it supposed to be, but it wasn't what you want to say legal yet, copyrighted yet.
What are you saying?
That was the whole attention. My understanding for YSL when he started saying YSL,
Who is he?
Stevenson. There was a couple of guys that rap. I don't remember all their names.
So when you testified yesterday that YSL started out as a neighborhood gang, and then later Jeffery Williams formed a label called YSL, is that any different than what you're saying today?
No, I know Jeffery Williams started a company called YSL.
Okay,
I know that much.
all right. And is that what you are referring to that you were a part of in 2012?
In 2012, yes.
You were a part of Jeffery Williams' company in 2012.
No, he wasn't. Ms. Lord, come on now. I just said he wasn't. He was saying that our belief is when Jeffery Williams started rapping, he was gonna be famous. That was our expect, and then he started saying, "I'm gonna do a label called YSL."
When you refer to our, who are you talking about?
I'm saying when he talked to me about it, me and his conversation, put it like that. I'm sorry about me and Jeffery Williams conversation. He was telling me he was gonna do the label called YSL.
And was Jeffery Williams the head or the founder of the group you referred to yesterday that started in 2012 as a neighborhood gang?
No, not that I know of. Not my understanding. Not from my understanding.
Did Jeffery Williams, to your understanding, have anything to do with that group that started as a neighborhood gang in 2012?
He used to be around, but I can't say like. To be honest with you, I can't say that he probably was repping a game. I can't say that because he had been rapping for a minute, so I can't answer that question.
Do you know or can you answer whether Jeffery Williams, have you ever seen him rep that group you talked about, the two guns stood for yesterday, Sex, Money, Murder?
I don't think I was really like around. I probably seen it on a picture. I seen it on a picture, but I don't know if he was part of that because if he was, I wasn't there when he became it. So I seen a picture probably, I think.
Okay. Now, when you started out the answer just now, you said, I don't think I was around. What was the rest of that?
I'm saying I wasn't actually like, I knew him, but me and him like see each other in the park and stuff like that.
Yesterday, did you tell me that you had known, did you tell the jury that you had known him since 2009?
That don't got nothing to do with me being just because I know you. That don't mean I have to be around you every day to know you. That's what I'm saying.
How often were you around Jeffery Williams between 2009 and 2012?
Whenever I went to Cleveland Avenue and he was in the park.
And how often would you say that was?
I can't say because sometimes he wouldn't even be in the park. So I can't say that.
And DK, how often were you around DK during that same time frame?
I probably seen DK every now and then, but I wasn't never really around DK.
And the, whatever it was that you wanted to say about DK earlier.
The longest I've been around DK is when we was incarcerated in the same cell.
Okay. To your knowledge, is DK signed as an artist under YSL?
Not that I know, but I know DK used to rap.
And to your knowledge, is Tick signed as an artist under YSL?
Not to my knowledge, but he used to rap too.
Do you know Defendant Williams to ever have recognized someone other than himself as a founder of YSL?
No.
Okay. I want to show you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit. "10 Uniform Bravo." All right, could we blow it up? And could we zoom in on the picture, the face? Do you recognize the person shown in 10 Uniform Bravo?
Yes.
Okay. Could you scroll up to the caption and make it larger? Make it a little bit larger.
Yeah, I can't see that.
Are you able to read the text at the very bottom of that exhibit?
It say YSL Slime Life Hated Baby, original slime slug.
Okay.
Him and I are the, I don't see nothing else.
Okay. Have you ever seen that post?
Yeah, no, since you showed it to me.
Prior to now.
Yeah.
You've seen it before now?
No.
Okay.
Just now. But anyone could have posted that. That don't mean like you, like somebody could post something on my account. That don't mean Miss Love can post. That don't mean I posted it.
Whose account do you believe that that's posted on?
I seen it say Thugger or something like that. But what I'm saying is, I have a daughter that posts on my account every day. What I'm saying is, that don't mean Mr. Jeffery Williams is the one that made that post.
Do you know anything about his Instagram account or who makes posts on it?
I don't see personally, like since I've been around, I don't seen a lot of like his secretary post stuff on his page and different people share passwords and be on share pages. From my knowledge, that's what I know.
Have you ever seen him take something down that he didn't want posted on his account?
No.
So if someone posted something, he always just keeps it up there.
I don't know.
How would you know if it was taken down? Thank you, Aaron, for that insight. Yeah, hit that little heart button. Hit that heart.
Now, do you still claim to be a part of the YSL that you said you joined in 2012?
I don't claim nothing right now but me.
Okay. When did you stop claiming YSL?
I don't recall what what year it was, Miss Love.
Do you recall what you were doing or what was happening around that time?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall what made you stop?
Some things you just outgrow, Miss Love.
What was it that you outgrew?
I outgrow ripping anything.
Now, when you say you outgrow repping anything, what exactly are you talking about?
I'm saying anything, neighborhoods, zone 3. I used to say all that, zone 3. I don't rep a lot of things, but I outgrow just doing whatever you do.
What made
That don't
you
have
outgrow YSL?
no personal reason.
You mentioned hand signs or shakes with YSL that you became a member of in 2012. Were you wiping your nose? Were YSL members wiping their nose?
I wipe my nose. I can't speak for anyone else.
It's
Were
allergy
you wiping
season.
your nose in 2012 as part of YSL?
I don't recall. It's been that's so long ago, Miss Love. Let's try to get on 2012. So long ago, I don't remember nothing from 2012. That's a long time
When
ago.
did your memory of anything from 2012 go away?
That ain't. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you remember things from 2012 yesterday?
No, you showed me, and I told you that 2012 that I was what you call. I don't remember nothing from 2012.
And did you talk with anyone about your testimony from yesterday?
No,
Did you ever rep Summerhill?
I used to be in Summerhill. My father from Summerhill.
Okay. Did you ever rep it?
Yes, when I was a child. When I was younger, I used to stay with my father in Summerhill.
Did you ever rep Nine Deuce?
Well, I never been 9 Deuce, so no, I never rep 9 Deuce.
Did you ever rep Crips?
No,
Did you ever rep Famerica?
Fam America.
Yes.
No, I never hung with Fam America.
Okay. What were some of the, would you show the jury how it is that you wipe your nose when you said that's the symbol that you use?
I prefer not to wipe my nose, Ms. Love. My nose not itching right now.
Do you only wipe your nose when it's itching?
When it running too.
Is the only time that you wipe your nose when it's running
No, Ms.
or
Love.
itching?
No.
Would you please then tell the jury when the other times are that you wipe your nose?
I just wipe it now.
Okay. And is that something that you were doing back in 2012 as a member of YSL?
I don't recall about 2012.
When did you start talking with Jeffery Williams about YSL?
I can't really remember, Ms. Love. It's been so long ago, Ms. Love. We were all young. It's been so long ago. I can't remember when specifically when we had these conversations.
What were the conversations?
He was just, when he started rapping, he was just saying like, when I get famous, he used to say Lil Wayne was his idol. When he gets famous, he was gonna start, if it go the way it's supposed to go, he was gonna start his label called YSL.
Did he tell you why he was going to name it YSL?
No, he never told me that. But I actually knew what YSL supposed to stand for, Young Stoner Life, at the time.
Did you ever call it Young Stoner Life back in 2012 when it was a neighborhood gang?
Yes.
Did you ever call it Young Slime Life?
Yeah, I said that too.
Okay. And when you were talking with defendant Jeffery Williams about YSL, did he as well refer to it as Young Slime Life?
He never said that to me.
Have you ever heard him refer to it as Young Slime Life?
No,
Have you ever heard defendant Jeffrey Williams call someone else slime?
he don't call me slime before.
He has?
Yeah,
Okay, and who is it that how does he use that term, to your knowledge?
I just told you, when he see me, it be like, what's up, slime? We normally don't do a handshake. He nubble, hug me, and bump heads with me.
Okay. And when you spoke about working as head of security for the record label that is owned by defendant Williams, how familiar were you with the record label itself?
How familiar was I with it?
Yes.
Well, you knew I knew the manager and stuff like that.
Who was the manager?
He ain't on this trial, my love. I'd rather not say his name.
Who was the manager, please?
I know him by G-Off.
She said, tell me.
Yes.
Do you know his full government
I don't
No.
know.
name?
I don't know his government name. I don't try to learn people government name. People that I know in this courtroom, I just learned their government name by you putting it on the document.
Did Geoff sign your checks?
We answered this question yesterday. I told you they sent it straight to my account.
Did you ever see a physical check?
No.
Mercy. This is painful.
Did you listen to defendant Williams' music that he made under that record label he talked to you about years ago?
I listened to his music way before he became up under that label too.
How often do you listen to his music?
I listen to his music every day now.
Are you familiar with all of his songs?
A lot of them.
Okay. Do you hear references to Young Slime Life in those songs?
Yeah, in the song.
Okay. And how does he reference Young Slime Life
Mm.
in the songs? That
She should say YSL.
What you mean?
just that.
Huh?
Exactly.
Could you
what I said.
repeat? Could you repeat it?
How does defendant Williams reference Young Slime Life? How does he use it in his songs?
You gotta ask Mr. Williams that, because I don't know how he's represented in the song. I just hear him say slime in a song. He right there, you can ask him.
Now, when I'm speaking to you and I'm asking you about listening to his music, and you said that you did and you listened to it a lot, how have you heard it used in his songs?
I don't know, Miss Love.
He's so open to this. Bless his heart.
Is it that you don't know or you don't want to say?
What you mean? I can't say slime in the song. I just told you that. What other way you want me to say it? I'm telling you, I done heard him say it in the song, but I don't have a song refer in my mind that I could just say. I have to listen to it. I'm not good with, like, if the song not on, I might not even know the words to the song.
Do you remember any of his songs that you know the words to?
No, not right off the top of my head.
Okay. Have you ever heard Jeffery Williams claim to have started Young Slime Life?
We already answered that question. I said I never heard it. He never said it to me. I don't know what he said to someone else. I said it to me.
All right. Are you familiar with a group called Raised on Cleveland or Rock Crew?
I heard about it, but I'm not familiar with Raised on Cleveland. I heard about the Rock Crew. I heard Jay-Z claim the Rock Crew.
Have you ever heard a Cleveland Avenue group refer to itself as Raised on Cleveland or Raised on Bleedland?
Raised on Cleveland.
Have you ever heard Raised on Cleveland refer to itself as Raised on Bleedland, replacing the C with a B?
Maybe.
Do you remember where you might have heard it?
Just in the streets, people said it, like on Cleveland Avenue. I don't hear it like. I know I'm not from Cleveland, so I can't tell you, but I have heard people say it.
Yesterday, you talked about meeting a number of people on Cleveland Avenue. So how frequently Did you find yourself on Cleveland Avenue back in 2012?
I just told you I can't remember now from 2012 how often I used to be over there. I can't tell you that.
Do you remember anything from 2015?
Yes,
Okay. Did you go on Cleveland Avenue in 2015?
I want to say I stayed on Cleveland Avenue in 2015. Well, off of Cleveland Avenue. It
Okay.
wasn't on Cleveland Avenue.
And when you heard people refer to Raised on Cleveland, have you also seen it abbreviated as ROB?
No, I used to see ROC.
Okay. Have you heard Jeffery Williams reference Sex, Money, Murder in any of his songs that he's made under his record label?
Yes, I think I heard it in the song. I'm not for sure.
Have you heard any songs with lyrics ROB, SMM, now we YSL?
I don't recall that song.
Have you heard any song where defendant Williams says slime thugger with it, slime DK with it, slime wicked with
I'm
it, slack?
most definitely heard of that song.
What's the name of that song?
I don't know the name of the song, but I know the song.
So do you recall that first line that I asked you about being a part of that same song?
You said me being a part of that song?
No.
Oh, okay.
The line ROB, SMM, now we YSL.
I never caught that part.
You never
But-
caught that part?
No, but I caught the part where you say what you said, slime, DK. I know that part.
Did we see a caption that you made under a post yesterday that said YSL won't fold?
Yes,
Is that also a line from one of the defendant Williams songs?
I don't remember, but if on my basis it might be, I don't know.
Have you heard defendant Williams referencing pick his ass off the balcony?
All music is entertaining, so he probably did say it in his song, but it's only entertainment. That don't mean
Oh my gosh, come
what he
on.
rapping about in the song got to be something he doing,
Okay.
anyone doing.
Did you understand me to be asking you about what he was doing or
I'm
what the
just
song
saying
was?
that's what the song say, but that's your basic you trying to get at. I ain't retarded. I know your basic you trying to get at now.
I
Now,
like him,
why
man.
do you suppose that you know my basis? Why are you answering questions in that way?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Do you recall hearing defendant Williams referencing YSL wipe a nigga nose in one of his songs?
Yeah,
What?
it's a song.
What did you understand that line in the song to mean?
I don't know. But my understanding, I just thought it was entertaining words, rhymes that go together. That's my understanding of it.
Now, have you ever appeared in any videos that were posted online with defendant Williams talking about testifying in court?
You say a video?
Yes.
I've never seen me in a video with me and Jeffery Williams talking about testifying in court.
Before yesterday, did an investigator, Lancico, meet with you, your attorney, and me outside of Fulton County several weeks ago?
Right.
And were you asked about a video that referenced testifying in court?
And I told you about that video.
What did you say?
That's Jeffery Williams in the video. That's what I told you. You don't see me in a video.
Did I show you that video?
I don't know. Yeah, I think so. I'm not for sure.
Did I
don't
have a
recall.
computer with me?
You did have your laptop with you, Ms. Love. Yeah, laptop and your phone with you.
Is it your testimony today that I opened up that laptop and pulled up a
I
video?
never said you open it up.
Uh-oh.
And of
Here it
course, I
comes.
seen the video all over the internet.
So
I
you,
didn't say you opened it up, but you brought it to my attention at the meeting that Jeffery Williams and me in the video. And I told you, you don't see me in a video.
let me ask you this. Did the question come to you, are you familiar with the video, or do you recall Jeffery Williams' name being mentioned?
I don't recall.
Was
I don't
it,
remember.
was it not you who said that wasn't me?
I still say it's not me. If you
And
can't,
did
I said it wasn't me because I don't see me in the video. So I don't know if I was there for the video or I wasn't. So I'm telling you it wasn't me.
When you said it was all over the internet, where did you see it?
I seen it on Instagram. It was on a lot of places when people showed the video.
When did you see it?
I can't recall when I seen it.
Did you see it since this trial started?
I think so, if I'm not mistaken.
Have you been watching or listening to other people's testimony?
No,
Uh-oh. Is he in this chat? Is he in the chat?
I knew I couldn't watch the trial. My attorney advised me that you can't watch the trial, so that's why I never got it on.
All right, I'm going to show you what has already been admitted, Your Honor, but the number is not on the exhibit. So we would, for the purposes of this examination, label it 447 Yankee. We will not be tendering two separate copies. All right.
Mook Tunk, no, he in this chat. He know he in the chat. Shout out, y'all. We hit 500 likes on this video.
That was what we were trying to get our hands on. That was
Get
what
it.
was not on the list of.
Let's go for 1,000.
I'm going to show it to counsel for the defense before I walk up to the witness. If anyone would like to see it.
He putting that water down. He gonna need to go to the restroom in a minute. Yo, I'm expecting him to get upset with her. I'm expecting a little bit of pushback because he's pushing back. Yo, thanks so much, Kiana, dropping the memberships. Blessing the audience. That's what's up. Shout out. Yeah, make sure y'all say thank you to Kiana. Put your name on it.
Showing you states 447 Yankee. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Is this the video that you were referring to?
Yes. I can hear what it's saying. Okay.
But you said you've seen it?
Yes, I've seen this video a long time ago too. Do you see me in the video? I don't see me in the video. I only see Jeffery Williams in the video.
I'm loving
Your
him.
Honor, just for the purposes of this examination, not to tender it twice, we are tendering 447 Yankee, and we will
Good morning to you.
not.
So,
Just so that I can have it.
okay, so it's in as an exhibit that's already been admitted once under some unknown number. Okay.
My apologies, Your Honor. We will rectify that and clarify it.
All right.
And so I'm now going to play the sound of 447 Yankee and the video.
Okay, Hawk, I see you. Okay, I'm with you.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom till the God honest truth. Fuck, nigga. Don't get it. Y'all nigga need to get fucking killed, bro. You snitching bitches. From me and YSL.
Do you hear your voice on that video?
It sound like it.
And are you the one saying snitching bitch?
I said sound like. I can't say for sure if that's me that's saying that, but it sound like me.
Is the voice that says snitching bitches the one that sounds like?
Yeah.
Do you recall being in that room where
I don't.
Jeffery Williams is?
I don't recall. That's why I said it sound like me, but I don't recall if I was there that day or not.
Do you recall ever being present in a room back in January 2015 when Defendant Williams made statements like that?
No, I don't recall.
You said you've heard that a long time ago. When's the first time you saw that video, to the best of your recollection?
I can't recall because I can't recall the first time I seen the video.
Was it prior to 2024?
No,
The first time you saw that video was in 2024?
I said no.
So was it before 2024 that you first saw the video?
Yeah, well, before 2024, I don't seen that video before.
Did you see it before 2020?
Maybe.
Did you see it before 2015?
It probably around that time, 15, 16, somewhere in there.
What did you understand the message to be in that video?
To me, I thought it was just a saying, like, because a lot of people say it all the time.
A lot of people say what?
A lot of your mom, a lot of your kids. He ain't the first person I heard say that.
Is he the first person you've heard say, y'all need to be killed?
That's what the video say.
Is he the first person you heard say that?
No, I've been in the street for a long time, Ms. Lord. I don't hear a lot of people saying people need to be killed, but I don't know the reason they saying.
Did you hear him say, that's from me and YSL?
I heard it in the video, yes. Of course, everybody in the courtroom just heard it. You told it.
At the time that this video was made, or even at the time you first heard it, did you consider yourself YSL?
Yes.
Did you believe that people who get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth need to be killed?
No, that's not my belief. I believe everyone do what's best for them. So I can't determine what no one else feels. I can tell you how I feel.
Do you believe that people who get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth are snitching bitches?
I'm telling you the God's honest truth.
That's
Is
not
I'm
what I asked.
snitching?
I'm asking you if you believe that people who get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth are snitching bitches.
No, because a snitch to me, my understanding is a snitch is a person who lied on another person. So I can't say that.
You grew up with how many of your siblings?
I grew up with all my brothers.
Did any of them ever go and tell on you about stuff you did?
They used to tell my mom all the time, but I never got mad.
Okay. When they told your mama, did they always tell the truth?
No.
Okay. Now, when they told your mama stories about you, did your mama come to you and say anything about it?
Yes.
How did you respond?
He lied, Mom.
What about when they told your mama stuff that you actually did? How would you respond?
Take it on the chin.
Okay. Did you ever complain about somebody telling about stuff you actually did?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk about it?
I probably talked about it to my mother, not no.
How would you describe somebody telling on you about something you actually did?
I don't feel no way, man, Lord. They did what I guess they feel like they did what was best for them. So
No, I'm not asking you how you felt about it. I'm asking how would you describe it? How How do you speak about it? What do you say when you're talking about someone telling on you about something they actually did?
I don't speak about it.
Would you ever consider it, they told on me? Is that how you would?
I don't really know how would I put it. There's a lot of ways to put it, but I don't.
Now, telling on you, would you consider someone telling on you talking about something that you actually did?
Maybe.
Why maybe?
Maybe. If somebody tells something on you, maybe. That's what they want to do.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with a person telling on me.
Is that a phrase that you've ever used? Like, my brother told on me.
Well, what we getting at? That's pointless.
Mr. Sledge, will you please answer that question for the jury?
Brother Sledge.
No, then. No.
You've never said that.
You said I said it to my mother, no.
No, not to your mother. Have you ever used a phrase like, my brother told on me?
Maybe.
And in using that phrase, are you just referencing something your brother done told somebody else that you did?
He probably wouldn't tell nobody else what I did. He probably told my mother, like, if me and him, if I slapped him across the head or something, he probably told my mama, like, I'm picking on him or something.
Okay. But you would consider that him telling on you.
That ain't.
Is that right?
Yeah, because it probably wasn't true if I slapped him on the head.
Okay. And if you didn't
'Cause he
slap him on the
seen
head,
He was there. I don't want to hit him on the head, so he know.
and if you didn't slap him on the head and he told your mom you slapped him on the head, rightly so, you'd say, he lying on me.
No, I probably.
What was your answer?
Probably.
He could easily just say, I used to do that. Or I would lie to try to get out of trouble. This is so wild.
Now, we talked a lot about State's Exhibit 444 Yankee yesterday, those factual acknowledgments. You recall that?
No, you got to refresh my memory.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach Ms. Jimenez? Showing you what was shown to you yesterday at
Oh, yeah.
State's Exhibit
You showed me this
447.
yesterday.
All right. Now, at the time that you made the statements that are referenced in that document on December 28, 2022, did you know that you were going to have to come into court and testify about those statements?
No, I actually didn't think I was going to have to come in the courtroom and testify.
Why did you think that?
Because it said, if needed. So I didn't know if you was going to need me or not.
Do you recall who all was in the room with you at the time that you made those statements on December 28th, 2022?
When I initially,
No, when you said that they were true.
I never said they was true, Ms. Love. I initially, but this ain't nothing that I brought to your attention. You brought this to my attention. I never been in a room with anyone and said this stuff was true.
All right. We'll come back to that.
Right.
All right. At the time that do you remember addressing these statements in court ever?
Yeah, I remember. Like I told you yesterday, I remember when I signed, I was gonna be able to get on the stand, and if you call me and explain my truth of this, but this nothing that I directly told you. This agreement, I never stated any of this stuff in this document to you or anybody else.
All right.
I agree.
Do you remember initialing certain terms of your plea agreement called sentencing acknowledgments?
We went through this yesterday, Ms. Love.
Do you remember initialing
No,
terms?
I don't remember.
Looking at page 5 of 7 of State's Exhibit 440, 444 Yankee. Without reading it out loud, does that refresh your memory?
What number you say?
Page 5 of 7.
And what you want me to read?
Looking at section 5, which goes on into page 6, does looking at that refresh your memory as to whether or not you read and initialed sentencing acknowledgments?
I probably didn't understand it.
Okay. Does looking at that document refresh your memory as to whether or not you read and acknowledged sentencing acknowledgments on December 28th, 2022?
You said, could you repeat what you said?
Does looking at 444 Yankee, the document in front of you, refresh your memory as to whether or not you read and acknowledged the sentencing acknowledgments contained on page 5 and 6?
I don't even remember reading it, but I see my initial, but I never read it to understand.
So then the document does not refresh your recollection?
I see my initial right there, and I just read it.
So do you now remember reading and acknowledging?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Would you look at number 4 on page 6 of 7?
You said number 4?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I see that.
Is there any part of the sentence contained in number 4 that today, right here and now, you do not understand?
No, I didn't understand.
No, I'm asking you right here and now, is there any part that you do not understand?
No, I don't understand. Could I talk to my lawyer? Miss Judge, could I? Thank you.
Wow. Okay. How long does he get to talk to his lawyer? Okay, so they're gonna go out. How long are they gonna go? Oh, this is interesting. I have no idea how this is gonna work out. These questions are really, I'm not a fan of them. Just say it like that. So they cut the mic off. Okay, here we go.
All right, I'm sure everybody has time to use the restroom if they need to while they confer.
All right. What y'all think? What do y'all think? I think Moon Tunk is. I think he's a superhero we didn't know we needed. I think he's a hero we didn't know we needed. I agree. Let's see, these questions are pointless. I don't get where she's going with these questions. I really, really, really wish Judge Whitaker would say, okay, this question is repetitive. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I don't think they're foundational. I don't think they're getting to a point. I don't think they're making their way around the mulberry bush. It's just, you're just talking. And I really, again, there's no incentive for them to move this trial forward at a quick pace at all. There's none whatsoever. And I've said this before, and hopefully nobody will try to, put me out there on Front Street. The Fulton County DA's office needs to hire former teachers. They need to hire some former teachers, retired teachers, and have them teach a course in the DA's office on how to tell stories and how to take concepts and boil them down for people. Because Monkton seems like he seems like a smart guy. But again, legalese and legal jargon, why are you using that with him? Well, what's the benefit? Why? What's the purpose? Like I know, he probably doesn't understand what you're talking about. Let's just be honest. Most of us don't know what she's talking about. So why keep asking the same question in the exact same legal phraseology without even considering that this man doesn't understand the legal terminologies that you're using? Why do that? That's disrespectful to him. That's disrespectful to the jury. That's disrespectful to the best live chat on the planet. Just talk to him like a normal person. Have you ever been in trouble with your mom? Did your brother ever tell on you? Did you ever lie to your mom because you did the wrong thing and you knew you was in trouble? That's it. Why are you using this terminology like you're completely obtuse, ADA love, from the reality that legalese just doesn't make sense? I told y'all yesterday, I don't get when they say objection and she says sustain or overrule. I don't get it. Today I didn't get it. I'm just be like trying to figure out from the context of what was said before and then where did they go after that. I'm trying to figure it out. But I don't think I'm a dumb guy. Hey, don't ask anybody. Don't you dare ask my kids. I don't think I'm a dumb guy. I don't get it. So instead of saying that, just say something different. If I were there, I would absolutely say, I don't get what you're talking about. Say it like Woody said. Say it so I can understand it. Just say it so somebody can understand it. And to me, ADA love, good, bad, or indifferent, whether you like her or you don't, whether you think that Jeffery Williams is a terrible person or you think he's the saint. I don't care. Just give the man questions so that they can understand him. That's it. That's just being respectful. You would not talk. And this is where we get into the thank you so much, Eric. So this is hypnosis by love. Wow. I like that. I might have to use that one. That one might get caught because she's trying to confuse him. But guess what? I'm going to put money down, Whitney. She's also confusing the jury. Okay. And please understand, I've used this analogy before. The jury is the one that you're trying to impress. You're really not trying to impress the legal eagles on the defense. You're really not trying to impress the judge. You're not trying to impress us for sure. It's the jury. And if the jury, let's just say that the median age of the jury is an associate's degree. Okay. Let's just say they got 18 people in there with associate's degrees. Why are you using PhD words with people who have associate's degrees? Why? Why would you do that? Doesn't that seem like you're putting yourself now watch this. If everybody in that jury box was PhDs, then this probably would make sense. But it still would be detrimental because your witness is not a PhD. It just seems like you're not, it just seems like she's nose blind. And again, sure, you can try to confuse them if you want to. The problem is you're confusing the jury. And they're the ones that are going to have to give the up and down vote. Those are the ones you want to be following along. Now, sure, you want the witness to pay attention. You want the judge to be attentive. You want everybody to understand what you're talking about. Sure. But at the end of the day, it's really that jury. And if that's her goal, okay, then get ready to collect that L. because I don't think that there's any hope in the world if you think that, oh, let me confuse everybody in the room. Confusing Jason is not a hard, that's not a hard task. Okay. So you're not doing much. But if you had 12 jurors like me and I'm confused, then you got a problem on your hands. It doesn't matter if Max Shard and Brian Steele and all them understand it. It doesn't matter if Judge Whitaker thinks you're phenomenal use of Latin and legalese. Guess what? These people are the ones that matter. Just my little 2 cents. I do think it's disrespectful, but let's just be honest. I don't think I'm just gonna say it again. Again, my name is Jason. I'm a former classroom teacher. And I've said this ad nauseum. Career swapping and cross-pollinating of careers is going to be the benefit of really any industry. I'm sorry. There's not many industries that would not benefit from career swapping and just again, cross-pollination. The DA's office needs to have, they don't need to have kindergarten teachers, but they need to have elementary school teachers that can teach them how to tell stories and how to take take a question and formulate it in a way that your audience can understand it. Because I'm promising you, a lot of this stuff, this man does not understand. And maybe he would be a much better witness if he understood what you were talking about. But ADA Love has spent zero time concerned about Munk Tunk and his ability to understand what she's saying. She's spending a lot of time on whether or not she's going to say what she needs to say, but not considering the audience. And therein is that's going to be the Achilles heel of this case, is the fact that you don't care about your audience. If you cared about your audience, you said, let me think about this for a second. Now, over here on Bleveland and Cleveland and Develand and whatever, they don't speak like I speak. So I probably need to take this and remix this, remaster this, if you will. I need to put this in a way that the person from Cleveland can understand. You know what? I'm going to go over there and I'm going to talk to some people over at the green store. I'm going to go over there and talk to some people at that Walmart. Or maybe I'll stop at the elementary school, which is very close to the park that they're talking about. And I'm just going to talk to some teachers over there and some parents at their PTA meeting. I guarantee you, if she had done that, if any of them, Simone, Atkins, Fonnie, fill in the blank, if they had done that, they would have a better understanding and a better grasp of the community that they're trying to prosecute. It would give them a much better, much more robust understanding. Sure, don't go in there wilding out. Go in there, be respectful of the community that you're in, and you probably want to go before lunchtime. You don't want to go at noon. I'm sorry, at midnight. I got you. That makes perfect sense. But on the same note, you need to understand this community. I don't think she understands it. There you go. Because she's saying stuff that doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She's saying stuff that makes absolutely, positively no sense. And it tells me that you don't care. I think the jury does see her like a bully. And so go back to Brian Steele and how he dealt with Woody. Now, I'm not saying you need to go and be that hands-on and, shoulder to shoulder and talking to him like this. And can you see this? And, hey, I think Brian Steele did a great job of showing himself in contrast to Simone Hilton. So maybe you don't, I wipe my nose. I'm on a Rico. If he had said, sure, I'll wipe my nose, give me a tissue, I would have absolutely died. I would have absolutely passed out. Because see, she wanted him to wipe his nose across his finger like that. If he had said, oh, sure, I'll wipe my nose, let me get a tissue, and blew his nose, that thing would have made me pass out. Y'all would have had to call Lady Dear Woe Christian. Yo, your husband is laying on the floor dead, because I would have passed out laughing. Let me continue. So the contrast between Brian Steele and Simone Hilton, look at the results. Which one got more from Woody? Brian Steele or Simone Hilton? Max Shard or Simone Hilton? Who, for crying out loud, Doug Weinstein. He was up there all fatherly and stuff, talking about God and that. Which one got more results from him? Why don't you follow suit? It's really that easy. Love is trying to impress herself. I'm trying to find the lie. I'm looking for the lie. Where the lie at? I think, look, I I have no idea. Again, let me go back to this again. Shout out to everybody. If you're new here, my name is Jason. I'm a former classroom teacher, retired classroom teacher, and I like talking about this stuff. I do social and political commentary from a Christian male perspective. That's what I like to do. I like this case is very interesting because I live here in Atlanta. I taught at Cleveland Avenue Elementary School. I mean, I know a lot of these places that they're referring to. I digress. I thought I saw the camera move. One of the things that I'm 100% certain, I will put my whole Stanley Cup on the line. The Fulton County DA's office does not have a roadmap to success starting from the first day of the trial to the last day of the trial, written out. Written out. They do not have that anywhere. There's nowhere in Fonnie's office, on the back of a napkin, anywhere. There's nowhere that they've actually thought about, how do I get the jury from day one to day guilty? They've never thought of that. They've never sat down and plowed out, how do we get these people? We got to get 18 people, 12 plus the 6 alternates from day one all the way to guilty. Throw a book at them. That's where we want to get them to. I guarantee you they've never done that. And you know how I know this? You know how I know this? Because the conversations and the questions that they're asking these people are all over the place. It's all over the place. If we did a survey of the live chat right now and said, hey, what is the linchpin? What is the hub of this argumentation that they're using? What is the one thing that everything else is built off of? I guarantee you we'd probably get 3 or 4 different answers. But that's the fault of the prosecution. It should be very clear what is the main point that they're trying to drive. Now, I think I know what they would probably say, but I would ask them, okay, if that's the hub, if that's the middle, if that's the center of your argumentation, how do all the other things tie in to that one event? I got an idea what they would probably say, but I would ask them that. And I say, okay, now this is my next question. Show me that you have that written out in a clear outline goal, because otherwise the jury's lost. There's no map. They have no idea where they're going. What do you do when there's a detour? What if you do if there's a wreck on the highway? How do you make a detour and get back on the road and back to where you're trying to get to successfully? Like, for example, Woody was a major detour in this trial, 2 months almost. How did y'all get yourselves back on track after Woody? How? What was your plan for somebody? What if Moonk turns into Woody? What if he comes back right now and he goes full bore Woody on you? What are y'all going to do? How do you keep from going into another 2 months of shenanigans? Because remember, they didn't have the next witness prepared. That's why we spent so much time with Woody. They could have just said, nah, Woody's acting a fool. We're going to go ahead and put him out of the mix. We're going to clean this up off camera, but we're going to pull in the next witness. They didn't have that ready. That's how I know they don't have a roadmap. They don't. They just got a roadmap thanks to Judge Whitaker. If Judge Whitaker hadn't done that, they wouldn't know who the next person is. That's on them. Yo, thank you so very much. Who did I just see? Mesri said, love is a narcissist that prevents her from being a better person. Amen. And thank you for the $5 super chat. I'm not a mental health expert, so I'm not going to say whether. I can definitely tell you unequivocally. Now, what I will stand on is she ain't got no roadmap. Now, that I will stand on. She does not have a roadmap. And I keep saying this, not because I know a whole bunch of retired teachers that need jobs. Not me. I'm not for hire. What I can say is that they don't have a very clear, concise way of conveying ideas to a wide variety of people. Again, your associate degree jury, your high legal expert judge, your whole defense team that's chomping at the bit to eviscerate you, and the whole YouTube community. They don't have a clear way of conveying ideas. Oh, and by the way, the witness, Moonk, what he said, 9th grade? He has a 9th grade education. That should already have told you, I'm not going to use $12 words. Okay, I bought some $12 words. I was gonna use those $12 words. This dude just said he at best he has a 9th grade education. Darn it, I can't use the $12 words. I have to say those for another day. I had some good words. I'm only gonna use $4 words because I don't need to confuse this man saying something that doesn't make sense. I need to stay on board with me through this whole journey. So therefore, I'm only gonna use $4 words. I'm gonna leave the $12 words at the house, leave them in the trunk, whatever. You know she didn't do it, and prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. And she doesn't know her audience. I'm sorry. She knows her audience. I don't think she cares. There is a humongous difference, a gigantic difference of knowing your audience and caring about your audience. If you taught in elementary, early school, early childhood education, there is an absolute positive 0% chance that you would get away with talking to kindergartners like you talk to 5th graders. There's just no way. From your demeanor, this is a long break. Judge Whitaker had enough of them. She's had enough. From your demeanor, from the vocabulary that you use, from the ways that you break things up, break a lesson up, all of that stuff has to change when you're dealing with people who are just barely, 6 years old to people who are cruising on 10. There's a big difference. I don't see it. I don't know what she's going to do or how she's going to do this. If they had a real gang expert, then they would have gotten better consultation on how, you know what? I'm willing to accept that. I'm willing to even accept that. A gang expert needs to do a much better job of filling you in on gangism, if you will. But let's go back to the whole definition of a gang. I mean, it's very, very clear, in my opinion, that Monk Tunk is saying, like, hey, there's a bunch of us that got together and just was kicking it. Now, sure, did they turn into a gang? Have they done gang and criminal things? I'm pretty sure they probably did. I'm not saying that these guys are innocent without any spot or blemish. What I am saying, however, is just because you hang out with people should not be the first sign, dare I say the telltale sign that we're a gang, and that gang being something violent and illegal and criminal because I hang out with people and we kick it. That just seems like a lap too far. That just seems like, you trying too hard for me. That's just too much, in my opinion. I think read the room, but definitely understand it. Like, this is a dialogue, I'm sorry, between Love and Monk Tunk, and the audience is the jury. Now, maybe you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the whole jury box is full of PhDs and nuclear physicists and such of that nature. Okay, then I guess then the languaging makes sense. But even with Monk Tunk, it doesn't make sense to talk to him like that. Why talk to him like that? You're not getting the results. When the man is like, look, come on, Miss Love, you know what I mean. I like him, man. He's definitely somebody we didn't know we wanted. After Woody, he's the next kind of witness that we need. Oh yeah, if you have a Atlanta, wait, let me say it again. If you have a family reunion in Atlanta, it's a gang meeting. There you go. There you go. That's it. I do think I will say retired. Monk Tunk's attorney is doing a good job of keeping him even keeled. I don't know if they're back to doing breathing exercises or whatever, but he's keeping him even keeled because I can see how I would be frustrated. And I can see, like, he's holding it down much better than I thought. Not saying he got to like fight him or anything like that, but I think he's doing a really good job of just saying, you know what? Look, Ms. Love, I done already told you. I read this to you yesterday, Ms. Love. Why are we doing this again? Hey, he handled it well. I'm not willing to say, Zanger, I'm not willing to say it's the criminalization of Black men. I understand your point, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I do think that a lot of this is this stuff. Men deal with each other differently. Our relationships are a lot different than how women's relationships are. And that's cross ethnicities. That being the case, I think like she's making it borderline criminal to hang out with people. That's crazy. Like, yo, we just get together and we shoot pool and talk trash. Like, that's crazy. I think I wish he had done a better job. And again, maybe they didn't do it, but just kind of tease that out. So I'm like, yo, we went bowling, we go play pool, we watch football game and eat wings. Just kind of show like, look, we're just average people. We're just like your average Joe. Because I think that would have resonated with the audience a lot more. That we're not out here only doing drive-bys and robbing and such of the nature. But a lot of the time we're just getting together, listening to music. Just like yesterday, she asked was particular members of YSL where they signed. I don't know. All I know is they was trying to get signed. They were hanging out with us so they could get signed. Dang, problem solved. Yo, this is a reality though. Eric said again, thank you again for the very gracious $2 super chat. He says, love is extremely desperate for a win. Extremely. No, that's no doubt. No question whatsoever. They got to collect the W here. Oh, they're back. Let's go. Fire
Two
Nolan.
things. One, when we have the next opportunity, would the court be opposed to asking IT if they could come? And every time I move this thing, they had another one that stopped doing that.
Well,
whole-
IT was just here because apparently yes, I'll ask them. Yep.
My apologies. I guess I should have dealt with it. I didn't want to stop him from doing what he was doing.
No, that
Drop a
needs to
5
be
in the
done
chat if you
too.
can hear.
And the second thing was I checked with members of my team about whether or not any of the jurors' faces were displayed publicly at the time that I went to mute the mic. And from two sources, I have been assured that the camera did not leave Mr. Sledge
Okay.
and did not publish to anyone the jurors'
All right.
faces.
That's good. Thank you.
So would the court be opposed to reassuring the jury? I know that I wasn't looking at them, so I didn't.
I'm not going to do that out here. The deputy will
Thank
let
you.
them know that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that hopefully
The jury in the chat.
the
all
IT
good.
fix from last night, which messed up the juror chairs, was to move the camera that Zoom uses for the witness. And so hopefully we can use that camera from now on without it showing anybody other than the witness. And then we won't have to use this laptop, but yeah, we'll.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we know whether Mr. Sledge has had sufficient time to consult with his attorney?
Unless he's talking to him about something else, Mr. Wright came in and said that he had.
They are ready.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't know if we are, but if you do want to let them know, it is what Ms. Love relayed. Thank you. And then, yeah, they are ready. We are ready. I don't know if you heard or not. Did you find the?
I'm fully convinced this is going to go to the end of the day. I got a feeling Love is not going to, whatever she said, 3 hours and turned into 5 yesterday. This is going to go to the end of the day. I promise you. Yeah, for sure, Miss Fat. Thank you. You're correct. Y'all do not want this woman to stand up here. Oh, I look, if she's up there the rest of the day, I will not be surprised. I don't know about 3 days. That's gonna be a lot. But yeah, I think I wouldn't be surprised. None whatsoever. No, there's court tomorrow. There's court tomorrow. I think that's his plea agreement from earlier, was still on the table, on the witness stand. Yeah, they just beating around the bush. Where Rome King at? Is Rome King in the building today? I gotta make fun of Rome King. I wouldn't be surprised, Divine. If she did, I would not be surprised. You will not call me shocked. Bible studies again. So I went to a gang meeting last night. Yep. And we ate too, man. We were eating, and we had Bible study and prayer. Ooh, gang. Gang, gang. We up in here thugging, Miss Fat. We thugging.
Thank you.
All right, what we got? Let's see.
Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Here we go.
Welcome back, Mr. Sledge. Have you had enough time? Your Honor, is this working?
Doesn't sound like it.
I can hear you right here.
It was fine.
Judge, I'm going to use my outside voice.
No, you were fine.
Either be working
Let's try. No, mine's doesn't seem to be either. What a shocker.
Wait, everybody was working. What are you talking about? So embarrassing.
Mic check. Mic check.
It worked fine.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I don't know who you are, but I can hear you.
No.
I think they wanted to.
Maybe
This is embarrassing.
there's something going on with it, but
that perhaps when they, I don't know.
I mean, who knows what it is? And they are allegedly urgently dealing with a fix that thus far every fix they've tried has not been a fix.
She sounds a little perturbed about that thing.
I will send yet another email.
Uh-oh. We could hear you fine.
What instructs? What would you have me do?
I guess yell.
No. Oh, my sweet Caroline.
I mean, we have supposedly a backup, but I think the only one who knows how to run the backup that didn't work a few days ago is my staff attorney, who, while not an IT person, is the best we have, but she's not here with us today. So I don't know what to say.
She sounds
just
mad.
speak loudly.
All right. If there is anyone to the right of me who cannot hear me, Your Honor, if they would just let the court know, I will speak even louder without bursting anyone's ears.
This is embarrassing.
Mr. Sledge, have you had enough time to speak with your attorney?
Yes.
Having spoken with your attorney, are you able now to tell the jury whether you recall looking at number 4 on page 6 of 7 on December 28th of 2022?
Yes.
Did you understand number 4?
Yes.
Do you understand number 4 today?
Yes.
What is your understanding of number 4 of the sentencing acknowledgement?
I guess it says you fail to refuse and promise to make this eternity. If you refuse to.
Mr. Sledge, do me a favor. I want you to read it,
Oh.
and I need you to use as
All right.
loud a voice as you can.
It's gonna be hard.
But
If I,
Tell the jury without reading it what your understanding of number 4 is.
my understanding for number 4 is, if you refuse about count 30 in indictment.
Can
Got to
you,
figure something out.
can you speak up any
All right.
louder?
No,
Can you hear me?
it's gonna be hard, man.
So
I'm talking loud as I can. I'm talking loud as I
Now,
can.
Can y'all hear?
if you need to move, I understand.
Use that mic.
It's not working.
No, when you were talking loudly a second.
Something's working.
I can hear the judge in his mic. When you was talking in that, I can hear you in his mic, but it not letting me. Yeah.
So that everybody in the
You
courtroom
can
hears.
move if you need to. You can hear now? Okay, well,
This one.
the,
This the one I'm talking to.
pull it down some, it moves. All right.
Yes.
Tell the jury your understanding of what the 4th portion of your sentencing acknowledgement requires.
If you fail to testify,
Testify about what?
acknowledgement,
When you say acknowledgements, what do you mean?
by truthfully what I know, I thought. That's what my understanding.
Did you have the same attorney you referenced yesterday in court?
Yeah. Yes.
The one that you had for 15 years? Did you have him with you when you were looking at the sentencing acknowledgements that are contained in 444 Yankee?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to go over each of them with your attorney?
I did, but it was a short time. It was kind of fast.
During that short time, were you comfortable enough expressing to your attorney things that you didn't understand?
Yeah, I did tell him certain things I didn't understand, but
And did you,
not every time. Not every time.
what things did you not understand that you did not talk about with your attorney?
When I signed that agreement, I just thought when I get up there, I would be able to explain my truth.
And going back to all that is in the document, do you recall raising your hand and swearing under oath to tell the truth on December 28th, 2022?
Yes, I'm telling my truth. Yes.
Is your truth different than just any other truth?
I guess.
And what do you mean by that?
I thought I would be able to explain an explanation of the reason of me signing the plea agreement.
Okay, let me ask you this. On December 28th, 2022, did you go into a courtroom in front of a judge?
Yes.
And did you swear an oath to tell the truth of every question that was asked of you?
Yes.
At the time that you swore that oath, who all was in the courtroom with you?
I want to say you and my attorney
Who else?
and Mr. Glanville.
All right.
I don't know the other people, the court reporter and stuff like that. I don't know they not.
Other than me, people that you recognize as being a part of my team, the judge, the court reporter, and deputies, was there anybody else in that courtroom with you when you raised your right hand and swore to tell the truth?
No.
raising your hand and swearing to tell the truth, were you asked about the factual acknowledgments contained in State's 444 Yankee?
Yes,
As it relates to the factual acknowledgments, did you swear under oath that each of those factual acknowledgments is true?
not to the ones I was trying to have you to change.
So, Mr. Sledge, would you please tell the jury your truth today regarding, let's start with the numbers. And in fact, Your Honor, the state tenders pages 3 through 7 of State's Exhibit 444 Yankee.
I object to it coming into evidence, Your Honor, if it's being used just as a demonstrative, not
It is,
Go ahead.
I'm not using it as a demonstrative. I am tendering it as substantive evidence, as a prior inconsistent statement, given the witness's testimony, and given that he seems to lack an independent recollection of certain portions of it as a past recollection recorded and as impeachment by contradiction.
I did not hear anything that needs, does not recall, I have not heard that, and he acknowledged it, he's explaining his answer.
So some of this is certainly a prior inconsistent statement. I mean, it may be that it needs to be more narrowed down than that.
Mr. Sledge, I'm going to show you pages 3 through 7 of State's Exhibit 444 Yankee. And Your Honor, I've separated out the first two, and I'm
All
going
right.
to pass them back to Ms. Mr. Sledge, would you please take a look at pages 3 through 7, and without reading out loud all of those lines, read to yourself and tell the jury what numbers you are testifying today are not true. Name all of the numbers that you're saying on 444 Yankee, pages 3 through 7, that are not true today.
You said 1 through 7?
On pages 3 through 7, sitting before you now.
Okay.
If you want to just use this piece of paper.
Yeah, but I
and
thought,
jot down the numbers. Just jot down the numbers of everyone that you're saying today are not true.
from my understanding, I thought we couldn't talk about 3 through 6.
Oh, no, I need for you just to write down on the piece of paper in front of you each number that today you are testifying is not true. That's all I need you to do.
So there's a part 4 that is numbers 1 through 16, and then a part 5 that's 1 through 6. So just do part 4 and then part 5.
I don't see one on this one, Mr. Not on 3 through 7. That what you said? Or do I need to flip on the rest of the pages?
Mr. Sledge. Mr. Sledge,
Yes.
do you understand what I'm asking you to do?
Yeah, you said write down the one that I'm saying not true today.
Do you understand what the judge said?
You know what? Maybe just go through it one at a time. Have him look at part 4, number 1, and say, is that true or not?
All right, well, let's do it that way.
Okay.
Wow. This is,
You keep
Oh,
the document,
I'll give
keep
you a
back the
pen.
pen.
I'm telling you, this is going
All right,
to go
let's
till
start with number
tomorrow
1.
for sure. This is going to be till
Today
Friday.
is your testimony that it is true or false? And to be clear, today, your testimony today, is it true or false? Is it true or false? Number 1.
I agree with some of it, not all of it.
So is number 1 as a whole, like the whole part of number 1, is it inaccurate or accurate?
It's accurate.
Even the parts that you don't agree with, you're now saying are accurate?
I agree that it all accurate
Why did you say that there were parts you didn't agree with?
because I was looking at the increase of notorious street credibility.
Mr. Sledge, has anyone encouraged you to do anything other than be honest today?
No,
Okay. So would you please tell the jury whether the factual acknowledgement labeled number 1 under section 4 is true or false?
true.
All right. Number 2, is it true or false?
True.
Number 3, is it true or false?
True.
The whole thing.
I see the part where it say threat the harm. I didn't threat to harm him. I just made a statement.
So let's put it this way. If any part of either one of these,
But
to your testimony today, if any part is inaccurate, then we're going to call it false. Okay?
But from my understanding, I thought when I signed, I'd be able to explain, but okay, you can say true.
Mr. Sledge,
Hang on. Yes. Use your mic. I think they're back for the moment.
They never were
May I
gone.
object to the form of that question, please? We're just going to call it. Let the witness testify, not the state.
Your Honor, I'm framing my question in a way or manner that the witness hopefully can clearly understand. He seems to,
Okay,
I'm trying to frame
Can we
the-
not argue?
Hang on.
I'll rephrase the question.
Thank you.
Mr. Sledge,
Yes,
for the purposes of my questions to you right now, if you disagree with any part of any one of these statements, we will call that, for the purpose of this question, false. If you agree that the entire statement is true, we will call it true. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
All right. So, understanding that, number one, is it true or false?
True.
Number two, is it true or false?
True.
Number three, is it true or false?
True.
All of it.
Yes, true.
Number four, true or false?
True.
Number five, true or false?
True.
Number six, true or false?
True.
Number seven, true or false?
False.
Number eight, true or false?
False.
Number nine, true or false?
False.
Number 10, true or false?
I could say true.
Number 11, true or false?
True.
Number 12, true or false?
True.
Number 13, true or false?
True.
Now, looking at page 5, the sentencing acknowledgments. If you today understand the whole sentence, tell me yes, I understand. Because my question is going to be, do you understand each of these sentencing acknowledgments? Okay?
Yes.
All right. If you today do not understand any part of any particular one, then tell me no, I do not understand today.
Right.
All right. So number 1, do you understand today, number 1?
Well, we went down to number 5 right here.
Yes,
To
sir.
number 1.
Yes, sir. Page 5 of 7.
Yes, part 5, number 1.
Yes.
And number 2, do you understand number 2? Yes or no?
Yes.
Number 3, do you understand number 3? Yes or no?
Yes.
Number 4 on page 6, do you understand number 4? Yes or no?
Yes.
Number 5, do you understand number 5? Yes or no?
Yes.
Number 6, do you understand number 6? Yes or no?
Yes.
And the paragraph underneath number 6, do you understand that paragraph? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you need time to look at it some more?
No.
My next set of questions deal with your understanding on December 28, 2022. I'm going to ask you again about the statements underneath part 5, starting on page 5 of 7. Okay?
Yes.
So now we're talking about your understanding on December 28th, 2022 with the same set of rules. If you understood all of it, please answer yes. If on December 28th, 2022, you did not understand any part of it, please answer no, okay? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
All right.
All right. Can I get some clarification? Because
Yeah.
you're saying you're asking the same thing, but
And I
for
already
two different
said-
time periods.
Thank you.
Your questions, I'm asking Ms. Love that. For number 4, previously were, is it true or false?
So, Your Honor, we're not talking about number 4.
Oh, you're just asking that about number 5.
That is
Okay.
correct.
All right. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Sledge, as it relates to part 5, beginning on page 5 of 7, and your understanding on December 28th, 2022, if you understood all of it on December 28th, 2022, please answer yes. If there was any part of it you didn't understand, please answer no, okay?
Yes,
All right.
I got you. I know what you're saying.
Number 1, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't understand though.
Number 2, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand?
No, I didn't understand that one either.
Okay.
Because I didn't even know it said that.
Number 3, on December December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't understand that one either, Ms. Lowe.
All right. Number 4, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't understand that one either.
Number 5, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
You just asked me about these same questions.
No, sir. I'm talking about back on December 28th, 2022.
I didn't understand it.
You did not understand number 5 either?
No, ma'am.
And number 6, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't really understand that one either.
The paragraph underneath number 6, on page 6 of 7, did you understand it?
No, because I never even read this. I didn't understand.
You did not understand that paragraph?
No.
Okay. We're going to backtrack just a little bit. Would you please turn to page 5? And now, going back to the true or false answers. If any part of the factual acknowledgments I'm about to ask you about are untrue, then please answer false as it relates to today. If they are true in their entirety, please answer true as your testimony today. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Number 14 on page 507 under the section labeled factual acknowledgement. Today is your testimony that it is true or false?
Truth, I could say truth about that.
Say that again.
True.
Okay. Number 15, true or false?
True.
Number 16, true or false?
I say false, but I don't agree with everything they say in it. So
So you-
I say false.
Okay. Thank you. Starting with the first factual acknowledgement you said was false. Am I correct that it was number 7 on page 407?
Yes, I told you that one was false.
Everyone before that was true. Is that right?
No, yes, I told you number 7, number 8, and number 9, and number 10 were false.
You said number 10 was false.
Yeah. Oh no, I said it was true. My bad. I had to read it over. I'm sorry.
Okay. So as it relates to number 7, is it the portion before the first comma or after the first comma that contains what you now say is false?
I say the one false by told.
So is
Yeah,
there
'cause
testimony
nobody-
that you were never told?
I was never told.
Okay. Number 8, which part of number 8 is false?
I misunderstood that the whole thing
What did you misunderstand? What do you mean?
because I didn't know it said. Personally, I thought when my lawyer was explaining, he said responsible. I never knew it said personally. No, because I can't personally know I wasn't there.
What do you mean when you say you thought it was responsible?
Because I was charged with it, Ms. Love. That's why I was charged with the murder. So I was thinking like.
Were you indicted for murder?
No, I never got indicted for it.
Okay.
But I was
So
charged.
Yes.
That he be allowed to finish his
Yeah,
answers.
let him explain.
please continue.
Yes, I was charged by the DA office.
So how does that factor into your misunderstanding about the
Because
meaning?
I didn't know it say defenseless personally know one or more YSL member that committed the murder. I don't personally know. I wasn't there and no one never spoke it to me. So I can't say I personally know.
Okay.
If I personally knew I was there, I witnessed, I seen you do it.
Okay.
But other than that, I can't say I personally know that.
What about number 9? What part of number 9 is false? All of it or just some of it? As you testified today.
He gave YSL's associate money to lay low. And that's what it say right there.
Is it your testimony today that the portion that reads he gave YSL Associates money to lay low is false?
Yes, that's false.
Mr. Sledge, do you have any recollection of asking?
Well, what I would say, the word, you used the word lay low. I would have used the word to get family members out of harm's way. That's what I would have used.
Is it
If I'd have gave you this, that's what I would have said. I wouldn't have said he gave us money to lay low.
Is it your testimony that you did not send those words to the state through your lawyer? Is that your testimony today?
I try to get my lawyer to change this because my words was to get out of harm's way. I don't know how it still became lay low. My words and the notes that my lawyer took down, it was to get me and my family out of harm's way because on January the 10th, I was accused of the murder. By the streets, not by your district attorney office.
Understood. All right. Thank you for clarifying all of that. At what point, Mr. Sledge, going now to the sentencing acknowledgements, starting with number 1, where you say you understand it today, but did not understand it on December 28th, 2022. What happened to cause you to understand it?
What number 1 on the first page? You
Page
lost
5
me.
of 7,
Yeah, so you lost me.
under section 5. You want me to point it out? That one. Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
All right. Do you recall telling the jury a few minutes ago, you understand it now, but didn't understand it on December 28, 2022?
I don't understand it now because I read it.
Is that the only thing that happened between today and December 28, 2022, which caused you to understand it, where you didn't understand it on December 28, 2022?
Yeah, I didn't understand on December 28, 20, whatever day it was, because I actually didn't read it.
Did you hear it?
No, it was basically when certain things were said, I was stopping. So I don't recall this even being read to me.
Okay. What about number 2? What happened to cause you to understand it today and not understand it December 28th of 2022?
I just said it wasn't read to me,
Okay.
but I actually reading it myself, I understood now. But on the day that I signed, I don't even recall this even being there. I just initial.
Okay.
It was never read off to me.
Is that the same answer for number 3,
Yes.
4, 5, 6, and the paragraph up under number 6?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. So, going back to page 3 of 7, number 1. Do you remember yesterday I asked you, how were the crimes that you committed? How did you mean for them to boost the street credibility of YSL?
The boost the street credit of YSL,
Yes.
probably females around, people wanting to hang.
Did it make people scared of YSL too?
No.
Is the crime that you were referring to in count one, that drive-by shooting that you
I thought we
committed?
couldn't talk about that. The drive-by shooting.
Oh, yes, you can.
My drive-by shooting?
Your drive-by shooting?
Yes.
All right. And is it your testimony today that you committed or participated in that drive-by shooting
Yes.
to boost the reputation of YSL to bring females around?
No, not. But what I was saying, like, I just don't think it was to boost the credibility. I never knew that the question even said to boost a notorious street credibility. I didn't know it was. I didn't know the question said that at the bottom. I knew about the top part. That's why I signed to it, because I knew me and Zachary and Gunnington pleaded guilty to doing a drive-by shoot.
What about?
Disregard that anybody other
Oh,
than Mr.
say-
Sledge may have pled guilty to anything about this crime.
Right.
And I did admonish him of that.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
Not today. Probably yesterday, not today.
Number three, as it relates to you only. How did threatening to harm Shell Kale count as you're acting on behalf of YSL? What did it do for YSL when you threatened to harm Shell Kale?
It didn't do nothing because me and Shell Kale seen each other 1,000 times and it never happened. So it didn't do nothing.
Because who in Shell Kale?
I said, me and Shell Kale seen each other. Me and him seen each other 1,000 times and nothing never happened. So I don't.
You acknowledge within that statement that on behalf of YSL, you threatened to harm a person named Kale?
I never said I threatened. I said if he was looking for me, I had something for him.
All right. Do you remember earlier when you were reading section 3 of part 4 on page 3 that I asked you if any part of it was false, to tell me today you count it as false, to label it false?
I probably couldn't hear you. Probably couldn't hear you as clear, but I know for a fact, like you in the video, I never threatened him. I just said if he was looking for me. I
Okay.
didn't.
So is it?
Well, that part,
Testimony
I say
that-
that part down there is false.
Okay, so we're going to label that as false. Number 3.
Okay.
Number 4, is there any part of number 4 that is false?
Yeah, the date, that's all I could see.
Okay. Other than the date, is there any part of number 4 that is false? Read it carefully.
Yeah, and I would say the video part.
So without talking about what part, just if there is any part that is false, please just tell me false.
See, I didn't even know how to say this. Yeah, that's false too.
Mr. Sledge, did you read earlier when I was going over them? Did you read each of these?
I didn't read that part. I missed out on that. On the video part at the bottom.
Number 5, how many sentences is in number 5?
How do we get to how many sentences? Oh my
Is
goodness.
there only one sentence?
No,
No, without reading it, is there more than one sentence in number 5?
Yes.
There's more
Oh
than
my
one
goodness.
sentence.
No, it's one complete sentence.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Now, did you read that one complete sentence a moment ago when I asked you about number 5? under section 4?
No, I didn't read it completely. I didn't read it and understand it at first, but now I do.
So with your new understanding,
It'll be false.
number 6, read it, please, fully.
Defense admitted.
No, not
Oh,
allowed, not allowed.
I thought you
Yourself,
said
my
read it.
apologies, my apologies.
I see what it say now, yeah, but
Is any part of number 6 false? Because if it is, I would like for you to say false.
false.
Now, do I have it correct that your testimony today is that number 3 is not entirely true?
Yes.
Number 4 is not entirely true?
Yes.
Number 5 is not entirely true?
Yes.
Number 6 is not entirely true?
Yes.
Number 7 is not entirely true?
Yeah, number 7 is not true.
Number 8 is not entirely true?
Not true.
Number 9 is not entirely true?
Not true.
And number 16 is not entirely true.
You said 16?
Yes, sir, on page 5 of 7 at the top. Number 16.
Yes, not true.
Okay, all right.
But you remember I explained to you about number 7, 8, 9. I try to get you the 10. I try to get you not. I say 7, 8, and 9. I try to get you to change at the time, and you wouldn't change.
Okay. That's your testimony. All right. So, of all of the factual acknowledgments contained in section 4, from 1 to 16, is it your testimony today that the only ones that are true fully are number 1, number 2, number 10?
That was a misstatement of the testimony.
Then Your Honor, that was a question that he can correct if I have it wrong.
Overruled.
Okay.
I don't- so-
I'll start over. Is it your testimony today that of all the factual acknowledgments in section 4, from 1 to 16, the only ones that are true in their entirety are number 1, number 2, number 10, number 11, number 12, number 13, number 14, and number 15?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to carefully read those to ensure that I've accurately stated what your testimony is?
Yes.
All right. So if number 1 is true in its entirety, how were the crimes you committed intended to benefit YSL?
What you talking about? What a hand signals?
No, sir.
Oh,
You said that it was true in its entirety, didn't you?
yes.
Number 1.
Yes,
So I'm talking about the part about committing crimes to benefit YSL. How have the crimes that you've committed how did you intend that they benefit YSL?
I guess to the street credibility,
What does that mean?
credibility.
What do you mean? You guess
I
to the
guess
street
people
cred-
notice YSL.
Notice what about YSL?
We'll handle our business, I guess.
What now?
We'll do what we gotta do.
What does that mean?
Stand up for yourself.
Stand up for yourself, how?
Defend yourself.
And what does that consist of for you? What did that consist of?
I don't get what you're asking.
What did you mean when you said defend yourself?
Oh, defend myself from anybody in the world.
How did you defend yourself to show that nobody should mess with YSL? What ways did you do that? Is that a fair question?
I committed a drive-by shooting.
To show you don't mess with YSL.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Was that drive-by shooting against a rival gang member?
They don't say that in that question.
I'm asking you.
I didn't consider it as a rival gang member at the time.
So how was that drive-by shooting going to show anybody that you don't mess with YSL?
Because they jumped on Gunnington.
Oh, okay.
All right, Evan, and we're going to need to break early for lunch
Right.
today to accommodate an issue with one of the jurors. So I don't know if I let y'all know that before, but we're going to break right now. Okay. And we will break for, let's see. Let's come back at 12:45.
Can you, real quick, checking my audio, can you please let me know if my volume's too loud? Hmm. All right.
All right, unless there's anything anybody needs to put on the record, I'll see everybody back at 12:45.
All right, just waiting to see. I don't even know what we just saw. The court, I don't know what they're doing with their audio, y'all. I have no idea. This court needs an enema. I don't know what to do because their audio is way out of whack, and I was trying to fix it on my end, and apparently I was making my mic too hot. So I'm gonna leave mine alone, and we just got to just pray through. Oh my gosh, what was that? Come on, y'all. Come close, y'all. Come on, let's get close. What in the world was that? Oh, please tell me. What did we just see? I'm having flashbacks from reading primers when I was in elementary school. No, you didn't read that right. Read it again. Read it again. That was terrible. It is a long lunch. Was that right? Yeah, that's like, well, it's an hour and 20 minutes. So it was an hour 15 yesterday. But yo, I hate it because they're literally taking these men. I don't know if Tunk was in jail or he was free. I don't know, but I know now he's sitting there shaking in his boots, wondering, is he gonna be free tonight? This is crazy. Are they asking multiple tests at Emory? I don't know. Yeah, a lot of people. He's going back to jail, man. I guess so. Yeah, this is very. I don't get it. I do not get it. And maybe it's because I'm not a legal expert by any means or measure. I don't get why you got to drag this man because again, he's been on that stand since 9 o'clock. So we're cruising on 2.5 hours already. He gonna be there the rest of the day. That's for sure. So, and he was there all day yesterday. So there's no, what's the motivation for the state to move this along? Kind of get this little pony along. What's their motivation? There is none. There's no motivation at all. Okay, I'm gonna zoom. I think they're done. I see some people moving around the camera, but um, it looks like they might be finished, at least for the lunchtime. That is just, that is craziness. But I don't know. I don't know. Like, does that repeal his plea? I don't know. That's a great question. Phenomenal question. Excellent question. I don't know. It just seems like he's definitely. I feel like he's in some deep soup, and whether or not he's in trouble or not, I don't know. Um, yeah, I don't know. She opened up a whole can on that poor man, and I don't think he was named as a hostile witness. That's what I would expect if he was a hostile witness. He wasn't declared a hostile witness. I'm like, why are you treating him like that? Like, good gracious. Sabrina, leave him alone. But, this is a sad state of affairs, in my opinion. Pretty sad to watch because it just seems like the guy can't get a break. He cannot catch a break. He is trying his best to answer these questions and getting shellacked on every turn. So we will absolutely see. We will absolutely see. We got some lunchtime chicanery. For some reason or other, my computer is probably going to need to be replaced. So I'm just doing a little bit of maintenance to try to keep it moving correctly. I think that's what was lagging earlier. I think there was a section or segment where it was kind of lagging. I think it was my computer. So it might not have been Fulton County this time. It might have been Jason, which is crazy. Which is crazy. What did Retired say? Retired said what? The state wrote those plea agreements to lock the individuals into a corner. You agree with what we say or you do 35 years. I mean, that's it. That's exactly what happened. Okay. So the other day for lunch, we did a little we looked at a RICO case down in Florida. And it's this case called the Julio Fulio murder case out of Jacksonville, Florida. It's a rapper out of out of Tampa, I think it was. He got murdered in Jacksonville. And they caught all 5 of the people responsible. And in Florida, if you are even not related to, if you have any part of the planning of a murder, you get the same charges as the person that pulled the trigger. So it's pretty wild. So this is a Trap Talk podcast, and they're doing a update on this case. This case is really interesting because, in my opinion, this is what a real RICO looks like. They have a real hub. The center of it is this deletion of this rapper named Julio Fulio, and all the other things are tied to that deletion. So they're not talking about drugs. They're not talking about things that are not related. Like anything not related is not a part of this trial at the current moment. They're only talking about what's related to this case directly and in 4K. I think it's really interesting because it shows, in my opinion, what a real RICO should look like, as well as how they went about it is strategic. They were not playing games. They caught these people within a matter of I want to say a couple of weeks. They had everybody locked down, And when we watched it earlier, they go through like how they found them from their credit card records, cell phones, closed caption circuit cameras, as well as social media. It was great. Now, one of the things I noticed is that there's not very much evidence like that in this YSL trial. There's a lot of hearsay, a lot of conjecture, and some social media. But there's no bullet casings, there's no um, closed caption television or cameras or anything like that. Tesla camera came in, nothing like that. So let me pull this in. I thought it was really interesting. Might be a good little lunchtime discussion. See what y'all think about it. Let's go.
Alicia Andrews just showed why you never tag your girl along when sliding on your ops. The girl is already ratting the team out, especially her boyfriend. The latest video shows a nervous girl who wants all this to end and will do anything to earn her freedom back. Well, police records show that she has started talking, but there's more, including one of the killers bopping his head to a Fulio song played in court. This case keeps getting messier by the day. Female killer snitches. Jacksonville rapper Gata Zay will go down as the unluckiest, if not the dumbest, shooter in the history of gang wars. Not only did he tag his girl along for a hit, but it now seems his girl is truth-telling behind closed doors. Alicia Andrews, who is Gata Zay's girlfriend, was among the 5 arrested in connection to Fulio's murder, and it seems that she is already cracking. Her latest appearance in court has everyone already worried. From nervously biting her nails and fidgeting, it's clear that Alicia Andrews is scared. Clearly, she wasn't cut out for this life. Even her answers during the interrogation prove that she's an amateur and shouldn't be anywhere near the gang life, because she may just have put the final nail in her boyfriend's coffin and earned the entire group lengthy prison sentences. Things went south in the interrogation room after she made the first rookie mistake. She answered the cops' questions. According to police documents, Alicia Andrews was shown surveillance footage during the interrogation, and she made the fatal mistake of identifying herself in all the footage she was seen in. With this information, the prosecution can now prove that she was more than 2 hours away from home in another city and was at similar locations as the murder victim. But Alicia Andrews doesn't seem like the type to go down alone. She roped her boyfriend into her mess. Apart from telling on herself, she also gave cops information about her boyfriend. According to police documents, she identified Isaiah Chance as the male driving the suspect vehicle, the Silver Cruise, which was tracking the victim's movements. Alicia Andrews may not have realized what she did. She had just handed her boyfriend, Gata Zay, a life sentence by revealing that he was also hours away from home in a city where the murder victim also was, and admitted that he was driving one of the vehicles that were stalking the deceased rapper. For anyone who didn't know, the group traveled to Tampa in a silver Chevy Cruze and a black Chevy Impala. Gata Zay, a well-known ATK member, and Alicia Andrews drove the silver Chevy Cruze. The other car, a black Chevy Impala, was registered under Sean Gathwright's mother's name and was primarily driven by Gathwright himself. Their target, Fulio, had publicly advertised his appearances at 2 Tampa nightclubs, Teasers Gentlemen's Club and Truth 18 nightclub, via his Instagram account. This provided the perfect opportunity for the defendants to track and follow him. On the day of the murder, Gata Zay and Andrews were seen in the silver Chevy Cruze, meticulously following Fulio and his entourage. Surveillance cameras captured their every move, so Alicia Andrews' confession had directly tied her boyfriend to Tampa and placed him at the exact locations Fulio was at the day he was gunned down. It's hard to see how the rapper will get out of this one. But if you think that the snitching couldn't get any worse, Alicia told the cops that her boyfriend was using her phone to communicate with the other killers in the second vehicle. She was effectively admitting to the cops that her boyfriend was planning a murder. And with Gata Zay being charged with first-degree murder, Alicia's testimony during interrogation means he is cooked. The surveillance footage showed Gata Zay wearing a black hoodie with a distinctive red logo, making it easier for investigators to identify him later. The call detail records confirmed that Andrews' phone constantly communicated with Gathwright's phone, establishing a clear link between the 2 vehicles and their coordinated efforts. The silver Chevy Cruze and the black Chevy Impala then went to Truth 18 nightclub, where Fulio was scheduled to make another appearance. Once again, Gata Zay and Andrews were caught on surveillance video pulling into the club's back parking lot. Chance was seen using Andrews' phone outside the vehicle, further solidifying their connection to the unfolding plot. And now, her confession had confirmed their speculation. However, police records revealed that Alicia denied any knowledge of the murder, but she's not a very good liar, as cops revealed that they caught her multiple times during the interrogation. One of the times she was caught lying was when she told cops that she and her boyfriend were at Teaser's Gentleman's Club and Truth 18 nightclub because they were thinking of going to party inside. She even told cops that the couple went to the club to ask how much it was to get in. However, cops used surveillance footage at the front of both clubs to prove that the two didn't walk up to the club entrances, but stayed at the parking lot. But this isn't the worst information Alicia Andrews gave cops. She even went ahead and placed her and her boyfriend at the exact location of the crime scene. As the night progressed, both suspects' vehicles continued to follow Fulio and his entourage, setting the stage for the tragic events that would soon unfold. As the night wore on, the defendant's sinister plan reached its deadly climax. After tracking Julio Fulio to multiple locations, the suspects followed him and his entourage to the home's 2 suites. It was here that the premeditated murder would unfold. The silver Chevy Cruze, driven by Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews, made 2 passes by the victims' parked vehicles before leaving the scene. This signaled the black Chevy Impala, driven by Sean Gathright and carrying Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy, to move in for the kill. Alicia Andrews admitted that she and her boyfriend were at the crime scene when the murder happened. However, she told cops that the couple was at the crime scene but were only lost and were only using the parking lot to turn around, which would seem ridiculous to anyone. She told cops that they didn't know Fulio was at the exact location. After the murder, Alicia Andrews was caught on the Airbnb ring camera, leaving the apartment wearing the same clothing she had on during the murder, further linking her to the crime scene. Despite Alicia Andrews' snitching antics, blogs reported that she had actually backdoored the rapper immediately after it was revealed that she had been arrested. There was a rumor that she had been at Fulio's party feeding the killers information. 21-year-old Fulio murder suspect Alicia Andrews was allegedly celebrating Jacksonville rapper's birthday with him in Tampa. Told suspects Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright his location, one post read. Some in the comment section said that this was Alicia at the party. However, this wasn't the case. Nevertheless, days later, Alicia Andrews would be handcuffed and jailed on a rainy day.
Keep walking, keep walking, keep walking, keep walking. Keep walking. Now turn around. Put your hands behind your back.
Immediately after the arrest footage surfaced, fans began to predict that Alicia would fold under pressure, and they were not wrong, as Alicia Andrews was the only one who talked and linked the suspects to Fulio's murder. But what's more concerning is that she already snitched and maybe offered a deal by the feds to go all the way and spill the beans. After seeing her in court, the internet went wild and could help but speculate that she's going to crack. The chica is snitching and still about to get a life sentence, said one fan. Girl can't sit still while talking to her lawyer. She definitely told, another fan said. Ms. Andrews said, hell nah, I don't want a speedy trail. I'm trying to see who I gotta tell on to get out of this, another one joked. But if you think that Alicia's moments in jail were wild, wait till you hear what the other killers did. Fulio's killers' wild moments. Fulio's killers seem like they just don't care anymore, and their actions in court show that. Gadazé seems to have given up on the case, maybe because his girlfriend is telling him to, and there's nothing he can do about it. During one of the court sessions, he was seen bobbing his head to Young and Ace's Who I Smoke during a court hearing.
And during a court hearing this month, Isaiah Chance appeared to be nodding along to a video posted by his gang, aimed at disrespecting Julio Fulio's gang.
The rapper seems to have thrown all caution to the wind. Maybe he has figured that his goose is cooked because all their moves were caught on 4K. The shocking story begins with a sinister plan hatched in Jacksonville, Florida, as Gadazé and Sean Gathright were caught on camera loading bags full of what prosecutors say were guns and ammunition.
See them carrying a bag
That's
large
wild.
enough to what? Carry 2 AK-style rifles.
After following Fulio throughout the night, they all ended up outside a home 2 suites. Outside the hotel, Fulio and his entourage were kept waiting outside by the hotel staff. According to Fulio's driver, Omerta 55, they were trying to check in their room but couldn't due to a glitch in the system.
So we got to the hotel and went in. The rooms was already reserved, but I guess they had like a glitch in the system or something, so they ain't let us get the room. So then he came back out to the car and we was just chilling.
But after Gadazé and Alicia confirmed that Fulio was at the hotel's entrance, the killers made their move. However, they were caught on a Tesla camera moving into position to carry out their plan. Following Fulio's murder, the group went back to the Airbnb they had booked from June 22nd to 24. The Airbnb was equipped with a ring camera at the front door, which captured crucial footage of the suspect's movements. Gadazé was seen stepping out briefly with a champagne flute in his left hand. The group was clearly drinking champagne and celebrating their success. success. Davian Murphy was also captured on camera carrying a bag in the parking lot. Although he did not initially exit through the front door, he returned through it, passing the Ring camera. The Airbnb owner later confirmed that there was a back door with no camera, which the suspects likely used to avoid detection. Gadaze and Sean Gathright were seen passing the Ring camera multiple times, their movements secretly recorded. Isaiah Chance even took to Instagram to celebrate with an ominous message saying, "Now everybody can move on with life and focus, get a job, go back to school and be a full-time parent, 100% full-time college student, the war over with, entertainment dead." Police records also showed that Rashad Murphy used Gathwright's phone to send two separate disturbing text messages celebrating Julio's death. The first one read, "I'm coming home, my thirst is quenched. Pop a bottle of Don Julio today, Murphy." While the second message read, "I'm coming home, my thirst is quenched. I love you, Murphy." It turns out Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy were cousins, and their involvement in the murder was personal. It turns out that someone from Fulio's crew shot and killed Rashad's little brother, but Fulio went ahead and did something that many consider even more disrespectful. Spaz, who was shot and killed in August 2018, was Rashad's little brother and Davion's cousin, whose memory was often disrespected by Fulio in songs. In August 2018, as Spaz walked home after a game at the William Marion Raines Senior High School football stadium in Jacksonville, someone started letting off shots as people scrambled for cover. In the chaos, Spaz was shot and killed. Just days after the shooting, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office made a breakthrough. They arrested the 16-year-old suspect on charges of murder and attempted murder. The 16-year-old suspect was identified as Robert Howard, alias Kenny Capps. Kenny was initially arrested for second-degree murder in the death of Spaz and 2 counts of attempted murder for the injuries inflicted on the other victims. The case against Kenny, a member of KTA or 6 Block, started falling apart. As the case moved forward, the prosecution faced significant challenges. Despite the presence of approximately 200 people in the vicinity of the shooting, finding cooperative witnesses proved difficult. Many were reluctant to come forward, and some who initially provided statements later recanted their testimonies. One key witness, who had initially identified Kenny as the shooter, later recanted her eyewitness testimony and was arrested for perjury. Another victim, who had been wounded in the shooting, also recanted his statement and refused to cooperate with the authorities. With the evidence weakened by recanted testimonies and uncooperative witnesses, the charges against Kenny were downgraded. The state attorney's office amended the charges against him to manslaughter and aggravated battery. Faced with the new charges, Kenny pleaded guilty. He was sentenced to 5 years, with credit for 3.5 years already served in jail. In addition to the prison sentence, he received 10 years of probation. But Fulio took his disrespect to a whole new level. It's alleged that he was the one who went to Spaz's grave and pissed on it. No wonder Davion and Rashad Murphy celebrated his death without remorse. However, their celebrations didn't last long. On June 26th, just 3 days after the murder, cops made some progress. Sean was arrested in a 2004 Gold 4Runner for speeding through the streets of Jacksonville. During the stop, cops detected the strong smell of weed coming from the vehicle, giving them a reason to search it. In the center console, they found a Glock 19, a semi-automatic pistol. In the back seats of the SUV, deputies uncovered several bags of ammunition, along with firearm parts and accessories. Although released, Sean was arrested barely 24 hours later at a local Jacksonville shopping center.
Driver, open the car door. Let me see your hands. Back up to the sound of my voice. Stop right there. Lift your shirt up. Turn. Do a 360.
While in custody, Sean tried to make a run for it in the most hilarious way. According to police records, Sean was placed in an interview room and attempted to escape custody by climbing out through the ceiling. He climbed onto a table and tried to remove the tiles from the room's ceiling. Later in the day, Gadaze was also put in handcuffs.
Isaiah Dan, this is the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
They deserve it.
We have a warrant for your arrest. Come to your front door with nothing in your hand.
All right, go to your knees. Put your hands behind your back.
But Rashad Murphy's arrest was the most dramatic. A day after the first 3 suspects were arrested, SWAT units were deployed to the Collins Preserve apartments. Reports showed that Rashad Murphy had barricaded himself inside the house with a gun to his head on FaceTime with his girl and was refusing to surrender. After a tense standoff, Rashad Murphy surrendered just after midnight, ending the dramatic operation.
Keep crawling. Hello, towards me.
But the wildest moment of all is that the judge is convinced that they killed Fulio and has refused to grant them bail.
I'm finding that there is a substantial probability that all 3 defendants committed the dangerous crimes that they are charged with.
Fulio's killers aren't the only ones whose wild moments have been caught on 4K. Fulio's top op, Young and Ace, has also been moving recklessly after Fulio died. It won't surprise anyone when he is also arrested for the murder. Youngeen Ace wild moments caught on camera. The question on everyone's mind, with Alicia Andrews cooperating, is whether Ace is finally going to get implicated. No one is ready for the answer. Turns out cops aren't even investigating him. Or are they just saying that to make him let down his guard?
So Young and Ace has long been known in Jacksonville. We are consistently monitoring those groups. We have people that are always watching them. We don't have an investigation on him right now, but he can't move around in Jacksonville without us knowing about it.
Although that was good news for Ace, it seems like he has thrown caution to the wind and is now acting really recklessly. Just hours before the murder, the rapper posted a now deleted tweet that seemed to confirm that he knew what was about to go down in Tampa. That boy going the same day he came in, the post read. And hours after Fulio's death was confirmed, Ace released a new song titled Do It. The lyrics of Do It were clearly a diss towards Fulio. The Do It music video made it even more obvious. In the video, masked men are seen shooting another man in what appears to be a motel parking lot, which is similar to where Fulio met his death. But Ace wasn't done disrespecting his dead op. Barely a week after releasing Do It, he released yet another track, Game Over, where he took his self-snitching antics to a whole new level. Right from the start of the music video, it's clear that it's a Fulio diss, as they brandish a bottle of Don Julio, which Ace takes a sip off before starting the song. In his defense, Ace revealed that he had recorded one of the songs way before Fulio was killed.
I may do it so long. Okay, it was a long time. Because as soon as I seen that shit, I'm like, it's all about capitalizing off the moments. So it's like, I had already shot that video like a week or two before.
While the song's intro is disrespectful enough, the lyrics are nothing short of evil. Ace took the disrespect to a new level when he took to Instagram to troll Fulio. While on Instagram Live, one of his fans, or maybe the feds, asked him a question that everyone had been dying to ask after Fulio was tragically gunned down while celebrating his birthday. What did he think of Fulio's death?
What you think about Julio dying, cuz?
What he said next shocked everyone. He revealed that he and Fulio were homies and that he had even tried to advise him to get out of the streets.
That shit sad. Twin, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Y'all boys in the street, y'all didn't leave the streets alone, twin. All condone and shit like that. It's so funny cause me, bro, like we cool, like we was cool and shit. I was just so funny. I'm like, bro, you guys.
Can you hear me? Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Oh, I'm going to get my headphone. Hello? So I don't have sound. Give me a second.
I don't got sound. How about that?
It was you. Okay.
It was me. Okay, there we go. Okay, it's DJ Monica in the building, ladies and gentlemen. DJ Mo Better. What's up?
Yeah, I'm trying to get in my studio, my studio together.
Okay, I'm gonna get you some
What we need.
I'm gonna get you some books. We need to get some books back there.
I got books. I just seen I got books. Okay. I started my channel as it was supposed to be a book club.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah,
invite me. I want to come.
You want to come? Really? Because I couldn't get people to read books around here.
I love reading books. I read a book a week. I'm on that team. Now you gotta read a good Presbyterian book every now and then. But hey, I'll read something with you, sure. We'll figure out something to read.
I read some good books. They just wasn't. I didn't have the audience for it. So what's good? What's good?
All right. So watching. Okay. Now you said the Airbnb. Now, okay. I have to admit, don't tell nobody. I've been watching a lot of this story because when it came out, they mentioned that it was a RICO. And so, that made my spider senses go up. And I've been paying a lot of attention. So you said that the Airbnb owner is going to be in trouble. Yeah. I think there's a couple of Airbnbs. I don't know if you're aware. So Julio Fulio had an Airbnb.
Correct.
And he invited a whole mob of people over there, and they got kicked out of there because there was too mane people for the occupancy. That one, but then the people that shot him also had an Airbnb. They didn't get kicked out because it was only 4 people in there or 5 people, whatever.
Okay. So here's what in law, right? In civil cases, all you have to prove is a thing about foreseeability and but for. So there's a clause that says, but for this happening, this other thing would have never happened. So, but for them throwing him out of the Airbnb, he would not have been checking into a hotel in the first place, but for him being thrown out.
I don't know. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's
right?
reasonable. That's reasonable.
So when you go to sue, right, it doesn't matter. This is the game of lawsuits. The game of lawsuits is you sue for the deepest pocket.
So I should sue you. I'm
Well,
coming for
you
you.
should sue the deepest pockets. So if you was to like have, because there are lawsuits here on the YouTube, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Why would you sue a content creator when you could sue Google?
Yeah.
So you would name all of the people in the lawsuit as being third parties, and then let them wiggle their way off the lawsuit. And most of the time, it depends on your credibility and how much you don't want to risk as a company, how much you spend, you would either settle your portion of it to take your name out of the lawsuit so you won't have your credibility at play. So it's just a technique, but you sue for the deepest pockets.
Gotcha. All right. So as I made my tagline, not the deepest pockets. So everybody knows that I'm not the one. I'm not the one. Thank you so much, Retired. By the way, my moderator dropped your link in the chat. So please, this is Monica Mo Justice. Please, if you don't mind, take the time, go check out her channel, see what she's doing over there. I believe on what is it, on Information and Belief? On Information and Belief. You're gonna want
Upon
to
the
subscribe.
information and belief. Yes.
On Information and Belief, you're gonna want to subscribe. Go ahead. What are you gonna say?
This Fulio case could very well turn into a RICO for the same reasons we're sitting in a RICO right now. So you are ahead of the time.
I'm ahead of the time?
You're ahead of the time until they arrest the other rapper on this end. When they arrest if let's just do if they arrest the rapper and connect him to it, it will be a RICO because it's going to either be his money that funded this or whatever it is, or his play inside of it. But this war between these guys appears to have started a long time ago. Based on the passing away of some other people, and this the decedent going there and desecrating the person's grave
That
site.
was crazy. That was wild. Yeah, no, you're correct. But they did use the word RICO when they did the most recent. I gotta find it. The Florida Attorney General called it a RICO case, and I was talking with somebody earlier, and they were black law student, and they said Florida is like the state for RICO cases. So
correct. But see, Florida, Georgia, right? You guys are states that have severe penalties. Like you guys still have the death penalty.
Fact.
So capital punishment states are the most I wouldn't commit a crime in those places. Like it's just, I mean, what we're seeing is a result of committing a crime in those places and how much they're going to tolerate it. And actually in Georgia, they really didn't even need it, but for requiring the testimony of somebody like Moan Funk, right? Mr. Sledge. She didn't really need, she needed his testimony to get to the bigger fish, right? But at the end of the day, well, they need the testimony to connect the enterprise that is YSL, the label. So Moan Funk comes up here and he now gives us two divisions of YSL that we haven't seen so far. We've only heard about YSL, the purported gang, but we haven't really heard about YSL, the label, unless we get to cross-examination from from Still. He then brings you home that this YSL, the label. And it's simple what happened here. These guys grew up together. They formulated like the Little Rascals. Remember seeing them? They would all hanged out together. Spanky, Alfalfa, take your pick, right? And they did whatever they did growing up. And it appears that Mr. Williams had a bigger vision for the letters YSL. And he either transformed that into young stoner, whatever he's calling it, and moved on.
Okay.
And
No. You're breaking up.
in that effort, right? In that effort, yeah, that's probably you. I'm telling you, go to Micro Center. Just
I got
that's
you.
how I configured my computer. Because I couldn't do it. But whatever you get, it's got to be a gaming computer because there's something about the graphic card and the NVIDIA or whatever it is. You got to get the best of those worlds, and then you won't have those issues.
Okay. Well, because my pockets are not as deep as yours, I will be suing you, and then
You
I'll be
said
going
mine
to.
was deep.
I'm just saying, I'm going to sue you, and then I'm heading to Micro Center after the check clears.
Well, whoever builds computers, like I really just needed those features, and I went in. I was tired one day, and
I
I was
got
just
you.
like, I need to stream, and I need y'all to help me do it.
I like it. Okay, so I understand. Okay, so if you were going to do this case, oh, by the way, Retire wants to know, what state are you going to commit crimes in? Do not answer the question.
So here's the bottom line to it. I'm gonna be a law-abiding citizen in every state that I travel in, but this is just an unfortunate case of people growing up and still being attached to your past. Because even if these guys, let's suppose, right? Let's put a hypothetical out there that some of these crimes were true. They had moved on into another atmosphere and probably thought they left that behind, and it's just caught up with them. But the question is, what really is the crime?
That's what I don't get. But I also have another question before. You realize that Montunk is better than 10 years older than Jeffrey
Correct.
Williams. To me, that was already flag on the play. I'm not hanging out with a 26-year-old and I'm 36 years old. Like, that's problematic. That should have caused him to pause, because I'm like, dude, you're hanging out with people who are considerably less mature, have less to lose, because he does seem more mature now. Same thing with Woody. Both of them seem mature now, but they've grown up. But I'm like, y'all was out there in them streets, and this is what you get. But okay, you look like you folding your arms like you about to give me. Look, don't get parental on me.
If
What you
you
about to tell me?
the problem is that if you ain't never been to the hood, then you're not gonna understand the hood.
Are you trying to say that I've never been to the hood?
I don't know if you ain't never
Are you
been to the
challenging my
hood.
hoodness?
All I'm saying is this is when we talk about the age differential here, right? We're talking about a group of people who grew up in the same community, right? So what they're showing us by this case is that they all lived in an area called Cleveland. They were all in some kind of quad 3, 6, whatever number they want to give it, right? They were all in the same vicinity. They grew up. That brotherly love that they're speaking on, you can look at it from a positive perspective, or when they engage in criminal activity, it's from a negative perspective, right? So you can have people come from bad backgrounds or bad beginnings and become wonderful people out of it. They use that as their stepping stone to do great things. Or you could use it in this case that there may be some bad apples in that rise. But it's clear from Montunk's testimony that they thought they was all on the come up too. He was the head security guard.
I got you. And I'm not mad about that. It just, I don't see, and this has been an issue that I've been saying about the highly melanated community for some time. Very rarely do you see adults rising to their position as adults, putting aside things that are childish and requiring children to step up. Like, I see it with my daughters all the time. They'll come in my office or they'll see me in the kitchen. They're like, Dad, do this dance. I'm like, no, I don't do that. I don't do that. And one day it hit me. I'm like, there is no way in the world I would have ever have asked James Whitaker to do a dance that we were doing when I was 16, 17 years old. because my dad was beyond that. Now, did my dad have fun? Sure. Did my dad do things that were appropriate for him and maybe he enjoyed and his friends and my family enjoyed? Sure. But he would never have belittled himself to be doing some TikTok dances. So I'm just wondering, is it part of the problem is that rather than Moncton helping them come up, and I think there was aspirations of everybody going to come up off of this, sure. But it seemed like he was going down to their level rather than bringing them up to his or where he should have been.
Part of his testimony yesterday was that I found intriguing was when he expressed his connection to some of the youth there. He said that he was basically the age of their parents.
Right.
And he watched these people grow up. We would consider that grooming. So when you look at the culture of the gang, he plays a bigger role. So there are some people who are the OGs in something, right?
Sure.
Him, I think it was the other guy that testified that was in the car.
Yeah.
The car that flew over the embankment and ran into the laundromat. The man that got on the stand and testified, and then he came back the following day and he's like, I'm so high, you know him, right? He was older than them as well, right? So they were the ones jumping these younger people into the gang. But no, they didn't do it in a typical fashion where you say, hey, you go out here and do this or whatever. And we don't really know, because we don't know if the acts that were done by the younger ones in the crew were not their initiation type thing. Because this prosecution doesn't really know how to go through the chronological aspect of anything. So when you say they don't tell a story, it's because, one, they don't have the foundation to tell that story. And they don't believe in the case that they brought forward because their only premise was, hey, the new DA, which is the Miss Willis, came on and she said, we're going to take out this crime that's in our community because we need to eradicate it. And they thought they would intimidate this group of men, these 28. They will all take plea deals, and that would be the end of it, period. They didn't expect to go to trial. So when you hear Young Thug got a song saying take it to trial, that's what they did. See, the younger generation ain't scared of the older generation. They're gonna make you own your stuff. They've had to earn theirs. So I'm not surprised.
Okay. Real quick. Gordon, I think you asked what I'm sorry, David, you asked what podcast. If you're talking about the trap talk that I was just watching with Julio Fulio, I just dropped the link down in the chat right here for you. Check it out. He does a really good summary of this thing. If you're interested, if you want to go down the rabbit hole, it will he will be your guide for sure. Let me ask you this, because somebody's asked this question as well, Monica. And by the way, this is Monica Mo Justice. She's been in the chat. She's a legal mind, and I really deeply appreciate her hopping on and tapping in with me today. Somebody said, why is his attorney not, where is it? Somebody asked, why is his attorney not chiming in or speaking up? What do you think about that?
Based on a testimony that we heard, right? And
yeah,
remember, I'm grabbing my opinions right now based on the information that's been put out here so far. So he said, Montauk, he testified that he could not go to trial, take this to trial, because he didn't have the resources, the moolah, to pay for his attorney. He gave us a clip, basically, even though the DA keeps, or assistant DA keeps trying to, or chief assistant DA keeps trying to point out that you've had this man for 15 years and he's been in your back for 15 years and whatever. That's her boosting him up. But it appears to me in there in Georgia, there's a attorney problem. There's a deficit with these attorneys. Their conflicts, you can see them a mile away. So his thing was, I'll represent you, but this is how much it's going to cost you. So it looked like by the time he was reading that agreement or whatever, he got what he paid for, or as long as his money was long enough for. So when he's reading to us now his plea agreement and saying this wasn't expressed to me, for his attorney to go back and negotiate, that's money, because those are hours, right? When you pay for these attorneys for cases like this, you're normally putting down a lump sum money for a certain amount of services. So you pay for the first set is the pre-trial stuff. And then you pay for them to go to trial. And then you pay upon appeal if you get to appeal. Why do you think the recused judge kept making statements that, well, just do this on appeal? Because he already knows they paid the retainer to deal with this court issue for where they're at right now with the attorneys that are in the room. But are you paying for that same quality now to take it up on appeal? See you on appeal. So the same way Thug got a song out, I'm taking it to trial. The judge had a song out, take it to appeal.
That is hilarious. I love it. Monica got some bars. Y'all put Mo in the chat. Mo up in here with bars.
Oh, I know
No,
this.
good. I like that. I like that. Very
I
cool.
know this group of young men, not because I know them personally, but I know this group. I know in my heart, I know this group. To sit there and see a person struggling to read and you know he's in his late 30s, crazy.
Yeah. Mo, look me in the eye. Come on, look me in the eye, Mo. You be running them streets like that. Come on, Mo. You got a body. You know about a couple bodies.
I'm a Southside Jamaica Queens girl, coming right out of the 80s with it. So I definitely understand the street lingo. And when I raised my kids, I was active in the PA. I was PTA, PA. I was a community activist. I ran after school programs to keep our kids off the street. See, I didn't come out here and talk about I want to prevent gangs and then didn't do anything to help do that. So you got your DA up here in Fulton County talking about she wants to eliminate this criminal activity, but what are you doing to foster a better environment for them so that they don't get swept up into this? See, Thug represents that. I've been there, done that, and I probably was going to do it a different way. But we don't know because he wasn't able to live that out to its fullest at this time. But remember, for his hearing, what was it? His bail hearing, he brought in some people that he had a young man testify on his behalf, what his influence had been like. Yeah. Can I speak on something?
Are you off the rails? Are you use profanity?
No.
Okay, good.
I wouldn't use profanity. I
Am I
respect
gonna fight you? Are you gonna say something bad about me?
No, I'm gonna say something about having an independent voice and what that really looks like in a situation like this when we are UI and people similar to us and some people in the chat, right? We're the voice of the new media.
Facts.
People are accustomed to this authoritative news making. We do it this way. We go in the courtroom, we sit there, we only engage with you. We keep it impartial. Who's to say that that's the approach? How do you become an investigative reporter if you're not in the midst of where the investigation needs to take place? Now, I'm not going to be pro anything that's going to be anti the platform, because I understand how important it is for creators to stand together. But there comes a point in time where we need to really put some respect on what we're doing so that we look credible in our position, period. We're not authoritative news, so we're not going to do reporting the way that they traditionally do it. And anybody that wants to throw that down our throats, sorry, that's why we are YouTube. This is your tube to do it your way. So I'm not going to infringe on somebody's ability to do it their way. But that's the voice that needs to be out there, and the voice that needs to be heard is that we're independent of authoritative news.
I'm absolutely loving it.
And that's just what it is. So, you know, I hope when your Rule 22 is really up there, that, you know, you distinguish who you are, not how different you are from anybody else, just who you are in your podcast or whatever we call this of streaming.
No,
Because everyone has a different vision and a different
Mhm.
perspective, and that's what needs to be respected and understood.
I love it. Let me give 2 points. I will say this. I never see any other I've seen one newscaster in the court. I've been to court 3 times, and I've only seen one newscaster, and she was in there about 20 minutes. And she's from Atlanta News First. I don't know what she was there for, but she was in there for maybe about 20 minutes, and then she was in the wind. And I do think that there's such a value in being able to have look around the room. Like, the room is so different than what you probably think. I met a young lady when I was in there on Tuesday, and she was in the chat today. And I remember when she first walked in, she's like, "This is totally different than what I thought it would look like." And it gives you a better perspective on what you don't see on camera. So yes, I appreciate that, and I will be going to make my case tomorrow. We'll see what happens, but
We'll get it firmed up though. Let me just say this. On
Go ahead, yeah.
Tuesday, when the usual YouTuber was in there doing her thing, right? There was a session, and I want to just bring this to everybody's attention because I want you to understand what's at risk here, right? She showed the image of Thug laughing when Copeland testified and was like, he asked the question, he raised the question back to
Yeah,
me,
okay, I remember.
right?
Back.
And she had the only footage of him sitting there like really showing the human side of that
Gotcha.
man,
Yes.
right? So she's in there from a different perspective, and that's what is on the line right now. It was that footage that set her aside, and YouTubers here know it, and they used her behind it, because when she went live, she's like, well, I got my symbol on it, right? I got my eye, and she knew it. She used her watermark behind it, right?
Yes.
And then they said, could you please take the watermark so we could get the image of it? And I was screaming from behind saying, yo, send the person a clip without it, with the image, so you can control who you know got it, because you're the only one that got it. So then everybody used it. From that moment, they gave her credit though and said, I captured this from thing, but you captured it and you took away her watermark. See, this is when we got to respect the game. Everyone that was using it should have used it with the watermark, because that's how you keep her viable. That's how you're saying to people, yo, we stand as one, period. Because at the end of the day, this is about streaming independent views. This is not about the other things affiliated with her. This is streaming independent views, and we got to respect each other. If we're not doing copyrights on each other, then we need to find a way that we could have respected her platform and what she brought to our advantage, without trying to manipulate it. Removing the watermark and using it without the watermark means that you were trying to manipulate her the same way you want to not be affiliated with the number of the radio station or the television station that's in there, or the law and crime or whatever. She was our network into that courtroom, and we knew it when Bumpus went to go get her Rule 22, and the judge denied it. What did the judge say? Well, why can't you use Sylvia's stream, the infamous Sylvia stream? And I was like, well, I wouldn't call it stealing though. Why would you want to just box us into only using Sylvia's stream, because authoritative media is all pooled together and they using one pool camera. With her out of the room, we should have been up in there advocating for her to be in there. Lawyer Bumpus should have been in there filing a motion for Sylvia to be returned to that courtroom. This is when we need to have our voices out here. What's happening to her in terms of not being in the courtroom is an issue. Now we got some other things to deal with Miss Sylvia, but the importance right now is not allowing them to kick us out of that courtroom. That's all I have to say on this subject.
Girl, I had to big screen that thing. I had
Oh,
to let
you
you have your
didn't.
whole. I had to let you have your whole drum solo right there. I ain't want to interrupt
I'm
that.
just upset.
No, you
I'm
cooking. You
upset by
cooking.
I'm upset by that because it has a bigger thing.
No, I agree. I agree 100%.
Now I'm gonna say this because I'm seeing things in the chat. People, there are other issues surrounding Miss Sylvia that I'm very much aware of. All right. And I'm not saying that I agree with those issues. But what's more important right now is our voice inside of this court session. Period. Now, I don't want to replace her from being in there. Someone needs to define some better stuff. But this is it's crazy to me. And there's a lot of platforms here that use that little clip and they took her watermark off. I know he asked her, you're asking me about Thugger Daily. He asked her to let him use it. I think he wanted a picture of it, right? Or he wanted a video of it to highlight it. But there were other people that used that same footage for their streams. And all I'm saying is maybe they didn't realize it. But we are in this war together to be inside that room, because this is the case that we know about. What about the other people having the same or similar court case? It's just unfortunate.
Oh, I agree. Thank you very much for that. And I'll give you an update on tomorrow for me. But
Yeah.
I agree. And go ahead.
Yesterday in your chat in the morning when I was listening, you was taking what I don't want people to think, and I don't know you from this has been probably a month-long journey that I've been around you, right?
Right.
I don't want people to think that people stepped on other people to get somewhere. You understand? Because she has a very big following, right?
Sure.
But they're also one-minded. And we need to be able to be the best support you can have in anything that you do is honest support. That means that when you are right, you're right. And when you're wrong, somebody's going to tell you how wrong you are.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they don't have to do it publicly, but they do need to be able to give you those critiques and you hear it so that you can keep on doing what you do best. Critiques are a good thing because they allow you to re-examine where you're at.
That's fair. No, and no, I appreciate that. And I think you're 100% correct. And, again, shout out to Miss Sylvia. Hopefully this matter can get resolved.
It could get resolved. She needs the legal people, but
No, go ahead.
It's just that there's a lot of legal ease around her, and I feel like they could have just supported her a little better. And I'm not talking about the actual attorneys that are in the courtroom, but what's that lady's name? What's the lady's name that came in to represent
Ashley Merchant.
But there's a pool, there's a reporter's pool that's in there, right? So they have to have, if they got blocked, I don't know if you guys remember, but there's a reporter for one of the newspapers. He's got New York papers he reports for. He was in the room at the time when Sylvia and him were the only two in the room when they were told not to film the arrest of
Woody.
Copeland when
Right.
he was on when he first pled the fifth, right?
Okay.
Do you know if you had kept that man out of there, right? There would have been some kind of attorney filing something to the court to say, hey, my client has a right to be inside this room. Filming this because you gave them the rule. You know, they have a rule 22. These are the parameters of the rule 22. They would have been a hearing immediately if there was an adverse effect. Whatever happened to Sylvia yesterday, there should have been immediately someone being put on the docket to have a conversation with why she's not inside of the, why she's not inside of the room.
Right. I got
And
you.
that's something we all could have supported. Now, I just want to say one last thing. These platforms, it depends on how you want to run your platform. Because like I said, it's your platform, right?
Sure.
Either you're a brand or you a handout.
Break that down.
You gotta decide when you're in this, when you're gonna be a brand and you're gonna stand on your brand.
Got it.
Period. Who's that other person? And
Yeah, I don't know
that's
that.
it.
I see some names popping up. I don't know who those persons are.
So that person's name, the one that Mia got up there, he's not the reporter that I was talking about or whoever,
Okay.
but that's a New York reporter who's down there, who moved down there in the Georgia. I like to have a conversation with him personally. Like, I like to have a conversation with him about some things. What I find interesting is that he was in the courthouse on Tuesday and all this stuff got turned up. Yes, the one I was talking about was George Cheedy
From Rolling Stone? I don't know.
from Rolling Stone, right? If
Okay.
this had occurred with him, this wouldn't, this would be an issue because
been
you're
some problem.
blocking the media from there. But because Sylvia represents a different form of media and we don't have no collective representation, this is when it would have been nice for them to like get an Ashley Merchant on board to say this. But you got a lot of people using our independent feed to get out their message for their opportunity. You understand? You had the lady that what happened to the woman who wants to be the DA? The Republican, right? Wasn't they just endorsing her? Where's your help for Sylvia? So like that's just
I'm gonna leave that alone.
But I'm just saying,
You're
like, these
100% on the money.
here
You're on the
they're
money.
using our platforms that have the I don't have the platform, so let's just be clear. But they're using the platforms that they see have the engagement to get a message out here for their own self-serving purposes. You have to not let people use you. You have to be able to use them. And that's about it. All right. Well, we're gonna go back to the trial. I'll be in the chat.
Well, no, everybody, thank y'all so much. Everybody, thank Mo for stopping by. I appreciate it. We'll do lunchtime with Mo.
No, I just happen to be I happen to be working from home today.
Yeah,
But
you got a real job. I agree.
during the real week, I'm in the real office just typing inside the chat, like trying to keep up and keep y'all honest. No, I just try to give y'all well, yes, because I hate being part of a world where the information is misinformation. So I try to put some love on it.
With some oh, it's a little too soon.
It's a little too soon.
Oh, it's a little too
All
soon.
right, later.
Oh, be good. Thank you so much, Mo. Yo, thank you again, Mo Justice. I'll just jump out like this. Mo Justice, thank you so very much for stopping through. And we will see what happens. But prayerfully, we can get Miss Sylvia back in there. And I like how she said that. That is our voice. is not just the mainstream media, the legacy media, but this is, Sylvia represents the new form of media, another way of communicating, another source to keep us all honest and give us that information that we need. So again, thank you so much, Monica, for following through on our lunch break. Thank you so very much. I appreciate y'all for shouting her out in the chat. I really appreciate it. We were watching the RICO trial the RICO case that's going on down in Jacksonville. I dropped the link in the chat if you want to finish it up, because I know we're going to run out of time, and there's about 10 minutes roughly left. So I dropped it in there if you're interested in it. It is a very interesting case. I like the fact that, follow along with what Monica said. I like the fact that these young documentarians that are coming out here doing these newscasts and whatnot like that, on a topic that seems to be very underreported. So shout out to them. Could the ACLU help? That's a good question. I don't know. I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I don't know all the ins and outs and ups and downs of it, but that's a great question, Cathead. I do appreciate that. Lots of good commentary back and forth. Yeah, I couldn't tell you the last time I deliberately, intentionally sat down and watched news on a mainstream media source. I can't tell you when. Not intentionally, I can't tell you. Yeah, and hopefully this matter can be resolved quick, and that Sylvia can be back where she belongs. Like she really fills that space very well. She does a great job, and even like again, something simple as being able to get a video in another direction that the camera's not facing is huge, and gives us an opportunity to see things from a different perspective for sure. Well, thank you so much, Dream. I'm glad you fell on through. Thank you so much. I hope I said it right. I apologize, in Breeze. Yes, the gentleman I dropped the video. He was unalived in Jacksonville, Florida, but he is originally from Tampa. I think I said that right in the beginning, but I might have messed it up the second time around. Yeah, I'm hoping that, like Monica brought it up, like, this would be a great opportunity for, Courtney Kramer, who wants to be DA of Fulton County, to at least, commentate, add some commentary, push for Sylvia to be able to get back in a position that, that'd be a good opportunity for her. Some good PR, if you will. So real question, if the other guy has a Rule 22, why isn't it on the Fulton County's website? I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. Are Rule 22s on all of them on the, I don't know how many Rule 22s there are floating around. It seems like your Rule 22 only applies to a particular case. So mine will only apply to the Young Thug case. So let's say there's an old thug case in another courtroom. I would not be able to go in there and use my Rule 22 in the old thug case. I have to be in the Young Thug case only, if I'm understanding that correctly. All right, so what do we got here? I think they're talking about the guy from Rolling Stones, Monica. I think. I might be wrong, which is very, very possible. But yeah, so real quick before they jump back in, they're supposed to be back in a few moments. We'll see what happens. How do y'all feel about the first part of the morning so far with Monton? How do you feel about that part of the morning? Drop an emoji in the chat. Kind of give me a visual of how you feel about today's so far. What are your thoughts on it? Okay. Joe asks, how long have I been streaming? I've been streaming, doing videos and live streams for almost 3 years. So matter of fact, it'll be 3 years on the 11th. was be the first day, September 11th of 2021 is when I uploaded my first video. So that is that to answer your question. I keep saying I'm gonna find this meme. I gotta find this meme, retired. Thank you so much. I keep saying I'm gonna do it and I don't do it. All right, thank you. Aaron's like, look, I can't even tell you how I feel. Oh, got them snakes. We know you're in a gang now. Pink, I appreciate it. What is this? Cat head. Oh, toxic. Okay, I got you. It's depressing. Yeah, it is. It's pretty sad to watch. Okay. I don't know if you're telling them to hurry up or you're clapping about it getting closer to being done. All right. It's scary to see. Absolutely. There's some good emojis there. Lots of good feelings, if you will. Let your feelings out. Let them out through the emojis there. That's a good question. I'm gonna be honest with you, Captain Paw. I'm gonna be honest with you. My name is Jason. I'm just gonna tell you what I think. The election interference case is DOA. I don't think they care about it, truthfully. And it's they're up for appeals on whether or not to remove Fonnie Willis from it, and they're not going to even answer the appeal until December 5th, which is a month after the election. Fonnie could be elected out, and it wouldn't even matter. Trump could be president, and it wouldn't matter. So there's a lot of complexity there. Trump could lose, and will they care? I don't think they'll care. So I really believe that the case is DOA. They're just going through wasting money at this point. Thank you so much, Mrs. Tina. Okay, I see what you're saying, Yvette. Yvette says, I think he's trying to backpedal and it's not working out because he's caught every time he needs to say. He just say the truth, whatever that was back in the day. I think that's, in my opinion, if he just says, hey, back in the day, I believed that this was correct. Today, I no longer believe that. I don't think that that's wrong. In my opinion, he could say, look, back in 2022, when I signed this agreement, I believe this about this organization. I no longer believe that today. Yeah, problem solved. In my opinion, his conscience would be eased. That's all I'm saying. That'll lock him up. Okay. I got to look at his plea agreement, but I mean, you can still have a change of heart on the matter. I mean, I think that's fair, in my opinion. I don't know why Love doesn't treat her. I don't get that. What does Shelock say? Love seems to try to confuse and bully her witnesses, in my opinion. I don't know why she treats them like that. Like, you're treating them very adversarial and you need them to work with you and agree with you and amen whatever it is that you're saying. Why are you beating them up? Why are you giving them a black eye? Like, just treat them nicer. That's all. It really wouldn't be that hard. Thus far, Mr. Sledge is telling the truth. Okay, thank you, Monica. I don't think that he's lying. Sure, I think that he could be a little bit more clear, but considering all that all that he is saying, like, I don't think he's lying either. Yeah, y'all are not feeling these repetitive questions. Y'all are not about these repetitive questions. Y'all said, look. Um, Debo 904 says, do you think the Soviet situation is a play to all small media do as the Romans? I mean, there could be something there. I'm not pretending like I fully understand all the ins and outs of why she's experiencing this. Just praying that she stays encouraged and that she can get back into the booth where she's supposed to be. Where? There's a Fonnie and Ashley court today at 2 p.m. somewhere. Okay. I need to know. Let me know now. Hey, if it's good, we might jump over. I don't know. They have another case. Really? What case is that? Can't find the green hearts. Where are the green hearts? It's in the emoji tab under emojis. If you type green, yeah, there you are. If you just start typing the word green, click on emojis, and then just type green, and you'll get the little green hearts. And there's green apple and green book and a couple other things. All right, let's see. Yeah, I'm not a fan of how they're treating this guy. Read this. Like, come on, man. Why are you doing that, brother, like that? That's just out of control. Thank you for the passage. 1 Corinthians 13. Thank you so much, Cathead. If you find it live, drop the link in the chat. Absolutely. Today at 2:00, they have an opening records litigation. You're right. They've been suing. You're right. So, Fonnie Willis has been sued by the Trump interference team for open records on contracts, how they went about billing, and of course, how they've been spending money, particularly around one Mr. Nathan Wade. And they won't give them the records, even though it's Freedom of Information Act request. If you find it, please, it should populate CMT, or just shoot me an email. Oh, he's going back to the Hooskow. There we go. So, okay. And hear me, y'all welcome to fix this. If she knows that he's violent, if by him saying that this isn't true, or I wanted this to say something different, that's going to get him thrown in jail. Why don't she just throw him in jail? What's the purpose of him sitting there vacillating on stand only to get thrown in jail? Like, what's the purpose of that? To me, that makes no sense. Because Debo said the language of the pleas is confining to ensure cooperation of state's position, which is fine. He's clearly violating that right now. Then why don't you just throw him in jail now? What's the purpose of him sitting there on the stand, just keep flopping around? Like, what's the purpose? And then he's still gonna go to jail. Yeah, that just makes no sense. Just throw him in jail. If you're gonna put him in jail, when he gets done, you're gonna throw him in jail, put him in jail now. That's all. Okay, let me see. I think. All right, I see it. What happened? Can you hear me? What happened? Hello, hello, hello. Let me know if you can hear me. Some reason or another, I'm talking to myself. Man. Oh, I'm the father of teenagers. So trust me, I'm used to talking to myself. I don't know what happened. I'm sorry. Well, I'm glad y'all can hear me now. I'm no longer talking to myself. Use my gang signs? Okay. That's hilarious. Y'all are wild, man. But then that's gonna get me on Rico. Come on. I got a green shirt on. Y'all putting the green emojis in the chat. Man, we already gonna be on Rico. Y'all like being in trouble. That's the problem. Y'all were those kind of kids that like being in trouble. I'm looking back. I don't know what. I have no idea. All right, let's see. The feed has not started yet. So they're on other people time. Because she did say 12:30. And now we are already at 12:42. But oh well. I don't know if my speech was profound. I'm gonna have to go back and check whatever the word I was talking about. I am not gonna wear a green bow tie tomorrow. No. She did say 120. I thought she said 130, but somebody said 145. I mean 12:45. Y'all just trying to give her some grace. Y'all know she late. Y'all just accept it. Oh, camera's moving. Y'all might be right. Maybe y'all were right. Maybe it was 12:45. Okay. My bad. Y'all look, y'all make it sound like I have no intention of dressing up. But we'll see what happens when I wake up in the morning. How I feel in the morning. Yeah, there's a lot of okay. Okay, so I think we're good to go. Of course, drop a 5 in the chat when you can hear when she finally does turn the mic on and stuff. But I think we're good to go. Do I need a lawyer to go ask for a Rule 22? Oh my gosh, I hope not. Was it according to my evidence and belief? Is that how we say it? According to my evidence and belief, man, I don't think I need to do all that. Information and belief. There we go. Information and belief. That's how it is. But yeah, this trial has been pretty interesting. Hopefully, I don't think they're going to get done with Young Thug today. I hate it, but I don't think they're going to. But I mean, he's been giving her some work. He's been stressing her out for sure. So we'll see what happens as the day goes on. No, this was actually the only clean shirt I had. I'm doing laundry simultaneously. I could wear a green hat if you want me to. No, I'm not gonna. What would you say? A green hat or a snake on the shirt. I mean, I have a green Adidas hat over here. I'm gonna ask. I go to the podium and speak. But see, the thing is, they'll do that without camera on, so y'all probably won't get to see me talking trash. It'd probably be better that way, especially if I get carted out of there in handcuffs. Y'all be like, I don't know that guy. This you can't get around. When he didn't admit to it or deny it, it's based on the Alfred plea. I could be wrong. Okay, here we go. Man, she is zoomed in on Love's ear. My gosh. Back off her ear, man. Back off. Really? Oh, I might need to get dressed up then. I might need to at least wear a shirt and sweater or something. We'll see. We'll see. All right. Can y'all please? They haven't hit the mic yet. I think she is Bora Bora. I'm not 100% certain. I think she is. Okay. I don't know what happened. No, I don't think Miss Pursfield. I didn't see the other young lady that's usually sitting there. I didn't see her. Okay, there you go. There's your question, Bora Bora.
Break a little bit early today.
And we're back.
It depends. Awaiting word on something.
Yeah, drop a 5 in the chat if you can hear. Yeah, she said break early. I don't know why. And there I am.
Okay. I mean, I don't.
All right. Let's go. All right. Well, thank y'all again for hanging out with us. If you're new, welcome to the channel. If you're been here all morning or all day rather, please thank you again for hanging out with me for the second part of the day. If you could hit the like button, let me know that you like this type of content. And if you do in fact like it, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It doesn't hurt you. Just lets me know that you appreciate what we're doing over here. For sure. I see you, Rebecca Starr. How are you? Good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping through. I appreciate you, Rebecca Starr. Thank you, love. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. Okay, here we go. Let's see. I see you, Gail. Welcome to the party, Gail. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, Breeze. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Working on being on point. Thanks so much. Welcome to the newest member. Thank you so much. Breaking early so the defense can't cross. State likes to go to Friday, so defendant has to start on Monday. So the jury is left with the state witness saying, I'm sorry, left all state witnesses say usually yes. All right. Mr. Matthews Jr. over there, I see him. Are they looking for the witness? I don't know. That's a great question. Are they looking for him? Brother said, man, look, I got to get in this wind. I got to get away from y'all people. And he said he's going to take his chances. I wonder what would happen, though. What if he didn't show back up?
We can go ahead and get the jury then.
I wonder what would happen. You trying to flee the state, the whole state?
All right, Mr. Sledge, you're comfortable? We'll I guess try to get word to Mr. Wright, although he should have heard the 12:45 time. If you need him while you're testifying, just let me know. But in the meantime, are you comfortable just getting restarted without him? Is that all
Yes,
right? Okay. All right, let's get the jury. And somebody try to get, there he is.
Hey.
No problem. We've got everybody now. All right.
No problem, Filipino girl. Thank you. I don't know. Apparently her microphone wasn't working. Then it started working. I don't know. I have no idea what happened with this.
Glad you can resume.
Here we go.
Judge. Your Honor, would the court inquire whether everyone on the far side of the courtroom can hear me using the phone?
Can y'all hear her? Maybe hold it a little closer.
There she is.
Hello?
She wants to know if we can hear her.
No?
I can't hear y'all either. You can, all right, Mr. Harvey can hear you then.
Thank you,
We're
Judge.
good.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Sledge.
Good afternoon, Ms. Love.
All right. Mr. Sledge, looking back at states 444 Yankee, am I correct that you acknowledged number 10 on page 4 of 7 as true?
Yes.
So how was it that you knew that on January 10th, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., YSL Associates traveled to Miami, Florida with co-defendant and YSL founder Jeffery Williams, aka Young Thug. Tell the jury how you know that, please.
Because I knew he had a show for the next day and they was leaving that night. I just didn't go.
How were you familiar that he had a show the next day?
By talking to him. He invited me to the show and a video shoot. I didn't go.
What made you not go?
Because I was gonna stay in the city to protect my family because I was falsely accused of something I didn't commit.
Now, when you say falsely accused, on January the 10th, 2015, to your knowledge, had warrants been taken out for your arrest for Donovan Thomas's murder?
No, the street said it. So I wasn't gonna leave my kids and my family here knowing that if I supposedly did something, they probably would have tried to harm my family. And I'd do anything necessary to protect my family.
Understood.
What if it sent me to prison for the rest of my life?
How did you find out the streets were saying that you murdered Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I received fake DMs from fake page. Well, I received DMs from fake pages.
And what did the DMs, tell the jury about some of the DMs from fake pages that you received?
It stated that me and Kenneth Copeland just killed Nut.
And what was it, just saying that? Just Sledge and or Moontunk and Woody just killed Nut?
Yes.
Who was the page allegedly from? You
I
said
don't
fake
know.
page.
It was a fake page, so it's a fake account. You wouldn't know who it is. I don't even remember the name on the account.
Did they call themselves Death to Snakes, Slimes, or something to that effect?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't recall.
Do you recall how many of those fake DMs you got?
I received them over years. Even once they dismissed it on me, I still receive it.
Were you and Kenneth Copeland the only persons that were accused in those fake DMs of murdering Donovan Thomas?
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm not offering.
How about as to his personal knowledge?
Thank you. To your knowledge, within the DMs that you received, within those DMs, were you and Kenneth Copeland the only people accused or alleged by some unknown people to have been responsible for that murder?
Yes, on January the 10th.
And when you say on January 10th, you mean that on that day only, you and he were accused?
Yes.
Did anyone within those DMs allege or assert anything regarding YSL as a group?
No, they never said YSL in the DM.
Okay. Did, when you referenced for years you got them, at any point did YSL show up in the DMs that you got accusing you of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yeah, probably over the years.
Okay. Do you know how many of those you got?
I can't recall. It was so many of them.
Okay. What did you do when you got those DMs? Did you take any action in particular?
I didn't even respond because I knew it wasn't true.
Did you share it with anybody?
No.
And when you say you knew it wasn't true, is that only as to your participation in the murder?
Yes.
All right. Now, were you working as head of security with Defendant Williams' label on January 10th, 2015?
No, I don't even think he was doing shows, but I wasn't going. I don't think he was doing shows, and I think I never went to the shows because I had a responsibility every day to get my kids to school.
Okay. So when were you working as head of security and didn't have to get your kids to school?
When we went on tour and other transportation was provided, I was able to go on tour with him.
And when was that?
I don't remember exactly the day the tour was.
I don't need specific dates. Can you tell the jury the
It was
year?
2015.
All right. Can you tell the jury whether it was summer, winter, spring, or fall in 2015?
I don't remember.
Was it after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
The tour was.
All right. Was that the first, second, third, or some other number tour that you went on with Jeffery Williams?
I think that was the first tour.
Is that the tour you referred to yesterday?
Yes, the rodeo tour.
Yes. And
Yeah.
was that the tour that involved Travis Scott?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what month that tour began?
No, I don't.
Did you work from the beginning of that tour until the end of that tour?
No, I think we got sent home for some stupidity.
All right. Did you work at the beginning of that tour?
Yes.
Do you remember where the first show was?
No.
Do you remember generally the month that the first show was?
No.
Are you able to say, however, based on what you just said, that whatever it was after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with a person named Kelvin Treadwell who answers to the name O.G. Bentley?
Yes.
How do you know Kelvin Treadwell?
Around Atlanta.
How long have you known him?
I can't recall how long I've been knowing.
Has it been as long as you've known Defendant Williams?
No.
Has it been longer?
Shorter.
All right. Did you know him in 2015?
Yes.
Did you know him in 2014?
I'm not, I think so.
Do you,
think so.
do you remember how you met?
Shooting the basketball in Cleveland Avenue Park.
All right. To your knowledge, at the time you met O.G. Bentley, was he YSL?
I don't know what Bentley was playing.
But at that time that you met him, were you still claiming YSL?
Yes.
All right. To your knowledge, did Bentley ever work for YSL as a road manager or in any other capacity? Your knowledge.
I think so.
When?
It was 2015.
Now, when you say it was 2015, why do you say it the way that you did? Was it certainly no other time than 2015?
I just said it was 2015, Ms. Lowe.
Was it only
Which way I said
2015?
it? Did I ain't say it no way, but it was 2015.
Okay. Was it only 2015?
I don't know. I wasn't around Bentley every time that they went on shows and stuff.
Were you around Defendant Williams every time they went on shows as head of security?
No, only when I went.
When did you not go besides when Donovan Thomas got killed?
It's a couple of times, I probably been on the tour, but there's a lot of shows that I didn't go to.
All right. How many shows did you go to? Do you remember?
I don't recall. There was so many I don't recall.
During the time that you were working as head of security and touring with Defendant Williams in 2015, to your knowledge, did O.G. Bentley work for YSL?
Could you repeat your question?
To your knowledge, did O.G. Bentley work with YSL during the time that you were touring and working as head of security with Defendant Williams in 2015?
I seen working like carrying bags, helping with the clothes, push the luggage in and stuff like that.
Besides carrying bags, working with the clothes, pushing luggage in, did you ever see or do you know whether O.G. Bentley worked in any other capacity for Defendant Williams during 2015?
I don't recall.
Did you ever interact with O.G. Bentley while working as head of security with YSL?
Yeah, we talked. We did what we supposed to been doing. Yeah, we talked.
Did he ever do anything that you were aware of besides carrying bags, working with luggage, and pushing around clothes?
I don't really recall.
Did you ever use him as part of the security for YSL?
No.
Okay. So, are you familiar with Chamel drinks?
I don't actually know Chamel drinks.
Are you familiar with the name Chamel drinks?
Yeah, by y'all putting it on the indictment.
Is the time or day you saw the indictment the first time you had ever in life heard of or knew about Chamel drinks?
I had seen it, but I didn't know his name was Chamel Drink.
What did you know him as?
They called him Nut, I guess.
When did you first learn of, and I will call him the other Nut. When did you first know about, learn about that particular person? Chamel drinks, whom you knew as Nut.
I probably seen him at the park on the basketball court a couple of times with somebody I know.
What park?
Captain Home Park.
Did you ever see him at Cleveland Avenue Park?
No.
You said it emphatically. Why did you say it that emphatically and chuckle?
I just said no.
Okay. Would you ever have expected to see him at Cleveland Avenue Park?
I wouldn't expect no one that's not all right with us to be in the same area we in.
By us, you
Well,
mean
not
YSL?
friends. Friends with me and Jeffery Williams to be in the same, and other guys who be on Cleveland Avenue. They're not friends with us to be in the same area we be.
Why?
We're not friends. Everybody have their own mutual friends.
So would Cleveland Avenue Park be a place you described as a place where YSL hung out, but not other people who weren't friends with YSL?
True.
Okay. What all did you do at Cleveland Avenue Park with YSL?
I already answered that question ago.
I'm talking about after 2012.
The same thing. We played basketball. They had days at the park.
What kind of days at the park?
They had Cleveland Avenue Day. Everybody in the city of Atlanta have a day.
Okay. When you say everyone in the city of Atlanta, what do you mean?
Zone 1, West Side, East Side, whatever you want to say, everybody have their own day.
What happened?
It's a reunion.
What happened at the reunion at Cleveland Avenue Park on Cleveland Avenue Day?
You barbecue, you play music.
And who all attended?
A lot of people, I can't tell you.
Did anyone attend that wasn't associated with or affiliated with or considered a friend of YSL?
It's a day, anybody come.
So even people that you considered opposition would show up at Cleveland Avenue Park?
You said opposition. You got to explain that to me.
All right. Thank you for that. Were there groups that you personally considered opposition to YSL?
What is the opposition to?
When you and I spoke earlier today about the meeting with Lieutenant Lansco, your lawyer, and me outside of Fulton County, did you tell me what you understood opposition to be?
I don't recall that.
As you sit here today, have you ever used or posted about ops?
Yes.
What did you mean when you posted about ops?
I feel like ops is a person I don't hang with.
And what does ops stand for?
I don't know.
Well, why do you use it?
It's a slang word in the street that everybody uses.
Is it short for opposition?
Maybe.
For you personally?
I guess.
So understanding that, were there any particular groups that you considered ops as it related to YSL? People who y'all were not friends with?
I guess, Miss Love.
Bless you. Say that again.
I said, I guess.
And who were those people? What groups were they?
I can't name. I can't name who they didn't like YSL because I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't know if you like. It looked like to me you don't like them. That's what I'm saying. So I can't answer that question for you.
I'm asking for
But
you.
you asked another question.
Who is it that you consider to be ops of YSL starting in 2015?
I don't know.
Did you consider If Gang ops for YSL?
I guess
Why?
because they didn't like certain people that was around us. I guess.
Other than the April 28th, 2015 drive-by, do you know of other conflicts, physical conflicts with If Gang members, between If Gang and YSL members?
What, a fight?
Fights, shootings, stabbings,
I don't
anything?
know. I don't know nothing about no shootings. I know about a fight.
Any kind of conflict?
A fight.
What fight?
I guess when they jumped on Copeland.
When was that?
I don't know what day that was.
Do you remember what month it was?
No.
Was it before or after Donovan Thomas was murdered?
Probably after.
Where did it occur?
Club Crucial.
Oh, no, not Club Crucial.
Were you there?
I don't recall if I was there or not, but I heard about it. I don't recall if I was there or not.
What do you remember happening around that time?
What you mean? Gotta be more specific.
What is it that, to your knowledge, occurred? You said that that was a conflict with ops and YSL.
Man, they still bringing up Club Crucial. That's crazy.
You may answer. What is it that you know about that conflict between ops and YSL as it related to Copeland?
I just know Copeland got jumped on.
By whom?
No, I think it's in under 801.
Your Honor, may I be allowed to ask another question?
All right, she's just going to ask another question. Go ahead.
Did you talk about Copeland getting jumped with other members of YSL?
No, I heard it in the street, Milo.
When you say in the streets, what do you mean?
Like people around Atlanta was talking about it.
What type of people? Like random people in a restaurant?
Regular people, females, all type of people. Whoever seen it, females and stuff like that in the club.
And did you ever talk about it with Copeland?
I don't remember if Copeland ever mentioned to me, but I think he did.
And in the context of your conversation with Copeland, what information was shared between you?
He said they were trying to take his money. Oh.
Yes.
Assuming facts not in evidence, he has not affirmatively stated that he had a conversation with Mr. Copeland about it. So it's inappropriate to ask what the contents of that conversation was.
Well, I was about to say he said, so I think it was, but why don't you clarify that, Ms. Love?
What did Copeland tell you happened?
I think they were trying to take his money out of his pocket. I don't know. I wasn't there. I just
Understand
what
that
he
you weren't
said.
there.
He just said they tried to take his money.
And who did Copeland tell you tried to take his money?
He didn't specific say any name to me.
Did he indicate whether it was If Gang or another group?
He actually said, I think he said it was If Gang. I'm not for sure.
Did he expect or want you to do anything as a result of that?
No, he never asked me to do anything.
Did he talk about who was with him
No.
when he got jumped?
He never mentioned anyone who was with him that night in the club.
Did he talk about anybody coming to his rescue?
Not that I know of.
Did he mention Bloody J?
No, because I think at I'm not sure if he mentioned Bloody J or not.
What did you start to say? I think after he what?
Because he left the club after he got jumped on, so I don't recall him mentioning Bloody J.
Are you aware of what YSL members, if any, were with him at the time that happened?
I don't know who was with him, what was with him.
Did you ever speak with Yak about that night?
No,
Did you ever speak with Lil D Garlington about that night?
no.
Other than when Copeland and Garlington got jumped on, are you aware of any other conflict between YSL and F Gang?
Not to my knowledge.
And as you speak of, to your knowledge, are you speaking of things that you personally saw? Are you confining your knowledge to things that you personally saw?
Yes.
All right. Were any other conflicts discussed among YSL members with you?
No.
Are you familiar with or aware of whether, following Donovan Thomas's murder, defendant Williams' stepfather's house got shot up?
No, I didn't know that.
Are you aware of any YSL members' homes being targeted following Donovan Thomas's murder?
I think January 10th, if I'm not mistaken, Copeland mother-in-law house got shot up, but that's about it.
And how'd you learn about that?
Copeland.
Did anyone else within YSL make you aware that either their home or their family's homes were shot at or targeted following Donovan Thomas's murder?
No.
How often did you hang or associate with Quindarius Zachary?
Me and Quindarius hung a lot.
What do you describe as a lot?
Not every day, but on normal days, like every other day.
Every other day since what year would you say?
I don't remember the year, Miss Love.
Fair enough. Were you hanging together that often in 2015?
Yes.
All right. Did you know who Quindarius Zachary was dating in 2015?
Yes.
All right. Are you aware of whether or not she was ever targeted by any member of If Gang during 2015?
No, I don't know if she was ever targeted by If Gang. I wouldn't say that.
Was she ever targeted by anybody?
I don't know.
Did you and Quindarius Zachary ever go out to retaliate against anyone who had shot at or targeted his girlfriend?
No, I never been anywhere with Quindarius to shoot at nobody about no girl.
He said, I ain't shooting about no girl.
How many times have you been with Quindarius to shoot at anybody about anything?
The only incident we pleaded guilty to.
And if you would talk about pleas of guilty to you, because we can't talk about anybody else's plea.
Well, you asked me and I told you.
I'm
That's the
asking
only
simply how
incident.
many. Okay. Is it accurate to say that you cannot and are not able to say that the persons charged in this indictment with the murder of Donovan Thomas guilty are not guilty, didn't do that murder?
I can't say if they're guilty or not guilty.
Okay. Now, as reflected in number 14 of your factual acknowledgments, can you tell the jury how it is or why it is that the gas station at 151 Cleveland Avenue Atlanta, Georgia, is one of the multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate?
Well, from my understanding, I used to hang up there and play the slot machine,
Mhm.
and I sold a couple of baggies, if that's what you want to call it. Me, I don't know if anyone else sold any baggies. If they did, that was their biz.
Did number 14 refer only to you, or did it refer to YSL associates,
multiple.
plural?
It's a multiple.
Multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs
Yes,
and do not allow other gangs to operate?
yes, I see that.
And is that a thing that you told the jury earlier today
But what
was true?
I'm saying it probably was multiple people selling drugs, but
Tell the jury how they kept other gangs from operating at 151 Cleveland Avenue.
I already answered that question. Why would anyone come anywhere and hang with people they're not friends with? I'm not going to hang with anyone that I'm not friends with.
My question is not that. My question is, how did YSL keep other gangs from selling drugs or operating at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Cause I hung at the gas station, so who will come? I hung at the gas station. Well, me and a couple of people, deceased people, I don't want to speak their name. We hung at the gas stations, and people not friends of us not gonna come up to the gas station.
Would you please tell the jury, and I will not belabor it, but would you please tell the jury who those other people were? And I'm sorry for that loss.
I don't want to speak their name.
Would you please tell the jury their last name?
I don't know their real name. I only know well, Matt, what did you say? I can't think of their name right now. Give me a second.
Was it?
Cause I don't want to speak their name in this courtroom, cause they not here to defend themselves.
And they're not on trial.
Right, but
Okay.
I don't want to speak nobody's name who ain't here to defend themselves.
Do you understand nothing bad can happen to
I understand that, but I still don't want to speak their name in this case.
All right. Will you answer yes or no if I speak their names? Was one of the persons Christian McMiller?
I don't want to answer that question, Ms. Lee.
Your Honor, would the court please instruct the witness to answer?
You need to answer it, and you need to answer it truthfully.
Yes,
Was one of the persons Darius Ford?
yes.
Thank you. How often did you hang at 151 Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta with those two persons?
Not that much.
What did you use what kind of or type of baggies or drugs did you sell there?
I probably had a personal pack that I was smoking on. If someone came, I probably sold them some out of my pack, like what I was smoking on. I didn't really sell drugs up there, but I have.
Why did you use 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Because I was there. I have sold drugs right there, so that's why I used.
Is that the only place in Atlanta that you sold drugs?
No, I sold drugs. I've been selling drugs probably all my life, but it don't have nothing to do with YSL. YSL wasn't even thought about when I started selling drugs.
Okay. Did you hide from YSL members that you sold drugs?
What could you ask? What type of question is that?
Did you hide it from YSL that you sold drugs?
I never told them I sold drugs.
That's not the question.
No, I didn't hide it from anybody but the police.
Okay. Is it fair to say it was known among members of YSL that you sold drugs?
What them knowing?
Sustained.
Are you aware of whether members of YSL, are you personally aware of whether other YSL members knew that you sold drugs?
Maybe. Yes, yes.
Okay. Is the picture that I showed you yesterday of you and Mr. McMiller that was labeled and admitted as states 426Y. Was this taken at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, I had pulled up there because I seen him. Yes.
Who took the picture?
I don't know. I don't recall who took the picture.
All right. You spoke about guns earlier and always having guns. What kind of guns did you personally carry with you in 2015?
I don't remember a gun that I carried, Miss Love.
I don't mean make and model. I mean just generally the types.
In the video, you see I had an assault rifle. So
How many?
you showed the jury that too.
How
And
many?
this whole courtroom.
How many assault rifles did you have?
I don't know, Miss Love. I don't recall how many I had.
Where did you get your guns?
I paid for them
Where did you get them?
off the streets.
Did you get any from Quindarius Zachary?
Did I get any guns from? Because there was
Did
no.
Quindarius Zachary ever buy guns for you?
No.
Do you know if Quindarius Zachary bought guns for any other member of YSL?
I know he was accused and arrested for it, so.
I'm not asking that. I'm just asking if
No,
you have.
I don't know.
On the night that the house was shot up in the Martin Luther King area off of Adele Avenue, what kind of guns did you, Garlington, and Zachary have?
I didn't have a gun.
How many guns were in the car?
I don't recall.
Since you said you always carry guns, why didn't you have a gun?
Because I didn't have a gun that night.
Okay. What was special about that night such that you didn't need a gun?
I believe I left it at home by mistake, just moving too fast that day.
Why were you moving so fast?
We all move too fast sometimes and leave stuff behind.
Were you moving to protect Garlington? Knowing?
Sustained.
Did you have any intention of looking out for Garlington when you left the house?
We was together, but nobody knew anything was gonna transpire that night.
Okay. When you went back, did you say, and forgive me if I got it wrong, so you have to correct me, did you say that you left and came back and picked up Garlington?
I left the club.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Did you go home?
No, I didn't make it home.
All right. And when you and Garlington went to pick up Mr. Zachary, did Mr. Zachary live near where you lived at the time?
No.
How far away from where you picked up Mr. Garlington did you have to go to pick up Mr. Zachary?
I don't know the mileage or none of that, Ms. Love. I'm not
asking that.
I
I'm just
don't know.
asking generally.
I don't know.
Was it across town in another city or what?
I don't know. It wasn't another city.
Did Mr. Zachary get in your car with a gun?
Yes.
What kind of gun?
I don't recall.
Was it a handgun or an assault rifle or
Or
something else?
I don't recall, Ms. Love. I don't know if I think it was assault rifle. I don't recall.
Did you ask him what he was going to do with it?
No, I didn't answer.
Did you ask him whether it was loaded?
No.
Why not?
He better not have a gun.
Why you say he better not have a gun that's not loaded?
Man, nobody in the world better have a gun that ain't loaded. What you doing with it? That
Why
don't
do you
make
keep
any
looking
sense.
to your left in
I'm
the
just
direction
laughing
of
at you.
the defendants? Okay.
I'm not afraid.
Looking at anybody
I'm
over
not
there?
afraid of nobody over there. So let's get that straight. I'm just telling you that.
Did you
That's-
hear me
that's
assert
for
that
me.
you were afraid of anybody?
I'm bringing that to your attention. I'm bringing that to your attention.
Sustained.
I ain't slow, Miss Love, no. I'm not intimidated by you or nobody in this courtroom.
As well, you should not be.
Right. No, I can take
What
a break.
about,
Can I take a break? Can I take a 5-minute break?
We just got started.
Yeah, but,
Let's keep going.
okay.
what about the gas station at 221 Cleveland Avenue referenced in factual acknowledgement number 15? Would you tell the jury who it is among your YSL associates that sells drugs at 221 Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia?
That's the same question from, the same, it's gonna be the same answer for number 14.
So the same YSL associates that sold drugs and didn't allow gangs to operate at 151 sold drugs.
The statement of the testimony. He never testified that people did not allow others to operate.
Yeah, that's what's in the factual assertion that she's going over right now. Go ahead, Ms. Love. Overruled.
Thank you. And to be clear, is that what you testified to a moment ago, that YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate at 151 Cleveland Avenue and 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I think I said that no one, our friends will come to the gas station where we at. I think that was my answer.
Did you acknowledge that the entirety of the sentence that is number 14 in the factual acknowledgements was true earlier before lunch?
Yes.
And so does that sentence say the gas station?
It say allowed, but I just know no.
Will you let me finish the question?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Does it say the gas station at 151 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is one of multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate?
If you want to be factual, we won't allow no one who's not our friend around us.
How did you keep people who weren't your friends from being around you?
We didn't keep no one. They just didn't show up.
You just said we wouldn't
allow because we'll be uncomfortable.
How
So-
did you keep them from doing it then? How did you not allow them?
I'll just tell you, you're not my friend. Why you want to hang around me? You ain't my friend.
Did that keep people from being around you who weren't YSL?
A lot of people. Because I'm not going to allow you to be around me if you're not my friend. I don't trust you.
Do your words alone keep people from being around you that are not your friends?
My words.
Do you ever use anything else, or any show of force to back up your words?
No, I didn't have to.
Why?
I just didn't have to.
Okay.
People respect people. So like if you respect, like I respect you, what you're doing your job. So if you respect me, you just gonna accept what I say.
Understood. Thank you. Are these people that respected you that you did not allow to operate at 151 Cleveland Avenue and 221 Cleveland Avenue people that you would consider ops to YSL?
I couldn't say that because I don't know no op that try to come up to the gas station.
Well, what other gangs did you keep from operating at 151 Cleveland and 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know if they was gangs or not, but if they was gangs, they wouldn't be able to come up there.
Since you said all of the statements in 14 and 15 are true, and you said you did not allow other gangs to operate, what gangs did you all keep from operating at 151 Cleveland and 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know the name of the gang.
How did you know they were gangs?
They probably had a flag on or something like that.
What's a flag?
I guess a do-rag, I don't know.
You guess a do-rag?
Yeah. They used to have their little colors hanging off them. I don't know exactly what it was.
When you say colors hanging off them, please describe so the jury is understanding what you mean. For the jury, not me.
That's what they state The gang unit state anybody who wear
Wait a
a
minute.
flag.
Hold it, hold it, hold it.
I don't know then.
I'm asking you how
don't
you
know.
knew, not the gang unit.
I don't know. I don't know if it was true or they were false. I don't know.
Okay. Regardless of whether they were actual gang members or they were false flagging, how is it that you kept people that you observed?
You asking the same question, Ms. Love, that I already answered. You asking it in a different way. Just move on to your next question. You asking the same question in 3-4 different ways.
Do you think that
Y'all, I need to take a break. My head hurt.
You're probably not the only one, but we're gonna wait a few minutes before we break again.
She making my
Oh,
blood
thanks,
pressure go up for real. I got high blood
Take some
pressure.
deep breaths.
Lee.
is If Gang one of the gangs that y'all did not allow to operate at 151 Cleveland and 221 Cleveland?
I don't know.
Did you ever see them operating there?
No, I never seen them in that area.
Okay. When you say in that area, are you meaning in the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes, I never seen in the Cleveland area.
Do you know what area If Gang generally occupied?
No.
Do you need me to get you some water?
I need you to just come on, let's get this over with. Because you keep asking me the same questions 3-4 times. My answer
I'm
not
trying
going
to
to
get through
change.
it, okay?
Yeah, my answer not going to change.
Okay.
I'm answering to my best of knowledge.
Okay. Now, when you were talking earlier about the sentencing acknowledgments that you said you didn't understand on December 28th, 2022, but that you understand today. How did you, when did you gain your understanding of number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the paragraph underneath number 6 that you didn't have on December 28th, 2022?
When I read them myself, I understood them a little better.
And did you review those with your lawyer of 15 years on December 28th, 2022?
I don't remember because at that time I was going to a lot when my mother was sick. So I didn't remember. I don't remember.
Did your lawyer read them to you by any chance?
I don't remember. I don't remember, Ms. Love.
Were you given, did you have to raise your hand and swear that you understood each of those sentencing acknowledgments in section 5 on pages 5 and 7? I'm sorry, 5 and 6.
I most definitely raised my hand because I was desperate to get back to my mama when I took that plea. But I'm answering all my questions, all your questions to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you. So let's talk about getting back to your mother.
I don't want to talk about my mother.
I do not, I'm not. I'm going to not talk about your mom, okay?
Yeah.
I'm talking about what you just told the jury. Were you in Rice Street at the time that you went over these acknowledgments with your lawyer?
I consider this courthouse as Rice Street, so yes.
Right.
I was Rice Street property.
Did you ask him questions?
Did I ask who questions?
Your lawyer?
Yeah, I told him a lot of things that you stated on this paper wasn't what I said, so some of the stuff I didn't agree to.
Did you ask him to come back and tell somebody from the state?
He did come back and tell you from my knowledge.
So while you were asking him and telling him that, Did you also ask him what the sentencing acknowledgements meant?
No, I didn't ask that question.
Is there any particular reason you didn't?
I just told you, I was just trying to get my sick mother.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, let me ask you, I'm sorry, I needed to ask you, what was the offer made to you in exchange for your plea of guilty? What offer did the state make to you?
To get up and tell my truth, right? That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you my truth, not what my understanding was. When I took this deal, I would be able to explain you my truth because I don't know whoever even stated this stuff to you.
When you say you don't know who stated this stuff to me, please
Because
explain.
somebody you had to come up with it some type of way for it to be on this paper. It ain't nothing that I said to you. That's my understanding. I didn't say it to you.
Did you swear that those were true?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Would you tell the jury whether you and unindicted co-conspirators, along with some indicted co-conspirators, between January 24, 2013 and May 8, 2022, conspired unlawfully to acquire, maintain, directly and indirectly, an interest in and control of United States currency and other personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity, and conspired to conduct, participate in, directly and indirectly, such enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity
You said on what day?
between January 24, 2013 and May 8, 2022.
I don't remember, Ms. Lord. I don't remember.
Can you tell the jury whether you conspired to associate with others to illegally obtain money and property by participating in the enterprise that is YSL through a pattern of racketeering activity?
No, I don't recall that.
Can you tell the jury whether in furtherance of your conspiracy, you engaged in activities that included preserving, protecting, and enhancing the reputation, power, and territory of YSL through acts of racketeering activity, including murder, assault, and threats of violence?
You said, did I?
Did you conspire with others
No, not by my knowledge.
to participate in this enterprise that is YSL?
I'm answering no to that question. I don't
Okay.
understand it.
Did you and other YSL members act in any way to protect or preserve or enhance the reputation and power of YSL by posting messages, images, videos, and songs that demonstrated your allegiance to YSL and your willingness to engage in violence on its behalf? Your Honor, this is a...
Also going to object to leading.
To what?
Leading.
I'm going to overrule that one. What are you saying, Ms. Love?
That these are things we allege that this witness has stated or agreed to. He has On December 28th, 2022. I'll just leave it at that.
And I'm going to say, presumes guilt, it takes away the presumption of innocence, Ms. Love reading an indictment and asking the witness. If I'm going to say more.
Well, I mean,
May I
she's
respond?
asking him if he did.
Yes, Your Honor, that,
You said we.
Yeah.
That's not the question. Did Mr. Sledge and others.
Right.
Well, you rephrased it that way, so I think you need to stick to the phraseology that you're permitted to ask, okay?
yes, Your Honor. Did you conspire with other members of YSL to preserve, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of the enterprise known as YSL by posting messages, images, videos, and songs demonstrating your allegiance to the enterprise and a willingness to engage in violence on its behalf?
All right, that's overruled.
You may answer the question.
Could you repeat it?
Yes. Did you conspire with other members of YSL to preserve, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of YSL by posting messages, images, videos, and songs demonstrating allegiance to YSL and a willingness to engage in violence on behalf of YSL? Did you do that?
Yes.
All right. At any time, did you remain armed and ready and willing to preserve, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of YSL through the use of violence?
No, I stay armed for myself. No.
Did you conspire with any other YSL members to do that?
No.
You may.
Did you obtain or did you conspire with others to obtain money, weapons, and other property through acts including robbery, theft, and the unlawful sale and distribution of drugs?
No.
Did you conspire with other members of YSL to obstruct law enforcement investigations and court proceedings through witness intimidation and attacks upon law enforcement officers?
Could you repeat that and make it? Could you say it what I can understand?
Yes.
Because I didn't understand what you were saying.
And you're going to have to tell me which part you're not understanding.
I
Okay?
don't understand the whole question, whatever you say.
Did you and other members of YSL with you, did y'all conspire to obstruct law enforcement investigations and or court proceedings through witness intimidation and attacks upon law enforcement
All right.
officers?
Miss Love, make sure
Yes, Your Honor.
that you're asking about what he did. And he can, I mean, he
I will be-
understood all of the other ones that you asked him. So
Okay.
it's not the beginning of that question that seems to be confusing him.
I'll break it up.
Why don't you-
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
okay, sustained.
All right. Did you and other members of YSL, did you ever?
That's the issue. That's
the
one of the
issue.
issues.
We at
Okay.
YSL. Thank you.
Did you conspire with anyone within YSL?
No.
All right. Did you ever, through witness intimidation, make any efforts to obstruct law enforcement investigations and court proceedings?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you what we have marked as State's Exhibit 435 Yankee.
I just dropped a new poll. Feel free to answer. Feel free.
With the court's permission, may I first show and make certain that the defense sees what I'm showing the witness, and
Yeah.
then approach the witness.
You may.
Thank you. I've just shown to counsel for the defense as State's Exhibit 435 Yankee. I'm not going to play the sound, but I am going to play the video for you. It's a short video.
Why you just say it was a video, man? They're not gonna answer this.
Because I have to do foundation.
Right. Okay.
All right. Do you recognize yourself in State's Exhibit
Yeah, me.
435 Yankee? which is
Yes.
the video?
Yes, me.
Is that a fair and accurate copy or
Yes.
depiction?
Thank you for refreshing my memory. Thank you.
Your Honor, the state tender states 435 Yankee is evidence.
It's admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to publish.
You may.
Thank you.
You lie to your kids, you lie to your mama, but you get in the courtroom and in the investigation room and tell them punk ass people the God honest motherfucking truth. Puss ass.
Okay, we've heard that before.
Mr. Sledge, do you recall when you made that video?
No, I don't know the date.
Did you put that video on your own social media account?
Yes.
Do you recall when you put it on your social media account?
No, I don't recall when I put it on.
Are you able? We're gonna put it up for you and ask you if you can read. We're gonna put up a still shot and see if you're able to read the date at the bottom of the still shot.
You gonna put it right here?
Yes, sir, up
Okay.
here. Up. Can you see it in both places?
I don't see a date, at least you can blow it up.
She's gonna blow it up for you. Are you able to see the date at the bottom of that post?
Yes.
Would you please start with the time and read the time and date?
4:22 p.m. 7/19/2015.
4:22 p.m. 7/19.
2015.
Thank you. Now, what caption did you put with that?
I just said puss ass nigga for real.
Why did you put that particular caption with that video about getting in a courtroom and telling the God's honest truth?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I was just doing something at the time. It was just an Instagram post. And it's a saying that everybody says, so I just posted it.
Which part is a saying that everybody says?
You lie to your kid, lie to your mom. I just put puss ass niggas on the post. I don't know the meaning of why I put it on there.
Does
I
everybody?
did put it on there.
Okay. Does everybody say only you lie to your kids and you lie to your mama?
It's a saying. I don't hear it a couple of times.
Is that all of the saying that everybody says? You lie to your kids, you lie to your mama?
Yes, a lot of people.
So the rest of it and get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth. Does everybody say that part?
All that go with it. That's the whole point of the saying. All that go with it.
Why did you choose this particular saying to make a whole video about and post it on your Instagram in July of 2015?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I'm being honest with you. I don't know.
And is that when you did that, does that refresh your memory about the video that you saw earlier where you said it sounded like your voice was saying snitching bitches?
Yeah, I told you I didn't see me in the video, but it sounded just like me. I said that.
Okay.
I said that to you earlier.
Okay, you did. Do you recognize where you are in this video?
No, I don't know where I'm at in this video.
Okay. I'm going to show you now what has already been admitted as 427 Yankee. And while we're getting that pulled up, are you, did you know that any members of YSL did you know whether or not any members of YSL did any interviews with police around July 15th, 2015?
No, I didn't know that. Oh, you said 2015?
Yes, sir.
What day? Could you give me a specific day?
Around July 15th.
No, I don't know about that. Okay. I don't know about that.
What interviews in 2015 are you aware, and how are you aware of YSL?
Only person I know that went.
Actually, before you answer that, let's just wait. Okay.
Okay,
I'm gonna
yeah.
pause.
'Cause I don't
We're
know.
gonna go ahead and play 427 Yankee.
I just asked her who she was dead. Motherfucking yak. I just asked her who she was dead, bitch. She don't even know who dead. She like, you crying.
Did you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
You're smiling. Do you remember when that video was taken?
No, ma'am.
Was it around 2015?
Probably.
Do you know where it was taken?
I think we in a house somewhere, something like that.
Whose house?
I don't really know who house it is. I just know the people I see in the video. I don't know actually who house we was at.
Tell the jury, please, who all you recognize in the video. And you don't have to point them out. Just tell the jury who all you recognize.
I recognize me, Mr. Williams, Stillwells. I want to say Kendrick and Arnold. I think that was Zachary and Garnet, if I'm not mistaken.
Do you see Mr. Copeland in there?
Could you play it back and let me see?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I just asked her who she was dead. Motherfucking yak. I just asked her.
Yeah, I see Mr. Copeland.
Is he the gentleman with the red hat?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Stillwell do anything with his hand?
I don't know exactly what he did. His hand, he pointed. Whatever he did, I couldn't see what he did with his hand.
If we play it and freeze it, would you be able to see?
Maybe.
Okay, let's try that.
That ain't Mr. Stillwell.
Who is that?
The Mickey and Gunner look like he throwed up the 3.
He's throwing up a 3?
Yeah, that's the 3 like that. He did like this. That's what it is.
Have you ever seen that sign thrown up to represent a B, a small b, as in Bloods?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how do you distinguish when it's a 3 and when it's a B?
You can't distinguish because it's throwed up the same way. I don't seen people throw it up both ways.
All right.
So you can't distinguish.
Did Mr. Garlington say anything to you to make you believe that that was 3 versus the B?
No, I just see 3 fingers like this.
Okay.
So
Do you currently work
For me,
Yes, sir.
I have my own business.
Okay. And at the time that this video was made, were you working at that same business?
No,
Were you working anywhere at the time this video was made?
what the date is, the 19th or something like. I don't know the date of the video. Could I see the date of the video?
In 2015, were you working at all anywhere during the year 2015?
I told you at one point in time, I started working head of security with Mr. Jeffery Williams in 2015.
And did you see yourself with money in the video?
Yes,
And was that your money?
probably was. I ain't finna be holding on nobody no money.
Okay. And how did you make the money that you had in that video?
I don't know how I made it that time, at that time. I don't even.
Do you remember what you got paid as head of security?
No, I don't. It's based on how long it went, so I don't actually know the pay until like till we done with the tour.
Okay.
Or how many days I ever worked, then I know.
Were you paid by the hour or salary or what?
I was paid salary.
Do you remember your salary?
No, I don't actually remember the exact salary.
The Demekion that you identified in the video, is that another person that you call Lil D?
Yes.
Okay. And was his Instagram name Scarface with an X replacing the C?
I think that was his Instagram.
Did you hear someone yelling "Black, Black" in the background of that video?
No.
Okay. Have you heard the term black, B-L-A-T-T, used?
Yeah.
Where have you heard that term used?
I heard a lot of people use it.
Have you heard YSL members use it?
I used it.
When you use it, what do you use it to mean?
I didn't really never know what it mean, but I used it.
How did you use it when you used it?
I just said black.
And to what would you be using the word black? To respond to or to identify?
Could you repeat that?
Could you use black in a sentence the way you used the word black when you did use it? Could you use a sentence, put in a sentence for the jury?
I don't think I never used it in a sentence, but I might just say black.
Okay. And would that be in response to something that scared you or meeting someone?
No.
What occasions would you use the word black?
I don't know what occasion, but I used it.
Did you use it in the same way you use slat?
Did I use it in the same?
Did you use it in the same way that you use the word slat?
You're trying to confuse me like that. You gotta
No, I
tell me.
promise you I'm not.
You gotta tell me like, cause you saying that I use black in the same term I use slack.
No, in the same way.
Wait, like yeah, when I see somebody who, I show love, yeah.
Okay, so is black a way that you show love?
Yeah.
Does black stand for you for blood love all the time?
From my understanding, I never knew that what it stands for, but
okay. So, okay. When did you start using black to show love?
Probably like 2015, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Did you hear other people who are YSL use black to show love?
I think so.
Who did you hear?
I think I seen in a video that me and Zachary was in, he used it.
Is Zachary the only person that you heard use it?
I don't recall if you got anything you can refresh my memory with. Okay. And I tell you.
All right, thank you. Do you remember the night of January 10th, 2015?
Yes.
Why do you remember that night?
I remember that night because I was falsely accused of a crime not by the state, by the streets.
Do you remember the day, earlier in the day before you learned you were being falsely accused?
Hey,
Did I know
everybody, real
earlier?
quick, I just
No,
want to
sir.
know,
Do you remember what you were doing?
would you all want to jump over and watch the hearing of Ashley Merchant filing her suit against the Fulton County DA's office for records? Would y'all want to watch that above watching this? It's supposed to be starting shortly. And I pulled it up quick and give me let's go with a 5 in the chat if you want to watch that. Just a 5 in the chat if you want to watch it. And then if not, it's perfectly fine. I'm cool with it. Okay. All right. So it's looking like that. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna stay on this right now until the other one starts because it was supposed to start at 2 and they on that other people time at the
So
current
did
moment.
you make any
So as soon as I
efforts
know,
to
we'll be ready to
go
go.
somewhere to watch the Patriots game?
I went home and watched.
Was it a playoff game or just a?
I think it was a playoff game, AFC or something. I don't remember.
Do you remember who won?
The Patriots.
Okay. So you made good money that night.
I ain't make it that night. I received it probably 2 days after.
Okay.
Not that night.
Did you take any pictures of yourself watching the Patriots game?
I want to say I took a picture of the TV and me and my son, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Did you post that picture anywhere on a social media site of yours?
Yes.
Do you remember which social media site?
I only think I had Instagram at the time, so.
I'm showing you what has already been admitted as states 423. Why? Is that the photo that you posted on January 10th, 2015 of you and your son watching the Patriots?
Yes.
Is the time and date on the bottom the time and date you remember making that posting?
Yes.
All right. Would you tell the jury that time and date?
The time is 7:52 p.m. 1/10/2015.
Can we publish that to the jury, please? 423 Yankee. There's no problem. Up here. Correction, Your Honor. This is going to be 433 Yankee, and the state tenders 433.
Have everyone here that we need for the hearing?
Yes, everyone's present. Can you hear me, Your Honor?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect. So we have in one room, counsel for Fulton County, the DA in her individual and official capacity, and the district attorney's office in one room. I also am logged on my personal computer in the event that was I needed to share my screen for some reason.
Okay, fair enough. Ms. Smith, we are going to go on the record and go ahead and get started. This is going to be a hearing in the matter of the Merchant Law Firm versus Fulton County District Attorney's Office, Fulton County, Georgia, Fonnie Willis individually, and Fonnie Willis in her official capacity. Case number 24 CV 001325. I'll note for the record that this hearing is taking place by video conference, and that I have invited the attorneys to appear remotely, and I'm going to ask them now to make announcements of their presence, starting with counsel for the plaintiff.
Good afternoon, Judge Ashley and John Merchant, on behalf of the Merchant Law Firm. Also appearing is our paralegal, Sierra Bergdorf. She is in one of those boxes, and she's here for purposes of documents and screen share. And then I would note the two of the witnesses, Ryan Holmes and Andrea Geiger, are both witnesses from Critical Mention Media Company. I don't believe we're going to need them, so I'm fine keeping them on this main page for a few minutes. We have business records from them that we have already introduced with business certificates. I just have them here just out of an abundance of caution in case the state had any objections or questions about those business records. But if they don't, and we can admit those, then those two folks can be excused.
Okay, let me get announcements from counsel for the various defendants, and then I'll inquire about your proposal.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. It's Sandy Monroe here on behalf of the Fulton County, the District Attorney's Office, Fonnie Willis in her individual capacity, and Fonnie Willis in her official capacity. Also with me is Brad Bowman, my supervisor, who is going to be my second chair in this matter.
Okay. Did you say Mr. Bowman?
Correct. Brad Bowman.
Thank you. Okay. So to start with, Ms. Monroe, I think I understood. I know there was I saw some email traffic regarding the parties' disagreements about whether people could submit certificates. But to start with the first question, Ms. Merchant has indicated that Mr. Holmes and Ms. Geiger are present here as witnesses of the company Critical Mention, and she has also submitted a certificate regarding those records. And I think I understood Ms. Merchant's proposal to be that if the county, to be clear, if the defendants are okay with accepting that business records certification, then Ms. Geiger and Mr. Holmes could be excused. What is your position on that, Ms. Monroe?
I don't believe I've ever received certifications. Were they each filed on Odyssey?
Yes.
Okay. I haven't taken a look at those records. It wasn't my understanding that there were subpoenas from those members, so our office would have to take a look at them to determine whether or not we object. But assuming and this is just for emails.
So on September 4th, the plaintiff filed a notice of intent to introduce business records. It's docket number 66. And I believe those, let me pull them up to make sure I'm referencing the right document. But those are a notice of intent by the plaintiff to introduce business records, and they are business records that carry a certification signed by Andrea Geiger as the Senior Director of Sales and Training for Onclusive Inc., which I assume is the Critical Mention company that I've heard of before. So those are the documents, I think. Ms. Merchant, is that correct, or is there something else?
No, that is correct, Judge. And we actually gave those documents before that. We gave them to the state, to the county. We sent them by the court's deadline on Tuesday at 2:00. We sent them a link with those documents included. They're Bates labeled, and they're attached to that, as well as the business certificate was sent that day as well.
Okay. And so, Ms. Monroe, understanding that you might want to the extent that we're going to discuss those documents in detail at some point, at any point, if it's necessary, I understand you might want to reserve any objections about the fact that you've only had some time to look at them substantively. But in terms of their authentication and their admissibility as a business record, which is really just the limited question right now, do you have any objection to accepting those documents as being an authentic business record of Onclusive, so that we can excuse Mr. Holmes and Ms. Geiger, or do you wish to have them wait in the breakout room with the other witnesses?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So the record will reflect that the defendant's counsel has graciously agreed to accept that business record certification for the records from Inclusive. And I believe with that, Ms. Geiger and Mr. Holmes, you may both be excused. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Judge, we would invoke the rule of sequestration. Dexter Bond is on the screen. He is one of our witnesses. And then we've got quite a few other witnesses I don't see on the screen, so I'm not sure if they're in the county attorney's office or where they're sequestered. But I just want to make sure they're not watching on YouTube or anything like that.
Right. So I do see that Mr. Bond is present, and I do have him listed on at least a notice of filing subpoenas that was submitted by the plaintiff. And so now that the rule of sequestration has been invoked, Mr. Bond, we do have a breakout room. So it's sort of your choice. You can log out or you can just wait in the breakout room. And if and when you are needed, you will be invited back, or the county attorneys will tell you to log back on. But Ms. Merchant's point is a valid one, that to the extent there's anyone who is observing these proceedings online or through YouTube, if you are a witness or potential witness in this case, then the rule of sequestration has been invoked and you need to stop watching any live stream that you may be watching or any Zoom link that you are watching in order to comply with that obligation. I see that Mr. Bond has left us. And again, I'll just ask the parties, for those of you, you know the names of your witnesses better than I do. If you see someone pop up, let me know and we will invite them to either log out or go to the breakout room. Okay, so what we are actually here on today is the Merchant Law Firm filed a complaint alleging a violation of the Georgia Open Records Act. Based on a request that the Merchant Law Firm submitted to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office using, I think, what's alleged in the complaint is a portal that is provided by online to submit such requests. And then at some point, there was a question as to whether the, quote, Fulton County District Attorney's Office, end quote, was an entity. I think that was a concern that was raised by the defense at the outset. And so at some point during the process of this case, the Merchant Law Firm added Fulton County, Georgia as a defendant in the Open Records Act case. And then subsequently, with leave of court, after a hearing that we had regarding who was the appropriate party for such an Open Records Act, the court granted leave for the Merchant Law Firm to add Fonnie Willis individually and Fonnie Willis in her official capacity as, of course, the district attorney of the Fulton County. So that's where we are now. At the hearing where where we had this initial discussion, part of that conversation revolved around the fact that, to my way of thinking, there was a way to request records from Fulton County or from the district attorney's office in whatever manner we're going to call that entity or that individual. And therefore that necessarily indicated that there must be an appropriate party to pursue remedies against to enforce the right to get those records. And that it was really just a matter of figuring out who that right person was. And I think initially, and in fairness to Ms. Monroe, I think it was an informal request, albeit one that was in court, in answer to a question of mine. If the Fulton County District Attorney's Office isn't the right party, if Fulton County isn't the right party, then who is? And then there was a discussion of the fact that it was maybe the DA, either individually or in her official capacity. And then there was some additional discussion about the fact that there is currently a Supreme Court case pending regarding the district attorney, who I believe is named in an individual capacity, on an Open Records Act request in Athens, Clark County, that is before the Supreme Court and that has already had hearings where amicus briefs were filed. And yet, sadly, we do not have the benefit of the court's ruling today. So that's where we are. In terms of the operative complaint currently is the second amended complaint that was filed on July the 22nd. And then in response to that, the All four entities or individuals, depending on how we're going to call them, have filed motions to dismiss. Generally speaking, what I understand the basis of those motions to be is that as to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, the position has always been that the Fulton County District Attorney's Office is not an entity that is capable of being sued. As to the county of Fulton, that the county isn't the custodian of the records that are being sought, and the county, and that records were never requested from Fulton County. As to the district attorney individually, I believe, if I understand, and I think that's what we're going to spend time dealing with today. The basis of the motion to dismiss is that the district attorney did not handle those requests and is not an agency for purposes of the Open Records Act, and or that she is not subject to the act because of her official status as an officer of the judicial branch, and that she is immune from suit as a district attorney. That's a very, very shorthanded way, but just the reason I'm outlining those things is I like to start with, this is what I think I understand about where we are in this case. I've read the briefing, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel for me. And I agree with the parties in some of the email cross-traffic that I saw that we have to figure out what to do with the motion to dismiss before we figure out what to do about the substantive requests, because the backup defense or basis for a dismissal filed by each of the defendants is, and even if you decide that somebody is subject to the Open Records Act and must produce the records that were requested, all the records that are responsive have been produced. And so that's where I think I'm going to, at this point, throw it over to Ms. Monroe to outline and make her argument for me regarding the basis of the motion to dismiss. My hope is, because I think we have a lot to get through, I'm trying to let you know that I have read your brief, so you don't necessarily have to go back and start at the very beginning, because I know there's a lot that goes in to getting us to where we are now. So if I've said anything wrong, Ms. Monroe, please feel free to correct me to make sure I have the right information. And of course, please feel free to educate me about anything I have not addressed that you think is relevant to my consideration. And with that, I will toss it over to Ms. Monroe.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. That was a pretty good outline of the issues before the court. And with just one correction, the matter that's pending in Georgia Supreme Court, where we're awaiting a decision, is not whether or not Fonnie Willis in her individual capacity is subject to the Open Records Act, but whether in her official capacity that she's subject to the Open Records Act.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the only reason I mentioned it is that it is less than clear in some of the briefing that I've seen as to whether the actual underlying request that was submitted to for Open Records was directed to Deborah Gonzalez, or if it was directed to the District Attorney of Athens Clarke County, Deborah Gonzalez. That's the only reason I mentioned it.
Understood. Thank you so much, Your Honor, for that clarification. So I have a brief update for the court and we're ready to move forward on the motions to dismiss and address to the court the procedural defects in the complaint and the reason why we're bringing the motions to dismiss. But the brief update is that this case has been deeply rooted in the alleged failure to provide documents or attachments to emails linked to critical mention. However, the attachments were provided 9 months ago. And as of yesterday, we learned that it wasn't an issue of providing those attachments. It was an issue of whether or not the requester had the ability to access the attachments. So basically she did.
So yeah, forgive me for interrupting. Let me ask you this. So I did see a recent filing. I don't off the top of my head know who it was from, that said something to the effect of, we're sorry, we're only providing these documents now, but we only recently learned that there was some software we had to download that would enable us to access. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
What I'm talking about. this software that, this filing was not made by me, it was made by the merchant law firm. And this software that was described was Adobe Acrobat. I received several emails from the merchant law firm alleging that we did not provide attachments and that they insisted that we provide attachments to the emails. I found it very, very strange that as of yesterday, they still weren't able to access these attachments. And so I provided some direction and I advised her to download these documents on Adobe Acrobat. That's how I've been doing it. That's how I've dealt with all my PDF documents. And the response from the merchant law firm was essentially pure blame on our office for not advising them of this special software to open up these attachments. So what we have here before you, Judge, is a case that, Your Honor, there's something left to do. We provided the records. We provided the records 9 months ago with those attachments. I don't work in IT, but it's very likely that 9 months ago, the merchant law firm had this very same issue, and they were not able to access those records. That's the reason why we're here today. In every instance that the requests were made by the plaintiff, response were provided. Where responses were not available, that was indicated to the requester. If additional time was needed, that was requested. There are no further documents within our client's possession that would be responsive to any of the open record requests. Thus, the court is in no position to do anything further for the plaintiff. They have their records. There's nothing left for us to do. Now, we do have this pending decision before Georgia Supreme Court, and it would be our recommendation, being that now the plaintiff has their records, there's no prejudice to the plaintiff in waiting for that decision, because that decision serves as the foundation as to whether or not we could even move forward on a hearing on the alleged merits of this case. So at this juncture, the matter is moot. There are, according to plaintiff's email, there are about 4 outstanding open records requests that, in my review of the responses by the DA's office, there are no responsive records. So as far as what we can do right now, there's nothing we can do. The Open Records Act was not designed for the creation of documents non-existent at the time of the request. These documents would have to have existed. These documents would have to have been searched diligently, reasonable search. These documents would have to have been in the possession of the custodian of those records. And in this case, we have a situation where all of those standards have been met, and there's nothing to do for it further in this matter.
Okay. So let me ask a couple of questions. So I agree with you generally that there is, it might be advisable for the court to, again, decline to decide this legal issue while I await the Supreme Court's decision. But I don't know when that might come. The Supreme Court had 2 Open Records Act cases on their docket this session. They issued one ruling on August the 13th, but they have not issued the one regarding the applicability of the Open Records Act to a district attorney. So that's one issue. But what I hear you, but when you say it's moot, I think you're understanding. I think, let me make sure I understand what you are saying, which is that you have fully responded to the requests. And so there's no need for the court to go further. I should just dismiss because the Open Records Act has been fully responded to. Is that essentially the defendant's positions?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Which defendant?
So, and that's the second issue. we need to determine the proper defendant in this action. And with the pending motions to dismiss in this action, I don't believe we have one. And so that's where we are.
Ms. Monroe, that's why I asked the question, right? So I appreciate that the ideal answer to an Open Records Act request is here are the records you have requested, or we've searched and we don't have the records you have requested. But I don't think that we can have it both ways, where some nebulous defendant that isn't identified has given all the documents that have been requested, but you can't identify which defendant that is, right? And that's why I'm confused. Is it Fulton County that produced the records? Is it the Fulton County District Attorney's Office that produced the records? Is it Madam DA that produced the records?
Okay, so back in January when the original, there were, in this action, there are about 13 open record requests.
Right.
Okay, so the ones in question, we narrowed them down to about 4 at this
Which I greatly appreciate. Thank you both for that effort, because it was greatly to my benefit.
So as it pertains to the critical mention records, there were records that were provided back in January. And there was subsequent communication between the DA's office. The request was firstly made to the DA's office. Okay. And there was communication thereafter between the DA's office and the merchant firm regarding attachments to those emails. Emails were provided. However, the allegation was that the attachments to the emails were not provided. Fast forward, we're in suit. And the same allegation remains that we did not provide attachments to those emails.
No, Ms. Monroe, to be clear, I absolutely understand your position that you have, that all of the documents requested have been produced.
Okay.
But that begs the question, by whom?
So initially we had the custodian for district attorney provide records, and then 16 subpoenas were issued by the merchant firm for this, the same subpoena to about 16 individuals requesting these same records, similar records, not the exact records, but similar. The subpoena was a bit more detailed, and included lists of emailed individuals that worked for IT, that worked for the DA's office, that worked for external affairs. It was a bit more detailed, but those subpoenas, those responses to those subpoenas were provided by IT, Fulton County IT.
Okay.
However, what should be noted by the court is that the subject open record requests, the open record requests that are pending before this court in this underlying action, there were no requests made to Fulton County IT. Thus, we don't have any liability under the Open Records Act as it pertains to Fulton County or Fulton County IT. These requests were made to the DA's office. They were not made to Fulton County IT. So ultimately, there were additional records that were provided by way of the subpoena. And those additional records or supplemental records were provided by Fulton County IT.
So I understand that we're technically here on a 12B6, but because of the way the Open Records Act penalties and enforcement actions work, it's a little broader than that. And so one question I do have, Ms. Monroe, and perhaps you could help me understand. I know we discussed it at the last hearing, but the Open Records Act portal, where requests are submitted, it is I guess a button that's present on the Fulton County District Attorney's Office's webpage, which is functionally, I guess, a subset of the Fulton County website. And when you click on that Open Records Act request, it goes to a Fulton County, a sort of generic request records from the county. So if I'm doing that, which I believe Ms. Merchant's pleadings have alleged that that's what she did, or if not, she has represented to me, I think in the previous hearing, that those requests were made through the portal. How does the county IT department, whoever is in charge of that portal, how does the county know where to submit that request, to whom to direct that request?
So that's a great question. So generally when an open records request is submitted on the portal, you have to designate or select the department in which you're directing that open request to. That is how that works. So it's just not Fulton, it doesn't go Fulton County and that's it. You have to designate a department. You have to specifically select a department in which you're directing that request to. And if the request is submitted to a department, let's say that is not a custodian of those records, that request is then forwarded to the appropriate department to respond to.
Okay. Thank you for that additional information. So the reason I asked the question is to make sure I understood. So part of your position regarding Fulton County as the appropriate party is that even though it was submitted through a sort of maybe broader hosted Open Records Act portal, that the requester is required to identify what agency or department they're requesting that information from. And in this particular instance, the agency that was requested was not the Fulton County IT department. Is that?
That is correct. So Fulton County facilitates the portal and grants the public and its respective departments and elected officials such as elected state officials such as the DA or the DA's office of the sheriff to use that portal to respond to open record requests.
Okay. Okay. Do you have anything to add before I call on Ms. Merchant? Do you have anything more that you want to present before I call on Ms. Merchant or counsel for the plaintiff to respond to the motion to dismiss?
Well, so that was just the update to the court regarding where we are and what has happened as of yesterday, the most recent events of this case.
Well, forgive me for interrupting, Ms. Monroe, and that's my apologies. Let me ask a very straightforward question, Ms. Merchant, and I'm not inviting a whole lot of argument. For now, obviously, you'll have your turn. Do you agree that the newest set, or I say new, but the documents that you filed into the record as a supplement on September the 4th, docket number 67, I have reviewed those documents. It does appear to include PowerPoint attachments, which I know were a matter of contention among the parties. Do you agree with Ms. Monroe that substantively satisfies some or all of your Open Records Act claims or requests for enforcement?
Some, but not all. And I disagree with them being made available 9 months ago. And I
knew that was going to be a point of contention, so that's why I'm saying what you filed yesterday clearly seems to include the PDFs that I know were an issue. And whenever they might have been provided, you are agreeing that you've now been provided with them, and that's what I wanted to understand, is that to your mind satisfies at least some of your request. Is that correct?
It satisfies some, yes, Judge.
Okay. So then now, Ms. Monroe, thank you for that concise answer, Ms. Merchant. Ms. Monroe, now I will go back to you and give you an opportunity. I wanted to get to the bottom of that. Your supplement, as I understand it, was to say you think that everything's been addressed because you've now produced that last set of documents that you believed would address the Open Records Act. Ms. Merchant has said it addresses some, but not all. And so I think we probably need to forge ahead. So if you want to go ahead, Ms. Monroe.
Okay. I just need some clarification because I received an email from the merchant firm indicating that we've complied with open records request as it pertains to critical mention records. Is that, I just want to make sure, is that still on the table, or has that open records request been fulfilled?
Ms. Merchant?
Oh, like I said to the court, some of the critical mention has been complied with, not in a timely manner. And that's also, as I explained to the county, the issue is that we had to file a lawsuit to get those few documents. So there's two issues. Obviously, we don't have all the documents. There's a lot more, and I can go through that when it's my turn. But we did get those 3 documents that we were seeking: PowerPoint, media relations, bullet point, and graphs. We got those 3 documents. We got them yesterday for the first time. They were provided to us Friday for the first time in a linkable format. And we were told yesterday that the documents we were provided Friday had a hyperlink to them and we could access them. Those documents were 197 pages. The ones that we were provided 9 months ago were 44. They had all of the to and, not all, but most of the to and froms, and I can go through the documents with the court. We have them all ready to go, but definitely not provided 9 months ago. And so the only reason that they were provided was because we subpoenaed IT, which is not the records custodian. It is just the mechanism to get the records.
Okay. So I think to help Ms. Monroe focus her presentation, the reason she was asking that question, and I would like to follow up on it, is so you believe that there are still outstanding documents that have not been produced, and that the ones that were produced were untimely, which still would beg the question of the need to proceed with the with this lawsuit and determining who's the proper party and figuring out what to do with it. Is that an accurate?
Yes, Judge, and I can make it real simple. I have one document that I got from Critical Mention that I have still not received from the county. So, I mean, that's just one example that I've been asking for 9 months. The proof of payment. That's just, and I'm just using that as one example. You know, that's just one.
No, I understand. I just want to make sure I'm trying to focus our efforts here. Ms. Monroe, given that Ms. Merchant insists, I think, twofold. Number one, that should that there is an issue of timeliness that will need to be resolved in the lawsuit in terms of when and whether those responsive documents were produced. And the second one is, it sounds as if Ms. Merchant continues to stand by her position that there are still responsive documents that were requested and have not been produced. So with that, I think I will ask you to please continue with your presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. So I'll just start. I'll just address the motions to dismiss individually. And then if the court permits, we'll have it. If we do get there, we'll discuss the hearing portion of it regarding.
Well, and just to let you all know, if we do get there, I have a clear day tomorrow. So if that's what it takes, then this will roll into tomorrow to continue to get there. Anyway, go ahead, Ms. Monroe. Ms. Monroe?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, sorry, you were quiet just long enough to make me wonder if we'd lost audio. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just getting my notes together. I'm here.
Understood. Please go ahead.
All right. So in this open records lawsuit, there are now 4 pending motions to dismiss before this court, where the motions will show with certainty that the plaintiff would not be entitled to a relief under any state of provable facts asserted in support thereof, and that the plaintiff could not possibly introduce evidence, could not produce evidence within the framework of the complaint sufficient to warrant a grant of relief sought. I'll start with the motion to dismiss for the district attorney's office. As the court mentioned earlier, the basis of this motion is merely, it's just as a matter of law that this action against the DA's office should be dismissed. For the law, it's clear that a DA's office is not an entity capable of being sued. We highlighted in my brief cases from the Myers versus Clayton matter, where the Georgia Court of Appeals held that neither the Georgia Code nor the Georgia Constitution establishes that the district attorney's office is a separate legal entity capable of being sued. Now, this holding is a general principle, and the principle says that every action there must be, in every action, there must be a legal entity, a real plaintiff to a real defendant. Let us not forget that Georgia law recognizes only 3 categories of legal entities. Number 1 being the natural person, number 2 being artificial persons, number 3, corporation, i.e. corporation, number 3, quasi-artificial persons. The district attorney's office is not a natural person, nor is it a corporation, and nor is it a quasi-artificial person. Thus, for those reasons stated, in addition to the fact that district attorney's office does not fall within the definition of an agency as defined by the Open Records Act, we are asking that the court dismiss an action against the DA's office.
Okay, why not? Because as a general principle, I agree with you that the Fulton County District Attorney's Office is not an entity that somebody could sue for personal injury, or somebody could sue for employment discrimination, or anything that you might think of, or even probably a breach of contract. But there is, when you look at the definition in 50-18-70, sub B of agency, and the corresponding definition in 50-14-1, it seems pretty broad. And so why is the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, even if I accept, which I do, that it's not an entity capable of being sued for general purposes, not an agency against whom a member of the public could seek to enforce a request to provide them with public records?
Well, the simple answer to that is that the Georgia Constitution does not grant them the ability to do so. There's no legal authority within Georgia that grants them the ability to do so. Not to mention, the district attorney's office is an extension of the district attorney herself, who is considered part of the judicial branch of government, not subject to the Open Records Act as defined.
Then why, wait, so one of the reasons I'm struggling with this case is that it surprises me, and I am struggling with the argument that all 4 entities are making, that yes, we have documents, and yes, we have a procedure for asking for people to ask for them, and yes, we have a person whose job it is to provide them, and yes, we have a procedure to provide those and a portal to do so, but we're not obligated to, and no one can sue us if we don't. That strains my understanding a little bit, Ms. Monroe.
I mean, there are custodians for these agencies. They're custodians of records for these agencies. And I'm not in the position, Your Honor, and I understand your position and the complexity surrounding this issue, which is why I believe that this matter is pending before the Georgia Supreme Court to decide, because it is an issue that hasn't been really addressed head on in case law. However, there are other means in which to obtain information, public records from public agencies. I am not in the position, nor would it be in the best interest of my client, to advise opposing counsel on who and how to do that, unfortunately.
I understand that, but also I think it's important to remember that while Ms. Merchant happens to be opposing counsel in this case, she is also a member of the public who has made a request for public records. And if the records are to be public, and the policy of the state of Georgia is to make public records broadly available, then to some extent it is the job of Fulton County and or the Fulton County entities that are involved here, including Madam D.A. Willis, to help a member of the public understand how to access the public records to which they are entitled, assuming they are entitled to them.
I agree, Your Honor, and it is their job. However, the question is whether or not they are subject to the Open Records Act, or whether or not they are subject to suit under the guise of the Open Records Act. And in this particular situation, we don't have a situation where documents were requested and compliance did not take place. Documents were provided. So I would understand the court's position if documents were not provided, if there has not been full transparency, if there has not been the fulfillment of a public duty, but this is not the case. This is not the case here.
Okay.
Okay, if there's no further questions by Your Honor, I'm going to move on to my second motion to dismiss.
Okay.
And this is the motion to dismiss on behalf of Bonnie Willis in her individual capacity. The open records request, or the open records request in this suit were never handled by Bonnie Willis in her individual capacity, nor was it alleged or shown in the complaint or amended complaint filed by the plaintiff. And in order for the Open Records Act in order for someone to be subject to the Open Records Act, you would have to be an agency. You would have to qualify or be defined as an agency. Bonnie Willis in her individual capacity as a person does not qualify under the definition of agency in the Open Records Act.
Okay. So Ms. Monroe, how do you square that with the Milleron versus Antonikakis case? It's the Supreme Court case I mentioned a little bit earlier. It's the one they have given us so far. It was issued by Justice LaGrua, who wrote the opinion. And in that case, the specific issue before them was whether an individual, an independent contractor who was in possession of public records and was not an agency could be subject to the Open Records Act and subject to suit for failure to provide them. And the Supreme Court pretty resoundingly came down in favor that it was to be read broadly, and specifically said, to the extent the trial court determined that the individual, Mr. Antonikakis, I'm sure I'm mispronouncing his name and I apologize, that he was a person to whom a request could be directed. A request for public records can be submitted directly to the custodian, even if the custodian is a private contractor, and even if the agency for which the private contractor provides services has designated an open records officer. And then it goes into some detail talking about it can be directed, that a custodian can be a person. And so even to the extent that Madam DA in her official capacity may be immune from suit, which is something we'll discuss in a moment, why is Ms. Willis not a person who's subject to a request for records under the Open Records Act?
So as I read the definition outlined in the Open Records Act and the Open Records Act, that is my basis. It is the act itself. And I understand the decision that was rendered in the case that you cited, Your Honor. However, I have a duty to I can't ignore the definition that it's within these acts that does not name a person as one who is defined as an agency.
So forgive me for interrupting, and please tell me if I'm reading this wrong, but I am on page 6 of the Westlaw opinion, which I don't know. I don't think there's a formal opinion issued yet in the Southeastern Second Reporter or the Georgia Reporter, but 2024 Westlaw 3802782, page 6 of the opinion says, as we just held, the act contemplates that a private person or entity working on the agency's behalf can prepare, maintain, or receive public records, because in view of the definition of custodian, quote, OCGA 50-18-71 B1 is expansive enough to include anyone with the requisite care and control of public records. So why would that not include Madam DA? Why would that not include Ms. Willis in her individual capacity?
Well, the distinction lies in that the request was not received by Madam in her individual capacity.
Okay.
So without the receipt of a request, how can one be held liable for not responding to a request?
Enough? Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. In our following motion to dismiss against the DA in her official capacity, as outlined in our brief, we have here Madam DA in her official capacity is a state constitutional officer protected by the state constitutional immunity. And this immunity is an immunity that is not, that this does not disappear because of this Open Records Act. Secondly, Madam DA in her official capacity does not fall under the definition of an agency. And as outlined in my brief, we go on to talk about her role in the judicial branch of government. And because of this immunity and her judicial function, she is not subject to the Open Records Act.
So I know I sound like a broken record, Ms. Monroe, but I understand the importance of determining whether or not someone in the capacity who heads a prosecutorial agency, as Madam DA Willis does, how important it is to make sure that she is able to operate independently, which is historically why there were some concerns about providing immunity to someone in her position. That part I understand, but when you get to the statement of she's not subject, the DA is not subject to the Open Records Act, I keep falling back to, then why do you have an Open Records Act custodian who is providing open records?
Your Honor, I don't have a direct answer for that.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate your candor. Also, in terms of Madam DA's official capacity, if it was the intention of the legislature to exempt in its entirety all district attorneys, why would that not be listed as one of the exceptions? Why would it be necessary to have sub 3 and sub 4 of 50-18-72 that specifically say, we're not going to make you produce investigatory records, we're not going to make you produce records that are created or maintained for purposes of developing a prosecution. And also, I don't believe those were asserted as objections here. I do believe sub 41 and sub 42 about attorney-client privilege and work product were asserted. But why would there be those limited exceptions if, in fact, there's no way you could ever ask for prosecutorial records or investigatory records because you can't get records from the DA because they're not subject to the Open Records Act?
Well, just because certain types of records may be subject to disclosure doesn't mean that every potential custodian of such records is subject to the Open Records Act. For example, there are plenty of judges in possession of prosecution records who clearly have no obligation to produce them under the Open Records Act.
Right, but that's because it's subject to a very specific exception.
Correct. But does it make them subject to the Open Records Act either? It's our open records suits, right? The use of the terms prosecution records is not generally applied to all prosecution officers, and acknowledging that it does include the district attorney's office doesn't render the exemption moot as a whole. Unlike the district attorney's office, there are several prosecution offices found within the executive branch that are subject to the Open Records Act, and that being county attorneys, the attorney general, etc.
Okay. So is your, I'm going to jump for a moment. Is your position, so one of your arguments about requests to Ms. Willis, and I'm only referring to her as Ms. Willis when I mean to identify her as her individual self, as opposed to the district attorney of our county. One of your arguments about the request to Ms. Willis is that there would be no basis for a litigation, an Open Records Act enforcement action such as this one, because no Open Records Act request was made to her. Is your argument the same, at least in part, for Fulton County?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Regarding the county and the district attorney's office, how they relate to one another, and this portal issue, who is the custodian of these records, right? The ones that are at issue and that have been requested. I assume that we're in agreement that whatever we call it, the custodian is someone who is attached to the district attorney's office or Madam D.A. Willis. Is that fair?
Are you asking who is the custodian of Fulton County Attorney's Office?
No, I'm asking, so the records that Ms. Merchant requested in the portal, had she, I think I understand you to say that she directed in her request that she was seeking records from the district attorney's office.
Yes.
So is it the county's position that the district attorney's office is the custodian of those records and the county is not?
So the county is not a custodian of the district attorney's office. The custodian of the district attorney's office is Dexter Q. Bond Jr. That is the custodian of the district attorney's office.
Okay. Okay. And so what I'm trying to get to the bottom of is and again, I know I sound like a broken record, and I think we're sort of getting, I know I keep pulling you off track, and I apologize, Ms. Monroe, but here's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm a member of the public, and I want copies of some document that I expect would be in the possession of Madam D.A. Willis, or the possession of the district attorney's office generically. There is a custodian, I think I heard you say Mr. Bond, is that right?
Yes.
There is a custodian, it's Mr. Bond, and I guess help me understand why it matters if it's the district attorney's office as that entity, that's how one would be identified, or the district attorney in her official capacity. Why does it matter? Why does that distinction matter? Is it solely because the district attorney's office doesn't exist in the sense of it being a legal entity that can be sued, and because Madam DA as a district attorney is immune from suit to your way of understanding the immunity provisions that would apply to an elected constitutional officer such as Madam DA Willis?
I think that's a fair representation. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Monroe. I know I have picked you up and moved you around in a bunch of different ways, and I'm sure gotten you off track, but feel free to pick up where I left off or wrap up as you see fit.
Yeah, and I just wanted to provide just some more context. I did outline it in my brief, but back in 2016, the county created the Open Records portal designed to allow the public to request documents from the county and its departments and their respective custodians. The district attorney's record custodian is separate and apart from the county. as is the custodian for the county is separate and apart for the district attorney's office. Just because they use the same portal doesn't link them together, okay? The portal is just a mechanism to just make things more convenient for the public to access public records, but does not consolidate the departments or make them one in terms of who's the custodian of said records. So the county would not have direct access to those records, to the records of the district attorney's office, because again, Fulton County is not the custodian of those records. The open records portal, it's also available to elected officials who are state constitutional officers like the district attorney. And that's, and here lies where we are. I think a lot of requesters do get very confused by this fact that because they're using the Fulton County portal, that Fulton County is, in the event there's some non-compliance, that Fulton County is on the hook. And that is not how it works.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, does the tax commissioner have an Open Records Act? Does he use the same portal? I'm just asking. I don't mean to imply that he should or shouldn't. I'm just asking the question.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And so to the extent, is it fair, maybe not exactly every single department or agency, but is it fair to say that Fulton County provides the portal for people to use to request the Open Records Act documents from agencies and departments that are underneath the Fulton County umbrella or Fulton County adjacent, and then it is up to the requester to determine what specific department or agency they're requesting those records from, and then what Fulton County sends it to them?
Absolutely. And we have, and there are mechanisms where there is direct communication with the requester to guide the requester as to which department should be requesting, as to where they should direct their request to, which department. Because the point is to get them the documents. If they are asking the wrong people for the documents, right, that's not transparency. That is not providing records pursuant to the Open Records Act.
Understood. Thank you, Ms. Monroe. Anything else you'd like to add? Understand that it is your motion. They are your motions to dismiss. So I'm going to hear from Ms. Merchant, and then you will get the last word because you are the movant. But if there's anything else you'd like to hear or say before I move on to Ms. Merchant, this would be your chance for now.
So that is all, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Monroe. Ms. Merchant?
Your Honor, unfortunately, you're stuck with me for this portion. I'm gonna handle the motions to dismiss. There are, as you can probably imagine, Ms. Merchant, as the requester, has much more information about the factual details about
yes, sir,
that she used. So if you have questions in this portion of the presentation, she'd be the one to answer those for you, and I'll defer to her. When it comes to the actual process, the overarching process, I can speak to that because I'm familiar with that, and I am the one who drafted our brief on the motions to dismiss.
Yes, sir.
So I'm very familiar with all of the law in connection with that. So where I think we need to start, Your Honor, is to kind of trim down what I think you need to do. First and foremost, I have heard you say many times about us naming the district attorney's office as a defendant, and I don't think we need to replow that ground. So I'm going to stand on the pleadings in our prior arguments with regard to the district attorney's office motion to dismiss. I think that's adequately laid out in both of the motions that were filed, as well as our responses. So I don't need to replow that ground. I think where the rubber hits the road here is with the DA herself and with Fulton County. And I think at the 20,000-foot level, Your Honor, I think you've hit the nail on the head. The process that Fulton County put in place here is what's led to confusion, not just by two members of the bar who've been practicing 20 years and can't figure it out. Imagine a citizen who didn't have the resources or the ability to interpret this stuff the way that we can. The process itself funnels every public inquiry through the portal. The portal is managed by the Office of the County Attorney. And when Ms. Merchant initially requested these records, it was not Dexter Bond or anybody from the DA's office who certified these records. It was the custodian for Fulton County, Shalonda Miller. She is the one who certified that the records were complete, not anyone from the DA's office, and certainly not Mr. Bond at that time. So part of the issue that we're dealing with here in the context of the 12B6 is, what are the factual issues laid out in the complaint, and have we sufficiently pled a cause of action regarding their compliance with the act, the facts underlying the compliance or non-compliance with the actual timeline, the 3-day timeline, and whether or not the efforts were not substantially justified that would get us to the fees portion. Your Honor brought up early on the issue of mootness, and that certainly is an issue for Your Honor to consider when it comes to the injunctive relief that we requested in the complaint. Has that injunctive relief become moot? And certainly to a certain extent with the production of these other documents, that is true. That is a true statement. And so the issues that we're litigating for injunctive purposes have been significantly narrowed down to the 4 things that Ms. Merchant, if she has an opportunity to discuss those, can walk through with these witnesses, because the critical mention documents are not the end of the story. They are the continuation of the story of us trying to get these documents, now pressing 9 months. So if we take a step back, Your Honor obviously has reviewed the Gonzalez case, and you're familiar with the pleadings in that case. As you probably saw from our briefing, I tracked a lot of that, because the arguments that we didn't necessarily discuss this summer are now applicable because Ms. Willis is named in both capacities. And I think Your Honor's focus on this recent decision written by Judge LaGrua is important, because I think if we step back and we look at the motions to dismiss through the lens that the legislator intended us to look at the statute through, we see that the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals, every time they address this statute, they come down on a broad view of the law, which means if you take a broad view of the law, you necessarily going to interpret the statute in the for instance, the word agency or whatever it may be, to be more inclusive rather than less inclusive. And the cases are legion that says you interpret it in a broad, not a narrow approach, for the purpose of making sure that when in doubt, public gets access to these records. So in that context, Your Honor, I think I'd like to deal with Ms. Willis's motion in her official capacity first. That's the one, and I think primarily because I think that has a threshold issue related to immunity, which, if I were in Your Honor's shoes, would be the hang up I'd have in the context of a 12B6, to be candid with you, because if she wins on that issue, which I don't think she's going to, and I don't think she should, theoretically, we don't get to stage 2. And I'll be candid with the court about that. If she's entitled to immunity, then she would be immune from suit. I don't think that's the case here. The law of immunity, as it's developed around DAs, particularly in the context of personal injury cases or civil rights cases related to damages actions against district attorneys, that's where the law has developed. And that there has never been a constitutional provision or case that says that the district attorney is immune from all actions forever and ever. And of course, if she could be sued for employment discrimination, for example, something like that, that deals with an administrative function or ministerial duty that she has to comply with the law. She's not above the law. In other words, she has to follow the law, and where she doesn't follow the law and it does not involve an issue of her discretion, she's not entitled to the type of immunity they've sought in their motion, and she shouldn't get it here.
Well, but I understand your position. One of the reasons that I kept trying to push to sort of drill down with Ms. Monroe is, do I have to reach that issue if the Fulton County District Attorney's Office is an agency / office / department / something that is capable of having an Open Records Act enforced against it, even if it is not a legal entity that could otherwise be sued?
I think that's correct, Your Honor. As long as we've got a defendant who's responsible for the records and they are properly named in the case, then I think Your Honor can avoid the immunity question as it relates to Ms. Willis. Certainly, the immunity issue is the stickier issue, one for which we hope we'd have guidance by now. But as I read the case law, Your Honor, the type of immunity they're requesting is an insulation from the suit itself. And the purpose behind the immunity, as I'm sure Your Honor is quite aware, is to not deter her from taking discretionary actions that she might otherwise be held accountable for after the fact. It allows her to do her job. So when we're looking at the immunity issue, it relates squarely to whether or not she's acting in her function as a judicial officer in the courtroom, because it's false arrest, it's malicious prosecution, those types of things where she's operating as a lawyer in the courtroom and performing her function as a constitutional officer who's contained within the judiciary. Just because she's contained within the judiciary in the Constitution does not mean she has judicial power. And Justice Peterson brought that up during the oral arguments. There's a fine line between being included in one portion of the Constitution and whether you have rights that are enforceable vis-a-vis immunity under the Georgia Constitution. The case law has not developed to insulate her from this type of case. And the whole basis that they've raised in their motion is that this is a private right that's trying to be enforced by a private party, our law firm, against another citizen. And that's not what we have here. The cases make clear that an action to enforce this statute so that they have to comply with open records requests is a public right. It is not a right vested in Ms. Merchant individually, me individually, our firm individually. It is a public right. So the statute, and if you interpret it the way the Supreme Court has recently interpreted it in a broad manner, I just don't have a feeling that the Supreme Court is going to interpret this statute to carve out Ms. Willis. And because it's a public right of the people as a whole. And that's why we did this.
Let me sidestep for a moment. So one of the arguments that Ms. Monroe made about who is the entity and who can be sued and who would be subject to this type of enforcement action. One of the arguments that she made is that Fulton County and Ms. Willis in her individual capacity, that they were never subject to a request for records. And therefore, there's no basis for an enforcement action against them. Is it possible that the same proves true because the request was, for all intents and purposes, sent to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, or is your position that it was either sent to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office or Madam DA Fonnie Willis in her official capacity to the extent that she is the umbrella over her entire office?
I don't think it matters, Judge.
Okay.
The statute says it doesn't matter. If you look at 50-1871 B1B, that provides the mechanism by which a member of the public is to learn, for lack of a better phrase, as to who they're supposed to send the request to. And that requires the custodian of the record to designate an open records officer. And that is the person, if so designated, is the person to whom the public is supposed to seek the records. That is the portal. That is what they did. And that is what we did to get the records. Whether Dexter Bond is the custodian of the record, whether Madam Willis is the custodian of the records in either capacity, or whether Fulton County is the custodian of the records is a red herring, Your Honor. It has nothing to do with—
No, I understand that. I think what I'm struggling with is, as Justice LaGrua noted in the recent decision that I referenced a moment ago, we all understand agencies, entities, et cetera, can only act through their employees. And so when I'm talking about who's the custodian, I don't mean, is it Mr. Bond or is it Ms. Miller in the county attorney's office? What I mean is, does the request have to be, in order for you to enforce an action against, either get penalties for failure to comply or injunctive relief forcing compliance, doesn't that assume that you have submitted a request to the correct agency / entity / whatever? And wouldn't that mean that if you did not submit a request directly to Ms. Willis, I'm speaking of her separately from her role as the DA or her office, the district attorney's office, then doesn't that mean that she at least wouldn't be subject to an enforcement action under this?
I'm sorry to interrupt, Your Honor. I completely disagree with that.
Okay.
I disagree with that for a couple of reasons. One, we actually did submit requests, which Ms. Merchant can talk about more freely, to separate custodians, one at Fulton County and one at the District Attorney's Office. So we did what we could to try to do that. But more importantly, Your Honor, we are required under the Act to follow the procedure that the agency sets forth for getting the records. We can't do anything else to get records other than to follow the mechanism they put in place. Because if we don't do that, we're barred from seeking an action. For instance, if we do it orally, if we call up the DA's office and we ask for something, we don't get the right to sue anybody. But they have told us how to do this, and if we don't do it that way, then we lose the right to enforce the action in the first place. So we have to follow the process they put in place, and that is the portal process. Now whether or not we later learn that some documents come from IT, some documents come from this area. Frankly, Your Honor, that is not our issue and wouldn't preclude us from seeking to enforce the action. It's up to the agency, in this case, the District Attorney's Office, Ms. Willis, whoever we had sued here, they all seem to fit within that hat of the person to whom we sent the request and who'd be responsible for complying. Now, let's put it this way, Judge. If we ask for different documents, let's say some of the documents, and we know for a fact now that some of the documents were only accessible in a format that we could open them and read them from the IT department, how in the world would we know that that was the person that had the right custody of that document by going through the portal? We wouldn't. So there's no way for an average member of the public to figure that out before they go through this process. So, as Ms. Merchant will explain later, there were many attempts to try to figure out to whom the request should be sent, what should be sent to them, and who is responsible for complying. If you put in place a system under the Open Records Act that's so confusing that two lawyers who've been practicing for 20 years can't figure it out, what in the world is the average member of the public supposed to do? They created the process, and they created the custodian that's supposed to be responsible. They become responsible, whether it's the county, it's IT, it's Ms. Willis herself, it's someone in the District Attorney's Office like next to one. I don't know who it might be, but we don't have the ability to identify those folks individually because they've set up the process that we have to follow. And
that's actually why I'm asking the question, because, for example, I'm looking at the list of individuals that you subpoenaed, and the most recent series of filings are an effort by the county to respond, file objections to those individuals. And other than Mr. Bond, who seems to be the designated, he seems to have some official designation as the Open Records Act person or the records custodian for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. The rest of these individuals are individuals, excluding the ones, for example, like Ms. Geiger and Mr. Holmes, who are not with the DA's office. But the individuals that are with the DA's office, you might not have any reason to request specifically records that are in the possession of, I don't know, Kevin Armstrong, except that you requested some records and I guess maybe saw his name on an email or something. That may be why he's identified here. My question is, you didn't sue Kevin Armstrong, right, for not complying with the Open Records Act. And so presumably the way this would have gone is somebody would have gotten this request and the call would have gone out saying, we need to locate documents that relate to this issue. And people who would have been expected to be in possession of such records were probably asked to look, or someone looked. But you knew that Fonnie Willis might potentially be in possession of such records, and you didn't ask her directly for those records individually. And so that all I'm asking is, didn't you have to have asked her individually for records she might have possession of, public records of which she might have possession, in order to enforce an action against her, number one? And number two, aren't you, if you can sue the DA's office, because those are their public records, or the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, or Madam DA in her official capacity, do you have to sue and have relief against Fonnie Willis individually to get the relief that you seek?
Well, Judge, let me back up. I think I can answer your question, but I'll do my best. But I think what Your Honor is asking is there a requirement in the statute that we send a specific request to a specific person before a right to a lawsuit under the Act ripens. And I do not think that's the case. And we know that because the definition of agency is not specific to a person. It is to an agency or to an office. And so the person in charge of that office is the officer in charge of that office. And so to the extent there is an open records officer dedicated to that office, we would have to sue the officer in charge of that office and the office, which we have done. Imagine, Judge, imagine this. Imagine we got 40 or some pages in the initial production. There might have been, let's say, 10 witnesses, 15 witnesses identified by email in those documents. Your Honor's position would require us to send an open records request to every single one of those people. Putting aside the fact that there's no mechanism to do that in the way that they have it set up. If we were to do that, and if they did not comply, and they did not comply because they were not the one in charge of giving the documents over, or they did not comply because they gave documents to someone in the chain of command who said, I'm not giving those documents, we would be forced to sue everybody in the office.
I'm not suggesting that. What I'm suggesting is that you never, I don't think there's any doubt that whatever we call it, you used a Fulton County portal to request district attorney records that either belong to the district attorney's office or to Madam D.A. Willis as the district attorney. But you never actually requested records from Fonnie Willis, except to the extent that she might have been in possession, just like Mr. Armstrong or any of the other individual employees that work at the district attorney's office, except to the extent that she might have had documents that were responsive to the request. That's the only distinction. I'm not suggesting that you have to go sue each individual employee that you think might have possession. I'm just saying that you never formally requested records from Fonnie Willis individually. You either requested them or altogether requested them from Fulton County, from the DA's office, and from the DA as an entity. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Right. And just think of, if we take that argument to its logical conclusion, Your Honor, that means that someone as a member of the public who does not know how the district attorney's office keeps their records or by whom they entrust the records, or the method or mechanism by which they collect records or save records, that would require us to send potentially dozens, if not multiple dozens, of open records requests to get documents, not knowing how they're stored. So let's take IT, for example. We didn't know IT was the proper person to subpoena until recently. No one told us that. We had to dig for 9 months to figure out that we had to send a subpoena to IT. How would the average citizen, interpreting the Act broadly and in favorance of disclosure of records, how in the world would someone figure that out? They wouldn't. And what would happen, and which is what happened to us for a long time, is we were told you have everything. There is nothing else to get. And Ms. Merchant will explain, and probably, if allowed, question some witnesses about documents that she has in her possession that we directly requested related to forfeiture that they have told us they don't have. So I think on a global level, Your Honor, there's a balance that has to be struck in the statute between the public's right to access information they don't have control of and the open records officer's requirement to comply with the statute, knowing the records. And so I don't think the statute requires the public, the citizen, to make that distinction. I think it's up, and I think the law would make that burden placed on the person who's in charge of the records. In this case, Ms. Willis and her office, or to the extent only maintained by IT, Fulton County. And so I just don't think that the statute, the way it's written, the way it was designed to be interpreted, would require us to send a request directly to Ms. Willis in order to say she had not complied and would prevent us from an enforcement action under 73. I just don't think it would be interpreted that way. I don't think the Supreme Court would interpret it that way. And I think the policy behind the statute requires the agency, Ms. Willis, the district attorney's office, to identify an open records officer. And to the extent that there's any issue with the way the request is sent, they are to follow up and let us know, hey, that's vague, that's overbroad, or they have the right to assert objections within 3 days. So putting all that aside, Your Honor, I do think when it comes to whether or not she's subject to the act, I think Your Honor has hit on the point appropriately. But I also wanted to point out that they keep focusing on this limited definition of agency, but the act also in 50-1873A says it can be brought against persons or agencies. It's not limited to an office. It's not limited to a specific, entity. We can sue people, individuals. And I think that's important because Ms. Willis in her individual capacity, I have no idea, Your Honor, whether she was involved directly. I know historically she's very hands-on. And so I don't know if there's a policy in her office where open records requests that are sent to her office are funneled to her directly. We alleged in paragraph 22 that she should have known and probably did know about these requests and that she had an obligation to ensure that they were not destroyed. Well, at the time, we didn't know about IT, had no idea that they could actually be accessed electronically. So there's an allegation in the complaint that she did have knowledge about these requests and that she was responsible for complying with them. So I don't think that she's allowed out on a 12B6 because.
And that's that. I don't mean to beat a dead horse, right? But the reason I keep coming back to it is because I agree with you that the intention of the act and its definitions and inclusions is intended to be so broad that it would reach out and grab, agencies and individuals. But I guess the reason I keep coming back to Ms. Willis individually is that if you had filed suit against Ms. Willis and you could not demonstrate to me that you had ever actually submitted an Open Records Act request to Ms. Willis, I understand your argument is, well, I functionally did because I submitted it through the portal and they're supposed to identify the right people. But if you never served a request on Ms. Willis for public records in her possession, then you obviously, I think, couldn't sue her for failing to comply with an Open Records Act request that was never made. And so the only reason I keep coming back to that is, for example, in that case of Milleron versus Antonakakis, the defendant in that case, the records request was also made to Georgia Tech, but they specifically separately served a request on Mr. Antonakakis. Again, I'm sure I'm butchering that poor man's name. But if they hadn't, there'd be no universe in which you could enforce against him the obligation to produce records. And that's the only point I'm trying to make regarding individual Ms. Willis. Is she obligated under the umbrella of if she's got open records, public documents in her possession to produce them in response to a request that's properly submitted to the custodian? Sure. That's the only reason I keep beating that dead horse about whether or not individually Ms. Willis is an appropriate party. And I wonder if the distinction that we've not yet discussed is perhaps because of the issue of that you run into frequently with people who have these official capacities where they may be subject to immunity, right? There's this issue of do you sue them individually or do you sue them in their official capacity? Is that the distinction? Or do I not am I overthinking that part of it?
I don't think you're overthinking it, Your Honor. I think you're appropriately focused on the issue. I think the distinction, though, with this recent case and why they focused on the fact that there had been a request to Georgia Tech and to the contractor, I think the distinction here is if we sent a request to Ms. Willis personally, it would have to go through the portal anyway. So everything funnels to the same place. That was not the case in this Georgia Tech case. There were two separate entities to which they could send the requests. There's only one here, and it has to go through the portal, and you have to choose. You have a drop-down menu. And the reason I keep bringing that up, Your Honor, is because the statute requires us to follow their process. They designate who you have to funnel the request through. And I don't think it's accidental, Your Honor, that all of these requests go through a portal. Years ago, when we sued Fulton County years ago, and I can remember at the time their open records officer saying to me, we need a process in place so I can keep track of documents that are going out of this place because I have no idea. They're not making copies. I don't know what's going on. And that's when they set up the portal. That portal was set up on purpose to eliminate documents going out of Fulton County's door without them knowing what was in there. So they created the process, and that envelops everything. that the commissioners, Fulton County itself, you know, all these individual, like, as you mentioned, the tax commissioner, the DA herself, everybody is now within the umbrella of this specific mechanism that we are forced to use under the statute. So my long answer to your question, Your Honor, is I think it won't matter if we send it to her directly, because they'll force us back to the portal. And if we went back to the portal, we're left without a remedy to sue the person who may be in charge of the records under your theory. We would just have no recourse. And Your Honor is appropriately focused on the right question in terms of her individual capacity, but there's no way for us to send her, practically speaking, as a member of the public. We cannot send her a request. It has to go through the portal.
Out of curiosity, I mentioned I had looked at some of the briefing associated with the Gonzalez case that's pending in front of the Supreme Court. It was a little unclear to me. The case, the entitlement of the case is simply Deborah Gonzalez. But it is a little unclear to me in terms of the underlying facts, if the request was sent or if Ms. Gonzalez was sued as Deborah Gonzalez, or if she was sued as Madam DA Deborah Gonzalez.
So I believe, and don't quote me, Your Honor, because I don't know the facts of that case perfectly. I know generally what was argued because I watched oral argument. I believe that they sued her office, and they sued her in what capacity? I cannot candidly tell you that, and I don't want to misrepresent how she was named in that case. But I do believe they think she was personally involved. Failing to respond. Beyond that, Your Honor, I don't have more to offer you. We certainly can. I've spoken with the lawyer who's argued that case, and I frankly just didn't ask him that question. I was more concerned about the immunity issues and how they address those.
And it's not dispositive of anything other than, you know, call it the rule of judge's interest, other than the fact that I guess we'll eventually find out the answer to that question from the Supreme Court. So
that's right, Your Honor. He for what it's worth, he doesn't think that decision is going to come down until later this fall, perhaps October. So it's not coming anytime soon, at least in his estimation. I'm not sure why. I think perhaps with the delay in oral argument, it got moved to the next term of court, which would have allowed them more time to decide the case. I don't know, but that's my best guess.
Well, I have no idea what the outcome would be, but I would think that Justice LaGrue would be well suited to write an opinion since she's so well versed in the structure and function of the statute. But in any event, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. I would believe that would be appropriate, but you know how they make their own calls up there. I know some of the justices were much more involved in orals than others, so that's never a good indication as to who's going to write it. But I can tell you they were hot for both sides. So it's hard to predict where they're going to go on that. I think if we look at the recent decision and how the Court and the Court of Appeals have interpreted this statute before, I think they're going to find that she's going to be subject to this act. And I think Your Honor pointed it out a little bit early in terms of how do we know that the General Assembly intended her to be subject to this act? I think we only have to look at the exception in A4, where there's a pending prosecution exception. Clearly, at the time that they created that exemption in the act, they contemplated that at some point somebody would be responsible as a DA for complying with requests for those records. And again, we're not asking for investigatory records. These are these are public records that relate to financial issues, expenditures, time off, county, that kind of stuff that have nothing to do with her role as a prosecutor in the courtroom. And so I think, if you look at the pending prosecution exemption, clearly the General Assembly, when they enacted that, contemplated that district attorneys would be subject to the act. And historically, the courts have recognized that. There's a number of cases cited in our brief where the courts have actually ruled whether or not the DA had actually complied with the request. So in practice, the courts have been operating under the assumption that DAs were subject to the act. So this argument that
which would also seem to be implied by the fact that the district attorney's office has an Open Records Act custodian and routinely complies with Open Records Act requests. But
yes, I mean, and this is also cited in the footnote to our latest brief. I think we raised it in the first brief as well, but they have Dexter Bond's letter that goes out actually is entitled Open Records. It signs off Open Records. It gives specific information about fees that would be charged, all the process involved in that. And so they're operating, whether or not they want to be bound by it, they are operating with the idea, and they are representing to the public that they are subject to the Open Records Act. And I think that's important because, as Your Honor pointed out very early in questioning the opposing counsel, we've named 4 people, and they are still telling you we don't have the right people. We've named everybody that we knew we could name in order to get to a broad enough level that somebody would be responsible, and now they're telling us that's not enough. So in terms of evaluating the statute's purpose, they are telling this court that as a member of the public, we are forced to go and find somebody else, not Fulton County, not the district attorney in her official capacity, not the district attorney in her individual capacity, and not the office. There's somebody else. How in the world, if you interpret the statute the way the General Assembly wanted us to, how in the world does that comply with the spirit of the law? It doesn't. And the motions, Your Honor, and not to hold Ms. Monroe's feet to the fire, but Your Honor asked this question, and we were right there with you. Okay, if it's not this person, then who are we supposed to name? And I think the way she phrased it, and not to hold her to this, but I think the way she phrased it is the way I've seen that, Your Honor, is they sue Ms. Willis in her official capacity. Well, the reason we ended up naming her in individual capacity is right after Your Honor's hearing on that, we got an email that basically asserted substantive objections under the statute to requests that were then months old. They had told us they were not going to give us documents now because they were asserting an exemption well beyond the 3 days where they need to assert it. So that told
Was that the work product and attorney client under sub 41 and 42? Is that what those were, or was it something else?
I don't want to misstate what it was.
Okay.
And I don't have it in front of me currently, but I do remember specifically thinking they've asserted substantive objections under specific exemptions in the Act that they had not done before. And that came on the heels of that hearing. And I thought to myself, well, why are they doing that?
It's right here.
And so
It's Judge, we filed it. It's Bates number merchant -0365. It is an open records response. It was very random. We got it July 10th, and we had gotten in that request.
Well, the reason I recall it is I think you mentioned it in your second amended complaint. And so that's the only reason I recalled that. But also Ms. Monroe and Mr. Bowman aren't double teaming. So let's stick with one at a time. Sorry, Ms. Merchant. Go ahead.
Welcome to my life, Your Honor. So yeah, and I don't want to misrepresent either. The reason we sued Ms. Willis in her individual capacity, if you may remember during the hearing, I said we hadn't done that because we didn't have any information that she had personally been involved in the open records requests. I made that representation to the court, and it was accurate. We didn't. And so that's why we didn't sue her in her individual capacity. It was only after that hearing when we got that email that we believed that she had been involved, and that email was a direct response to the hearing. And so, and I don't know if it came, I don't want to speculate as to whether it had anything to do specifically with the hearing or what the outcome of the hearing was, but all I know is the timing was awfully coincidental. And so our belief, and having been involved with Ms. Willis and other proceedings, our belief was that she was personally involved in making decisions about what was going in and not going, what was going out and not going out. And so because some of the requests, Your Honor, deal directly with how she was spending the county's money. And so when it comes to whether or not we've satisfied the requirements in the 12b-6, I think the complaint does that. I think the bigger issue, and one that I think the court can probably move around, is the immunity issue. But with regard to the actual 12b-6 issues beyond immunity, I think, Your Honor, if we're allowed to proceed in this hearing and talk to some of these witnesses, I think this is the picture Your Honor is going to see. You're going to see that Ms. Merchant followed up almost on a 2 or 3 day week basis. She was routinely trying to get answers for why these things had not been produced. She was not unclear about it. But I think you're going to see the initial request was not responded to within 3 days. They sent a generic letter initially that said, hey, we got your request, thank you, which is under the Act a non-response. Under the Act, within 3 days, They have to tell us whether they have responsive documents and whether or not they're going to withhold any of them based on some exemption in the act. They did none of that. So the three-day requirement ran without their compliance as an initial matter. So that has to do with whether or not we crossed the hurdle into whether they were substantially justified in not complying with the statute. I think the evidence that you're going to hear from these witnesses is one, that they still have not given us documents after 9 months, despite repeated requests to do so, that they have intentionally stonewalled Ms. Merchant by not providing adequate electronic links for the documents, and by not doing the appropriate searches for the documents, which is an issue we raised with the court last week. They're all over the place, Your Honor. The evidence is going to be that sometimes they certify documents as complete by one witness, and then we'll get other documents from a different witness that should be included in the certification from the other witness, and it goes all over the place. I don't pretend to know the details. I've watched her work, so I know that there is a lot there, Your Honor. And in the context of a 12b-6, what I'm suggesting to the court is these are issues that can only be resolved through testimony. And in a normal course of events, because this is a civil action, we'd be in discovery. We'd send document requests and we would take depositions. And that has happened. Historically, when Open Records Act cases are filed, there is a discovery process. Just like there is under the Civil Practice Act, we'd be entitled to serve document requests and take depositions to clear all this up. We brought the witnesses today, Your Honor, and hopefully we'll have a chance to speak with them today and tomorrow so that Your Honor has an understanding of the facts about these requests so that they're not amorphous, that you understand very concretely what efforts were taken to get them and what efforts were made to stonewall us. Because I think that dovetails entirely with the whole purpose of the act and the enforcement action that's set forth in 73. This is the only recourse we have, Your Honor. That the way that they have set the process up, there's no way to negotiate to get the documents. They force you to file a lawsuit. They leave us with no choice. And so if they're going to do that, then there has to be accountability for it, and an accountability for not providing records when the public asks for them that are clearly public records and for which they made no objection in a timely manner. And now they want to continue to try to stonewall us. I don't want to say it's in an election year, but we're in an election year. And the delay that's happened in part due to me not naming the right people to begin with, we're right up against an election and we're still seeing documents come in that Ms. Merchant asked for in January of this year. Some of which they claim they don't have, like a pamphlet involving a flyer about, they said they don't have records, Your Honor, for a very concrete example. They said they don't have records as to the number of lawyers they have employed in their office and when they were hired. We asked for information specifically about when lawyers were hired and the number of lawyers on staff. They have a whole pamphlet, has a photograph of the DA's office that they use public money to pay for, and they tell us with a straight face they don't have any information related to who they have on staff at any one point. We know that's not true because they have to pay them. There are payroll records. So it's just one concrete example, Your Honor, of how, and I think Ms. Merchant and I were talking about this, I think part of what's going on here is there's been no accountability for these people, that people give up. They quit because they've made the process so hard and so burdensome on the average citizen that they don't have the time or the resources to fight. And so the 4 motions to dismiss are the latest example of that, Your Honor, that they'll stop at nothing to make sure we can't get a clear understanding of what they have and don't have, and if something has been lost or destroyed, when that happened. I think if Your Honor's inclined to deny the motions, I think you will see through these witnesses the pattern of obfuscation that we know has occurred. For all the reasons that are put forth in our brief, we don't think she's subject to immunity, or the defendants collectively are subject to any kind of immunity, and we think they're all subject to the act. And we think they're all proper defendants because of the way they have set the system up. We have no choice but to sue everybody. And we didn't want to do that. That's not our hope and prayer every day when we wake up. We have over $1,000 in costs that our firm has expended on this case to get it filed, to serve witnesses, to get the lawsuit itself served, all sorts of case expenses for subpoenas. All of this stuff adds up, Your Honor, and the average citizen probably wouldn't do it. we're left to try to uncover what's going on here. And so, unless Your Honor has additional questions related to the legal piece on the 12b-6, I will add one thing, Your Honor. I think if Your Honor wants to convert this motion into a motion for summary judgment, I think you'd be entitled to do that and hear the evidence. I think under Rule under 91156, we as the plaintiff would be entitled to 30 days notice and be able to respond to it. But we waive that, and let's press on. Let's hear the evidence. Let's hear the testimony. And then Your Honor can make a ruling in the context of a more complete factual picture than trying to resolve this thing as part of a dispositive 12b-6. So
Okay.
For all those reasons, Your Honor, we'd ask that all 4 motions be denied.
Thank you. Ms. Monroe? If you would not mind, I am going to take about a 5-minute break and then come back right at 4 o'clock and then let you have an opportunity to reply or rebut. Okay?
Thank you.
5 minutes.
That was actually
Likely.
I was just forced to take a similar break. So
Sorry. Understood. So we are going to be in recess for about the next 7 minutes. I'll be back at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
She said 5, 7. I think she might actually come back on time. All right. What did y'all think about those motions, those arguments? What do you think about those? What'd you think? What'd you think? I mean, they've been going since 2 o'clock, so almost an hour and 45 minutes easily. They might start a little late, but you got my point. What you think about them breaks? You got a phone call. You got a phone call from who? That's Fonnie Date Money. Y'all are wild. Let's see if they come back at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, of course. I missed what they were about. Yeah, I like this. Greg McHenry says Fulton County DA is hiding behind technology to avoid accountability. Uh-oh. I like it. She's already made up her mind. Okay, the motions were absolute filibuster. What case is this a reference to? All right, the Trump interference case, Michael Roman, Ashley Merchant, requested from Fulton County DA some very key piece of information, like you heard, about employees, about staffing, about this, that, and the other. And there's this horse wrangling about, well, you have to go through the open records request. You have to go through a portal. You have to say where it's going to go. Well, because it's going through a portal, you could say it could go to the office of Fonnie Willis. Fonnie Willis is an individual, the DA's office, or whatever. So there's no way to know exactly where it's going. So it got shut down. So then they filed a suit against them to get the open records. And of course, when they filed the suit against, I think it started out as Fonnie Willis, Fonnie Willis in her official capacity, but then they argued that you can't sue that. So then she went against the individual, but she argued that she doesn't have any role. And then so it's just a bunch of shell game, to answer your question, Dennis. It's a little bit more complex than that, but not a whole lot more. All right, let's see. Make American government accountable. Again, I like it. What did you say here? Question: Are Fulton County judges accountable to Fonnie, or who are they? They answer to the people. They're elected in those positions, so they're not accountable to Fonnie. It's like branches of government. So like Fonnie is supposed to be like law enforcement, and of course the judges are judicial. Hey there, Kat referred you here. Aries 1, well, welcome to the party. Welcome. Okay, so at the current moment, we just got done hearing the merchants argue for why Fulton County should give up these records. Thank you so much, Kat, for sending the good people over. Thank you so much. So, long story short, short story long, Michael Roman is a part of really the linchpin for that whole disqualification hearing. Well, they want to get some records to see where Fonnie Willis is spending money in the Fulton County DA's office. Not Fonnie Willis individual, but Fonnie Willis is a DA, DA Fonnie Willis. And they're just really stonewalling, obstructing, not getting those records. So they had to sue. And now we're here where they're actually wrangling with the court to determine why they should get these records. Should they get these records? I think they both have made some pretty cogent arguments. Okay. I think they both have made some pretty good arguments. The problem is, this is kind of what it looks like when you have both sides are well prepared, well oiled, well presented, ready to get in there and really duke it out. It was pretty good. I think it was excellent. Now, the problem is we got to go back tomorrow to that YSL trial, and it's going to be a dumpster fire. Well, thank you, Kat. I love it. Thank you so much. So many good people popping in from Kat's channel. What did Cheryl say? Cheryl said Kat sent me as well, but I've been here many great times. Well, thank you so much for stopping through. I would have run for DA if not for those terrible pay, but I see that you can steal taxes and just be fine, making me want to run for the office now. I need another Corvette in the collection. Well, there you go, Rome King. You know where to go. Well, I don't know. Fonnie might. I mean, you might not have enough time to unseat Fonnie this time, but next time for sure. What is Mika B? Mika B. Apparently YSL, the questions were just going long, I heard. And so they just kind of called it for the day, if I'm not mistaken. So, like I said, I knew Love was going to go the rest of the day. I knew it. Oh, wow. So they dismissed the jury early because Miss Love kept going over the same stuff. So finally, still interrupted, and the judge is indeed irritated with Miss Love. Well, be irritated, but do something about it. Thank you so much, Mika B, for sharing that. Again, the onus is on her. The moving along of the case is on her. If she doesn't sanction her, rebuke her, give her a hearty hand slap, there's nothing I can do. Do you ever listen to Shylin? Absolutely. I love Shylin. Fantastic Christian hip hop artist. I know he's kind of made some different things in the last couple of years, but all his old stuff is on my playlist for sure. Arian the Vegetarian. I think I'm pronouncing it right. Arian the Vegetarian. I love it. Did Love ever submit her proper documentation for acquitting the wiretaps and warrants? I forgot to ask last week. I don't remember that. And I'm going to go on a limb. I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably not, because very few people ever ask her for something. Very rarely do they ask her for her homework. So if it was something that she had to do and bring it in the next day, it's almost a wrap. It's almost a given. Man, I'm going to have to give Kat a great big old hug, man. Sending all these good people. Good to meet you, Jim. CSI. He says, I am another of the cats sent over. Howdy. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. We're waiting for Judge Cross, the Merchant Law Group, and the Fulton County DA's office to get back. They took a little 7-minute break. They're supposed to be back at 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and they're going to finish horse trading about this whole records deal. I don't know who this guy is sitting in there. That guy sitting there all by himself, looking alone. I don't know who that guy is right there. I think he's probably IT, or maybe he's their oh, that's it. He's probably their cameraman. There you go. Yeah, that's probably their cameraman. All right. Yeah, so today has been an absolute wild one, to say the least. Yeah, I'm very confused. I'm just kerfuzzled because this is your witness and you are literally badgering your witness. He hasn't been declared a hostile witness. So she's literally just badgering somebody that's supposed to be pretty easygoing. I don't get it. And I'm open to any legal expert explaining to me why they can't variate in their questioning of a witness. Like, it just seems like she has a script and she's going with that script. She's not going to veer off that script no matter what. Because she is asking questions, the same question several different ways, which seems to be a hostile witness approach, but he's not been declared a hostile witness. One of the state's witnesses passed away. Really? One of the state's witnesses passed away. Really? Now that I'm not, wow, okay. It's probably, well, I mean, they were literally talking 2 weeks ago about a gentleman who was in hospice and how to have him come and testify about the infinity. So I'm not really surprised. I really wouldn't be surprised that they have witnesses that pass away, because I mean, they literally were talking about getting a guy out of hospice to come here. So, and who wants to come here and fool around with y'all? That's crazy. It's craziness. Yes, we did hear that Rich Homie Quan. I don't know if that's one of the state witnesses. But yeah, Rich Homie Quan did pass away. Uh-oh. Judge Cross is late. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. She on that other people time. Now, funny thing is, they are in courtroom 4B as in boy. I could go over there tomorrow because they're supposed to be arguing this tomorrow. But they're in Zoom. They're in Zoom court. So I don't even know if they'll let me come in because there's nobody supposed to be in there. I wonder what will happen. What does Blue-Eyed Hillbilly say? She says, "Dear Woke Christian, Love has not turned over the papers for the wiretaps, and nobody has asked her for it either." That's par for the course with Adrian. I'm kind of disappointed that nobody's holding her feet to the fire. Now, I will give you that. I did like Rich Homie Quan's name for sure. I never heard anything he's done, but I liked his name for sure. What is Arian the Vegetarian? Which, by the way, I'm enjoying saying that. Nice. I'm so badly wanted to introduce Woody to Shaolin, but he got too popular too fast for my voice to be heard. So I relied on prayer. Absolutely. Maybe you could be the answer to those prayers. I mean, if I run into him, well, Woody doesn't have to be at the courthouse anymore. So if I go to court, when I go to court tomorrow, the likelihood of me running into him is going to be slim because he's more likely not going to be hanging around. But if I ever run into him, I'd love to sit down and talk with him. I mean, we've had lunch, and such of that nature, but I'd love to, nobody else distracting us, just us kind of talking and rapping. All right, what we got here? Man, thank you so much, man. We had 700 likes. Really? Are you for real? You're joking with me. Hold on, I gotta refresh the screen over here. Might have to put my glasses for that. Yo, 700 likes. Wow. Thank y'all so much, man. That is amazing. Okay. Praise God. Thank you, Aaron. Keeping me up to date, keeping me in the loop. What's going on over here? I appreciate it.
The 2 p.m. hearing that they're just recessed, supposed to be back by now. It's a Zoom. It's the judge is here, but it's most of it's conducted by.
Okay, they just.
I'm not here. Where's the deputy?
She was here. I'm not sure. She went again. Yeah.
Rich Homie Quan was on the witness list. Okay. Interesting. Okay.
What's up, Luke? What's up? What's up? Yeah.
What are they talking about?
Me neither. I'm just going through. What y'all doing? Anybody? All right, I'm not vaccinated. I'm just walking through.
Really? Okay. Some people say he was a witness. Okay. Wow. That's wild. Yeah. So the horse trading was really about who to request the records from. I'm gonna mute that because I don't know what it is. Like two people just talking. Who to request the records from. And at the current moment, this doesn't seem like Fulton County. It sounds like they're just trying to like play like a game of 3-card Monty. Like, you know, who you supposed to ask. Pretty wild, but we'll see for sure. I mean, it is interesting. He literally just did a interview. Today is Thursday. I think he just did an interview on Tuesday about Woody and saying that Woody was not being honest about everything that happened with the barbershop shooting. So, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I don't think we should ever take our tinfoil hats off. Matter of fact, where's my hat? Oh, it's over there. Woody going on tour. Y'all got Woody going on tour. Going on tour for what? Woody is a mess. I hope and pray everything goes well for him. Hopefully, the state will let him go. They won't call him back and let him go and live his life and be done with this chapter in his life, because it seemed like he's trying to get out of this chapter, but they keep bringing him back. Hey, got a new member to the channel. And who is this? This is Trial. Well, thank you so much, Trial, for joining us. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you don't mind, jump over to my channel and look under the community post so you can join the Discord. We'll be having a live conversation tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, I saw when Lead had Woody on there. I've seen Woody on a couple places. He's been a lot of places. Okay, I think they're not. Okay. One of the cameras went out. Check out these bailiffs. Bailiffs are something else, right? Yeah, I might. Who knows? I mean, they're gonna be doing this tomorrow. Oh, here we go. Unmute it.
Appreciate it, because I will be here.
All right. One in the chat when you can hear. I don't know. That I don't know. I've never tried to go into a different courtroom. So, but see, those are bailiffs that were chatting earlier. So, but I'm thinking also this one probably is closed because it's a Zoom court. But we'll see. Maybe I'll walk around tomorrow. I'll poke my head in. Okay, Judge
Counsel,
Cross is here.
I apologize. I'm a little past when I said I would be.
Of course, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Monroe,
Yes, I am here. I'm sorry, I had to.
great minds think alike. I needed a break as well. I just didn't get to it fast enough. So, but right before I took a break, the plaintiffs had concluded their argument. And so, as I said, I would give you the opportunity to respond since it is your motion. You get the last word.
Okay, thank you. So just a few things that I wanted to respond to. Plaintiff has been saying this ongoingly that because of the mere use of the portal, that it basically attaches liability to everyone in Fulton County, even leading up to the Board of Commissioners, as a result to a violation of the Open Records Act. And that because this is the only means in which to submit an open records request, everyone's on the hook. That is completely erroneous. The portal is simply a mechanism. It's simply a means in which that was put in place to help the public access information regarding government. It was merely to increase the public's ability to get information. The Open Records Act was never created to be adversarial. The sole means of the act was to help the public obtain more knowledge on how their government is being ran. Now, the way that plaintiff wants us to utilize the Open Records Act, he wants the public to use the Open Records Act as a vice to attack, a vice to harass, a vice to, if you don't do this, then I'm going to sue you. That's not what the Open Records Act was designed for. This was not the only way in which to submit an open records request. There's multiple ways in submitting open records requests pursuant to the statute. You can submit one by email. You can submit one over the phone. You can submit.
Well, not really. I mean, if you submit one over the phone, I think I understand that you don't have the same rights and remedies to enforce it, number one. And number two, if like Fulton County has done, or maybe the district attorney's office has done, or maybe different departments, if you designate a records custodian, then in order to take full advantage of the enforcement mechanism, if those records aren't produced, aren't you required to submit it in the way that they want it submitted?
You can submit it by fax. You can submit it by email. So there's multiple ways in which to submit an open records request. You do not have to use the portal.
I understand that, but doesn't that to some extent limit the enforcement rights that a person who submits a document not using the portal might have?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. If it's only a verbal request, that's where the limitation lies. But if it's in writing, there is no limit. Also to, excuse me, as I review my notes.
I understand.
All right. So what do y'all think about her argumentation? What do you think? You feel like it's solid? What are your thoughts? Win, lose, or draw. You don't have to like Fonnie, but what do you think about their argumentation? I got a what?
All right, and as it pertains to sovereign immunity, unless it's explicitly waived, the immunity lies. We can't do away with the immunity for the broad application of the Open Records Act. I do believe that because this issue, as it pertains to the Open Records Act, is a novel one, and which is why it's pending before the Georgia Supreme Court, why there are so many questions here. But we cannot supplement what the law is for our thoughts and our opinions as to how it should be applied. And that's what plaintiff wants us to do here.
So I have a question. We were talking about the different ways that one may submit a request. Let's see, OCGA 50-18-71 sub B1A, I'm sorry, B1B2, there we go. It talks about an agency designating one or more open records officers to whom requests should be submitted. Has Madam D.A. Willis and or the Fulton County District Attorney's Office followed that procedure to designate one or more open records officers upon whom requests for inspection and copying may be delivered?
We've identified the custodians for both Fulton County and the District Attorney's Office.
I don't think that's the question she asked.
I'm not sure that you're answering the question that I asked. I understand that in the process of this litigation, it has been identified that Mr. Bond is an open records person. He's the custodian of records and serves in some open records capacity for the District Attorney's Office / Madam D.A. Willis. And I also understand, I think, that Shalonda Miller with the Fulton County Attorney's Office operates in some capacity for the Fulton County requests. But my question was, the statute that I was referencing says an agency that designates one or more open records officers upon whom requests for inspection may be delivered shall make such designation in writing and then provide notice, and you have to file something with the legal organ of the county. And so my question is not, have you identified them in this lawsuit? It was, has either entity, the county or whatever entity, Madam DA, et cetera, followed that procedure and designated an open records officer?
The county, I believe, yes. I don't know for sure. I have seen things in writing concerning the county, but for the District Attorney's Office, I am not sure.
Okay, thank you.
I believe plaintiff went into a lot of the substantive matters in addressing the motions as it pertains to the actual requests themselves, the list of hirings, a brochure with a picture of Madam and some of her employees. I mean, that I would like to reserve my response to those allegations if and when we proceed to an actual hearing on the merits.
Right. And I think that's fair, Ms. Monroe. In fact, one of the questions I was about to ask, to the extent that it sounds like we're sort of wrapping up, is towards the end of plaintiff's counsel's argument, there was a discussion about, what to do with the case should the court deny any or some or all of the motions to dismiss, such that something would proceed. And then we would need to get into the merits of the actual requests that were made and the extent to which these witnesses have information about the extent to which the Open Records Act requests were handled by the entities. And so one of the questions I have is, I think I understand that the reason these witnesses were produced today, or subpoenaed for appearance today, in the event that I deny the motion to dismiss to any or all of the entities, is that the defendant's argument is none of these entities are the right entities. But the backup argument is the requests are moot because we've produced all the documents. And to the extent that that forms a basis for dismissal, then is it appropriate for the court to hear from witnesses who may or may not, or at least allow the parties to examine witnesses who may or may not advise that there are all documents have been produced or not? Or am I exceeding the authority that the court should exercise under 12B and converting it into a summary judgment motion if I hear from those witnesses? And so to clarify what that was a really long-winded question, if I hear evidence, I don't wish to hear evidence about the substance of these documents or why they were requested, which isn't relevant, and all this sort of stuff. It's really about what efforts were taken to locate and identify and what assurances are there that all the documents were produced, which is an argument to defeat the claim on the basis that the claim is moot. What are your thoughts on that procedurally, Ms. Monroe?
Thank you for asking, Your Honor. I think procedurally for this to actually to honor the rules of civil procedure, I think it would make the most sense to rule on the motions. Once we have a defendant to proceed, then we can then, if it's in the court's discretion, move to discovery. If not discovery, then straight to a hearing with the proper defendant of the court's choice.
Okay. I'm going to briefly ask counsel for the plaintiff if you want to respond. I mean, you mentioned this concern. I understand that I can, if you're willing to waive notice, can sort of hear that evidence now, but I mean, it really is. I'm just wondering if it's going to be too difficult to separate these things out in terms of the substance of the requests that were made, separate from the efforts made to locate, because the types of documents that might exist is a different discussion than what reasonable efforts did you undertake to locate documents that might be responsive to the request, which does go to the issue of mootness, which is part of the motions to dismiss.
Yeah, Your Honor, I mean,
This is crazy.
The strict tenets of 12b-6 say you're confined to the four corners of the complaint.
Yep.
I have to concede that because that's the truth. So if Your Honor wants to hear any evidence that's not in the complaint or the second amended complaint or not attached to the complaint, you're going to have to either allow evidence on the motion, which would then presumably convert it into a Rule 56 motion, requiring notice to us, which we've obviously waived. We intended, based on Your Honor's instruction, to question these witnesses about the very things that you have talked about. So the presentation of the evidence is geared around the efforts they took or did not take, and what issues are still outstanding with regard to at least 4 requests. So that is the focus of the inquiry, and I do believe it is tied to the motion to dismiss issues, but I think if you go beyond the 4 corners, you're going to convert it into a different motion. On the other hand, you could simply deny some or all of the motions, which would then allow us to vet the issues in discovery. And to the extent the county or anybody else who was left in the case any issues with the scope of discovery, it would proceed like a normal civil case.
Okay. And then thank you. And that directs me back to Ms. Monroe. Let's assume for a moment that the court, that one of the defendants is going to remain in this case as a potentially appropriate defendant to seek to enforce Open Records Act remedies against. What is your suggestion for dealing with the mootness issue in terms of either allowing for some very brief discovery period or scheduling a substantive evidentiary hearing at a fairly close from now, but later in time, date to discuss the substantive issues of the documents and the efforts undertaken to comply with the Open Records Act? What are your thoughts on that, Ms. Monroe?
Sorry, I was on mute there. So the portion of my motion that does talk about, that speaks to mootness, wasn't inserted as part of the motions to dismiss, but as a second part to this proceedings, which goes to the merits, to say, in the event that the court finds that the defendants in this case should not be dismissed from this action, and this was only pertaining to, I believe, the district attorney's office. That was only found in the motion to dismiss for the district attorney's office, not in the other motions. That was just to basically be addressed in an evidentiary hearing. But the goal was for the court to rule on the motions as to who would be the defendant to be sued or dismiss the complaint altogether. But assuming that the court were to find that there was a defendant liable under this action, and that was a defendant that was named in the caption, we would then proceed, once the ruling was made on my motions, to an evidentiary hearing if the whole action was not dismissed altogether. If that makes sense. I don't know if I'm being clear.
It does. No, I understand your position. But the next question then is, if the court were to, again, let's assume for a moment that some defendant is going to stay in this case. What is your preference or suggestion about what to do next? Would you, really the options are some expedited brief discovery period, and or a fairly expedited, soon to be scheduled in the near term, evidentiary hearing to address these issues, or both. Any or all of the things that y'all pick and that I decide on, or I'm telling you going to be expedited because that's how the statute is designed.
Right.
But my question to you is, what is your preference? And what, if it's a discovery period, what do you think is a reasonable time period for that?
So no, this is a very straightforward case, in my opinion. So I don't believe discovery, there would be any need for discovery. So it would be my preference to just move forward on an evidentiary hearing in the event there is a defendant that would be held liable under this action.
Okay. Miss.
Your Honor,
Yes.
may I jump in quickly?
I was just about to call on you. So yes, please.
Okay, so I think one wrinkle here is I think Your Honor has the ability today to rule on the motions. And if Your Honor does that, then
I intend to.
Yeah, then two things happen. The automatic stay that's set forth in 9/11 12F goes away.
Right.
So once the stay is lifted, then Your Honor would have the ability today and tomorrow to hear the evidence. The hearing, our concern, Your Honor, is that based on the history, that as soon as we attempt to conduct any discovery, whether it's 2 weeks of discovery, a month of discovery, there are going to be motions filed that prevent us from accessing information from witnesses. Whether it's going to be a motion for a protective order or some sort of motion under 9/11/37. I don't know what it might be, but it's going to delay the proceedings. So I would caution Your Honor, if the court is inclined to move with some speed here, and that
I am inclined to move with speed. I only inquired about discovery because I didn't know the extent to which either party was interested. It sounds like Ms. Monroe's response is that she thinks an evidentiary hearing is the better course, and it sounds like you do as well. So I think that addresses that issue.
Yeah, and I do want to just highlight, Your Honor, I think the issue of mootness has been introduced today through counsel. I don't think the issue of mootness is relevant for purposes of the 12B6 motion because the complaint as it stands without evidence says that they have not complied with the law. They have not complied with the statute. That is accepted as true at this stage of the proceedings. So to the extent that she's arguing outside the pleadings that some or all of these claims are now moot, I get the practical piece of it. We have alleged that they are not moot in some form or fashion, and that a lot of these requests are still outstanding. So the issue itself, as pled in the complaint, is sufficient to defeat the motion on its face. So we would just our preference, Your Honor, in terms of timelines would be for Your Honor to rule today. Or as soon as practical, since we have the witnesses here, perhaps bring them back in short order to proceed, because I think the parties agree the issues are fairly narrow, but still contested.
Understood. Ms. Monroe, anything to add on that issue?
I have nothing to add, Your Honor, nothing else.
Okay. Okay, so as I have, I think, made pretty clear, I am somewhat frustrated by the idea that there are 4 defendants and none of them are somehow responsible for producing documents, despite the fact that some documents have been produced. And clearly there are people whose job it is to receive these requests and process these requests and attempt to secure discovery. I'm sorry, attempt to secure requests, the responsive information. So here's what I am left with. Again, I will say how much I would love it if the Supreme Court had given me the answer, because as it stands, I'm going to give you the answer I think is appropriate, and the Supreme Court may tell me I'm wrong in any moment. So, there's that to look forward to. Having said all of that, I think I've made very clear, I understand the effort at the distinction, but I struggle to see how I struggle to see how Fonnie Willis individually is an appropriate defendant here, because she was not served. I understand that she received internally probably requests. She was not served with a formal request for records that she was in possession of, other than to the extent that the Fulton County DA was served with a request. And so I have real concerns about that, and I understand the import because of the concern about immunity that potentially attaches to Madam DA Fonnie Willis, but I think there's a distinction for a reason. And so I am going to grant the motion to dismiss Fonnie Willis in her individual capacity. Having said that, however, I am denying the motion to dismiss Fonnie Willis as the DA, and I'm denying the motion to dismiss the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, and here's why. Number one, as to Madam DA Willis, the district attorney, I agree, has some broad immunity that attaches. But I agree with the plaintiffs that the traditional understanding of immunity that attaches to a district attorney was not intended to limit or inhibit the public's right to access non-prosecutorial documents, non-investigative documents that are held by the district attorney. And I think that if the legislature had intended so, it would have exempted district attorneys generally, and it did not. And so for that reason, I'm going to deny the motion as to the motion to dismiss as to District Attorney Willis. I am also going to deny the motion as to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. And I do that with the most hesitance because clearly the Fulton County District Attorney's Office is not a legal entity that can be sued in any capacity. However, I don't think there's any way to read the Open Meetings Act provisions that are adopted by reference in the Open Records Act provisions without understanding that the Fulton County District Attorney's Office is an office, agency, department, etc. of Fulton County or of the state, and therefore would be subject to the Open Records Act requirements. As to Fulton County, I do have concerns, as Ms. Monroe pointed out, that any ruling that I make be understood as overly broad in the sense that any request submitted to any department of Fulton County using its portal somehow makes the entirety of Fulton County responsible. And that is definitely not going to be my ruling. However, to the extent that Fulton County hosts the portal and is clearly subject to the Open Records Act, particularly here where the agency and the officer are denying that they are subject to the act. The county clearly is, and the county is hosting the method to request and receive responses, to submit requests and receive responses and responsive documents. And so to the extent that the county is doing so in the absence of the records custodian, i.e. the district attorney in her official capacity, or the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, such as it is constituted for purposes of it being an agency or office. If Fulton County stays in the case as well. So that's going to be my ruling. I am, as I said, I'm granting the motion to dismiss as to Ms. Bonnie Willis. I'm denying the motion as to the other defendants. Mr. Merchant, can you please provide me with a proposed order that I can edit regarding my rulings in this case?
I sure can, Your Honor.
Ms. Monroe, can you please provide me a proposed order granting the motion to dismiss as to Ms. Willis? And again, I don't mean to be disrespectful. She's entitled to that title. I'm only doing that to distinguish her in her individual capacity.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. I apologize. So one of the things, sometimes no answer is an answer. And so some of the email traffic that I've received over the last few days is, wait, what about these witnesses? What are we doing? And the choice to have the witnesses available was intentional. And so that means I owe those witnesses an apology for holding them up today to the extent that they are here and have not been called upon to testify. And so as of today, they are released, but not indefinitely. It does not sound as if anyone needs or wishes to have any sort of discovery period. The Open Records Act is intended to be an expedited process because it's intended to allow the parties to obtain the documents that they are requesting. And so it is my intention to expedite an actual evidentiary hearing regarding the efforts that were undertaken, the nature and scope of documents that might exist, and what efforts were taken to locate such documents that would be responsive and in the possession of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, Madam DA Bonnie Willis, and Fulton County to the extent that no other entity is subject to the act. That's going to be my ruling. I believe, in the interest of expediting, I was originally set for a trial week next week, and I believe it's been indicated to me that many of those parties' cases are going to resolve. And so I may be in a position, I know when we start talking about witnesses, and it's a lengthy list, but if we're talking about limited, trying to focus our examinations, realistically, any idea of how much time you think you might need to examine witnesses, Ms. Merchant?
A day, Judge. I think we could do it within a day.
Okay. Ms. Monroe, do you agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So in looking at my calendar, assuming that my cases resolve as I expect them to do, I am wide open on Thursday, the 12th. Wait a minute.
Next Thursday.
Yes. I'm open on Thursday, the 12th. I'm open on Friday, the 13th, for all the fun that day carries with it. Again, assuming that those cases resolve on Monday and Tuesday, I'm actually available. I can move things around and be available on Wednesday, the 11th as well. What are y'all's thoughts? Is that too soon? Do we need to move it? What do we think? Mr. Merchant, Ms. Monroe, or Ms. Merchant, Ms. Monroe?
So I have a pre-scheduled CLE for the 12th, sorry, for the second, sorry, this week that's coming up.
The week of the 9th?
so the week of the 9th. So, and then also for the 16th, 17th. The week of the 16th is it's a better week for me. So if plaintiff is available during the week of the 16th, we could do it for the 19th.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, sorry, I have a mediation on that day.
And Judge, we're available. You said the 12th and the 13th were available both of those days.
Okay, I also, it looks like I'm available on the 16th.
Available.
Monroe?
I don't know why paralegal's shaking her head. She ain't did anything.
Yes, the 16th.
This is wild.
Open, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Your Honor, I think we spoke too soon on our end. I've got depositions all day on the 16th.
Okay.
If we could move it to a different day, that would be 17th. I don't know Your Honor's availability, but does the 17th work?
No, I have a giant criminal calendar that day. Actually, I have about 4 giant criminal calendars that day.
Stop doing crimes, people.
Here's the best I can do. I am tentatively available the 18th and 19th. The 19th would be better. If that will work for the parties.
The 19th works
either
for me.
date.
Yep, 19th is great, Your Honor.
That's perfect, Your Honor.
Let me look one more time to make sure I'm not going to go back in my office and my litigation manager and staff attorney are going to yell at me that I'm wrong. That I do have something that day. Let me look again. Yeah, it looks like I'm open the 19th and 20th. The only caveat to that, and I would give you as much notice as possible, would be if I am set to start a trial, if it goes into the 19th and 20th, we might have to get creative and move things around. Now, one of the other reasons that I wanted to revisit the issue of conducting an evidentiary hearing is that generally speaking, I love Zoom. I think it's very effective. It allows lots of people to be in multiple places where they need to be instead of being stuck in traffic and that sort of thing. But for an evidentiary hearing, I find that it gets a little clunky when we're trying to call witnesses to the stand and present documents, et cetera. And so I typically prefer to have those, especially when it's, more than a few documents, more than a few witnesses, in person. And so I think what I would likely do is notice this for the 19th at either 9 or 9:30 a.m. And it would be an in-person hearing.
Perfect.
That's fine.
Now, to the extent, I understand there's been some disagreement about that, but to the extent that the parties can consent to having any witnesses appear by Zoom because it's more convenient for those witnesses, I encourage you to do that. If you cannot agree, I will rule based on whatever information y'all have about the nature of the unavailability or the need to appear remotely. And I will rule on that, but I strongly encourage the parties to see if they can agree. And we will go from there. Okay. Anything else that the parties need from me? One more thing. I would like to have those orders, those proposed orders. I know I'm asking for them on an expedited basis. But I would like to have them sooner rather than later. As I'm sitting here looking at my calendar, if I could have them no later than, say, the 12th, which is a week from now, if you can get them to me sooner, great. But if I will ultimately end up entering one order that will rule on it all together. But if you can get me your drafts by the 12th, I'll make sure that there is an order on file as quickly as I can, so there will be an order on file prior to the hearing, although I am going to go ahead and issue a hearing notice for the 19th. Anything else that you need from me before we adjourn, Ms. Monroe?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. One housekeeping matter.
Hang on. Sorry. I actually asked Ms. Monroe.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Ms. Monroe?
That is it, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Okay. Mr. Merchant, anything else?
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I wasn't paying close enough attention. But one housekeeping issue is Your Honor's released the witnesses that we had subpoenaed for today.
Yes.
can we have an order from Your Honor that they will reappear?
Yes, and that's why I said that. I tried to say that carefully, that they were excused for today. But it is my intention that, I mean, they've been subpoenaed. And so to the extent that we are continuing this matter to the 19th, I'm not expecting that you have to reserve them with subpoenas.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all we have.
And the same would apply to any witnesses that have been subpoenaed by the defendants.
Your Honor, if I can just clarify that one point or address that one point of concern. So there were subpoenas for the production of documents, not subpoenas for the production of testimony witnesses. So they're two separate things.
Were they subpoenas to appear at this hearing?
At this hearing, there was no scope provided for the type of testimony of what that witness would be testifying to, which lies the question whether or not it was a proper subpoena. On the top, it's literally labeled subpoena for production of evidence. And so once the business certifications are submitted, there is no need for the witness to then appear. The business certification serves as that witness's testimony and also is supposed to lay that foundation for getting the evidence in versus in lieu of having the person come in with the documents at hand, laying the foundation in person in court. That is my understanding of the law.
Okay, so let me interrupt you for a moment. I mean, we can have a disagreement. Y'all can have a disagreement about this if that's what we need to do. I agree with you that the subpoena says the subpoena for the production of evidence, but it requires the presence of the witness no later than to appear at September 5th today at 2 p.m. I understand that there is an attachment saying please produce certain documents and that those individuals have appeared, have filed a response/objection that purports to provide certain documents and purports to certify those documents. The dispute arises, and that's what there was email traffic back and forth about, is that the plaintiffs believe that there may be that they have evidence that would indicate that perhaps the certifications that those are all the records is an incomplete or not entirely accurate certification. Now, ultimately, it may be that one entity has something that the other entity didn't have anymore because they weren't obligated to keep it. There are a million reasons that might be the case. But I think I understand that the merchant firm has indicated that the reason they wanted actual witnesses was because there is a dispute about whether or not those records are all the records and what efforts were made to identify additional records. Now, I believe that's a fair inquiry for the plaintiffs to make at a hearing. If you're going to insist that they be resubpoenaed, then I guess we can insist that Mr. Merchant resubpoena all those witnesses, but that's just going to add to the costs associated with this case. And that seems
Right.
unnecessary if it can be avoided. But that's just my opinion.
If they could just provide, because I need to be in the best posture to defend this case. So if they could provide a list of witnesses in which they plan on calling at the evidentiary hearing, and what they plan on questioning them about, the scope of that testimony, that would be.
Well, I would encourage the parties to have a wholesome conversation about how that might happen, if only to encourage efficiency. But I will also point out that this is not a 30B6 deposition. They're not technically required to identify areas of inquiry. They are limited by the scope of the lawsuit. So it's not as if they can ask, these witnesses about things that don't have anything to do with the Open Records Act requests that were submitted to Fulton County. Now, again, just because I'm saying I'm not going to compel them to provide you with a witness list because of the reasons that I've just said, or to particularly identify areas of inquiry that they might pursue, doesn't mean I'm not strongly encouraging the plaintiffs to limit the witnesses and the scope of necessary witnesses as much as possible, and to work in good faith with the defense counsel to help them be ready so that we can have an efficient hearing. Yes, I'm strongly encouraging that. But to,
Yes, Your Honor, we will certainly.
We'll do that.
okay.
Wow.
And yeah, Your Honor, I would say I think we all recognize it's probably in everybody's interest not to have a bunch of motion practice, so we will do everything we can to resolve that and agree on.
Thank you.
Get our witnesses in order.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. I appreciate that. I believe that concludes this matter. Anything else, Mr. Merchant?
Nothing from the plaintiff, Your Honor.
Ms. Monroe?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. All of you have a good time, a good day. I will see you I'll see you on the 19th. I'll send out a notice and I will look for your proposed orders. Thank you all.
Goodness gracious. Wow. All right. That was interesting. It was interesting. I think most people. There. Let me close this up. Playing in my ear. But that was wild, man. All because you don't want to turn in some documents. That's crazy. So that's only going to push this interference case even further into 2025. Amazing. Everybody, I want to thank you so much. So we started out watching the YSL trial, and then at 2:00, we hopped over onto this. I'll probably chop this up and make it 2 different videos so we can, if you're interested in watching this one, you can. I want to thank you all so much. I'm going to get out of here and go get me some sunlight because I'm going to be hosting a Discord chat with all of my members of the channel tonight at 8:00 Eastern Standard Time. So I've got to get ready for that. And the dynamic duo have come home from school, so I can go talk to them, all that kind of good jazz. So I want to thank each and every one of you. Thank you to everybody from Kat's channel that jumped over. Thank you for the people that came over earlier from Miss Sylvia's channel, infamous Sylvia's channel. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. You're always welcome here. Thank you very much. And I will see you all soon enough. Lord willing, we'll be doing this again tomorrow. And until then, everybody, grace and peace. Take care.